Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I'm a long-haul truck driver, and the hitchhiker I picked up knows my secrets. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes, the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first strange thing was the passenger side door. It didn't swing all the way shut on the first try. Not dramatic, not cinematic, just one of those ugly little half latches that happen when a truck has done too many miles, too many winters, too many slamming rest stop exits with coffee in one hand and paperwork in the other. The dome light stayed on for an extra second, glowing over the dash, and the heap of gas station receipts on the center console, and the cab filled with that warning chime. Thin, repetitive, irritating enough to raise the hair on your arms at 3 in the morning. I eased onto the shoulder outside Rawlins, Wyoming, with the trailer rumbling behind me and the crosswind worrying at the side of the rig. The interstate hissed in the dark. Not much traffic. A couple of semis blowing east, all marker lights and spray, then nothing again. I leaned across, shoved the passenger door harder, and listened for the proper metal click. There, the light died. The chime stopped. The cab went back to the low green glow of the gauges, and the soft, dry rattle that lived somewhere in the sleeper compartment whenever the road got rough. Probably a loose mug. Probably the plastic fan I kept clipped by the bunk. Probably nothing. Still, I sat there an extra moment with my hand on the wheel. There are nights when the road feels like work. There are nights when it feels like a tunnel that only pretends to have an ending. Then there are the thin, sleepless hours when one tiny thing goes wrong, and your mind starts building whole stories around it, most of them stupid. My name is Eli Mercer. I'm 38, and until 2 years ago, I would have told you I was good at ignoring stupid thoughts. That had been one of my better professional skills. I drove long-haul refrigerated freight out of Colorado, mostly produce, sometimes pharmaceuticals, sometimes boxed meat when dispatch got desperate, and the pay was right. I'd been on the road long enough to know every kind of bad coffee from Denver to Omaha, long enough to judge the quality of a truck stop shower by smell alone, long enough to tell from the tone of a dispatcher's voice whether a quick favor was going to cost me sleep, money, or both. That night, I was hauling a temperature-controlled load of packaged salad kits from Ogden to a grocery distribution center outside Des Moines, due the next afternoon if the weather held, and I didn't lose time at the way stations. The reefer unit hummed steadily behind me, a mechanical drone I usually stopped hearing after an hour. The cab smelled like burnt coffee, pine-scented air freshener, diesel caught in my jacket sleeves, and the peppermint gum I chewed when I got tired enough that I didn't trust my own blinking. I was divorced, though I still caught myself not saying it that way. Separated sounds temporary. Divorced sounds like a dropped plate. Final and loud. I had a 12-year-old daughter in Fort Collins named Avery, who liked astronomy and old horror movies, and had recently decided I was less embarrassing if I only texted her memes instead of asking real questions. I was also 6 months behind on being the kind of father I kept promising myself I'd become once things settled down, as if life had any interest in doing that for me. My private flaw, if you want the polished version, was avoidance. The uglier version was that I could let a problem sit untouched for so long it hardened into part of the room. I had done that with my marriage, with debts, with a voicemail on my phone I still hadn't deleted because hearing the first 2 seconds of it made my stomach go tight. I could haul 40,000 pounds through black ice and lane closures and construction squeezes without flinching. But give me one conversation I didn't want to have, and I'd reroute my whole life around it. The shoulder gravel spat under my tires as I pulled back onto I-80. The wind had dropped. Ahead, the highway ran in long black ribbons between low shapes of land I could barely see. Wyoming at night could make you feel like the last person left in the country. Fences, sage, distant red beacons on transmission towers, and every now and then a yellow sign catching your headlights like a warning from another planet. I clicked the CB on more out of habit than hope. Static, then a voice, scratchy and far off. One driver griping about chain restrictions somewhere west. Another guy laughed about a fuel island fight in Cheyenne. The ordinary music of men who would never know each other, but trusted each other enough to say, "Bear in the median at mile marker 213, left lane blocked by tire debris. Don't eat the chili at the Sinclair in Laramie." I kept it low. Around 3:30, my phone buzzed in its mount with a hands-free call from dispatch. The screen lit up with DANA. Dana Kessler, 52, female, was my overnight dispatcher out of Aurora. Smoked too much, swore with real creativity, and treated every driver like she'd personally violated him out of county jail once already, which for a few of them might actually have been true. She had a flat Midwestern voice and the patience of a mechanic with a stripped bolt. I hit accept. "You're alive." "Barely," Dana said. "You making time. Unless God personally closes Nebraska. He's been threatening it for years." Paper rustled on her end. Keyboard clicks. "Heads up. There's a nasty crosswind advisory past Laramie easing eastbound, and I need your fuel receipt uploaded when you stop next." I already did. "No, you photographed your knee by accident." I checked the app at a red light glow on the dash and saw she was right. A blurry kneecap, one corner of the steering wheel, no receipt. I said, "Is on the software." "That is on you being a fossil. Stop at the Petro near North Platte. Stretch your legs. And Mercer." "Yeah," a pause, "not work-related now." "Softer, you call your daughter back." I looked out at the road. "Been driving." "That wasn't my question. You're a dispatcher. Try dispatching." Dana made a disgusted sound. "Every time I ask you a human question, you act like I'm violating policy." "Maybe you are. You got till sunup to stop being an idiot." Then she hung up. The cab went quiet again, except for tires, engine, the reefer, and the faint squeak from the bunk area that only happened when I thought about it too hard. I drove another 90 minutes through stretches of nothing broken by truck stop halos and isolated ranch lights. A deer flashed at the fence line once, frozen in my headlights before it bounded away. My coffee went cold. The heater worked too well on my feet and not well enough on my hands. I kept thinking about Avery's missed call from earlier that evening and not opening the voicemail that followed. At a rest area east of Sydney, I pulled in Ma from duty, clock, math, then fatigue. The place was one of those state-maintained lots that looked cleaner from a distance than up close. Vending machines humming behind glass. Sodium lights throwing a jaundiced shine over the pavement. Picnic tables no one used after dark. A line of parked trucks idling in uneven rhythm like a row of sleeping animals with bad lungs. I backed into a slot and cut the engine. The sudden reduction in noise made the reefer seem louder. Cold air leaked in around the door seals. Somewhere outside, a man coughed and spat onto concrete. Another truck's air brakes released with a violent sneeze. I climbed down, boots hitting asphalt that still held a little of the day's warmth underneath the night chill. My shoulders ached. My eyes had that gritty, overused feeling like there was sugar in them. Inside the rest building, the fluorescent lights buzzed faintly. The floor smelled of disinfectant over old urine, the way every highway restroom in America does, no matter how often they clean it. A vending machine compressor kicked on. A woman in a state maintenance jacket mopped near the sinks without looking at anybody. I bought a stale turkey sandwich and a black coffee that tasted like it had been brewed during the Obama administration. When I came back out, there was someone standing near my truck. Not too close, not touching it, just standing near the passenger side front tire with a backpack at his feet and his hands shoved into the pockets of a dark canvas jacket. That by itself wasn't enough to spike the pulse. Plenty of people loiter around trucks. Smokers, drivers cutting across the lot. People who have made bad travel choices and are hoping to ask for directions, money, or a ride. But it was 4:30 in the morning, and he didn't have the loose, aimless posture of somebody waiting for a cigarette. He was watching the cab. I slowed without meaning to. He noticed me and stepped back immediately, palms showing a little, careful not to spook me. Good instinct. Mid-30s maybe. Lean, unshaven, knit cap pulled low. White. His face was narrow and tired, with the kind of cracked lips you get from too much cold wind and not enough water. There was a bruise yellowing along one side of his jaw. Not fresh. His backpack looked heavy, but cheap, the sort with one broken zipper pull replaced by a shoelace knot. "Sorry," he said. His voice had that rough morning edge. "Didn't mean to crowd your rig." I kept a few steps between us. "Then don't. Fair enough." I set my coffee on the metal step below the door and looked him over more directly. No obvious blood. No drunk sway. No aggressive angle to the shoulders. But people didn't wear warning labels. "Need something?" I asked. He glanced toward the interstate. "You heading east?" That was the question then. His name was Aaron Vale, 34, male. I got that a minute later, but I clocked him before I trusted the name. Dirt on the hem of his jeans, decent boots worn thin at the outer edges, wedding ring indentation without the ring, the kind of face that might have been handsome if it slept indoors more often. He smelled faintly of cigarette smoke and cold fabric, not booze. His right hand kept flexing once every few seconds like it ached. I don't pick people up. I should say that clearly. Most truckers don't anymore unless they're stupid, lonely, reckless, or some mixture that changes by the hour. Too many stories. Too many scams. Too many ways for a moment of pity to turn into police reports, lawsuits, broken noses, stolen wallets, accusations you can't easily disprove. Companies hate it. Insurance hates it more. Dashcams don't catch everything, and your word doesn't buy much once something ugly starts moving. So I said, "No." He nodded like he'd expected that. Moose's town with a motel. Ogallala if you're lucky. North Platte if you're honest. He almost smiled. That far, that far. He looked past me at the truck, then back at me. Phone died. Guy I was riding with left me here after an argument. That your version? That's the version I'm offering strangers. The answer was dry enough that I almost respected it. Almost. I opened the door and climbed halfway in, enough to put some height between us. Try the highway patrol number inside. Already did, voicemail. At a rest area, he shrugged. Nebraska. There was a beat where the reefer throbbed behind us, and a loose plastic wrapper skidded over the asphalt in the wind. A driver 2 rows over laughed at something on his headset. Somewhere far out on the interstate, a horn gave one long lonely blast. Then Aaron said, "You still keeping that red flashlight in the driver's side door pocket?" My hand stopped on the grab handle. It was such a normal object, such a trucker object. Cheap flashlight, red casing, scuffed lens, nothing special. But he said it casually, like he'd noticed it before, like this was a conversation already in progress. I looked down into the cab. The flashlight was there, jammed between a road atlas and an old pair of gloves. When I looked back at him, he must have seen something shift in my face, because he straightened a little. "I'm not trying to scare you," he said. "Then you've made a poor start." "I know." He licked his lips once, eyes flicking to the restroom building, then to the empty dock beyond the lot. Not nervous exactly, measuring. "I just need to get east, and I think you need to hear something before sunrise." I stared at him. There are sentences that hit as nonsense. There are sentences that hit as threats. This one landed somewhere uglier because it sounded like a man talking about an appointment I didn't remember making. "You know me?" I asked. "Not personally." "That's not an answer. It's the only one you're getting right now." I should have gotten back in the truck and locked the door. That is the smart version of events. Start engine. Roll. Call state patrol once I had signal and report a suspicious guy at the rest area saying weird things. Ordinary procedure. Ordinary survival. Instead, I stayed where I was. One boot on the step, one on the pavement, because the stupid human brain will ignore 90 sensible warnings if one impossible detail hooks into an old fear. He reached into his jacket slowly. I tensed. He stopped. "Wallet," he said. "Easy." He pulled out a flattened billfold and held up a driver's license between 2 fingers. Colorado issue. Aaron Matthew Vale. Colorado Springs address. The photo looked like him, just cleaner and with more color in his face. Not proof of anything except that some documents exist, but enough to complicate simple refusals. "Why me?" I said. He put the license away. "Because your route is predictable. Because you stop where you always stop when you're running late, but not too late. Because you don't like making calls when you're driving through western Nebraska." His eyes met mine then, and his voice lost the last of its dry humor. "And because if I'm not in that cab with you by the time the sun comes up, somebody else is going to get to you first." The air felt thinner, not supernatural, not magic, not anything I couldn't, in theory, lay out on a table and explain. But explainable things can still wreck your life. I looked past him toward the lit rest building, where the maintenance woman was now dragging a trash bag out to the dumpster. Another driver was heading in, hood up, barely paying attention to either of us. My phone sat in the cup holder inside the cab. I could call Dana. I could call 911. I could leave. I could tell the stranger to get away from my truck and make enough noise that the whole lot looked over. Aaron lifted his backpack with one hand, not approaching, waiting. "Eli," he said quietly, and hearing my first name in his mouth made something small and hard turn over inside me. You need to decide. The sky in the east was still black, but it had started to look like black paper thinning at the edges. And there I was, balanced between the open cab door and the pavement, with bad coffee cooling by my boot, a refrigerated load on a deadline, a stranger who knew my name, and just enough time left before dawn to make the wrong choice for the right reason. I should have said no. That's the version of the story that keeps things simple, clean, predictable. Version where I climb into the cab, lock the doors, and let the diesel drown out whatever strange conversation almost started in that rest area. Instead, I stood there watching the sky thin at the edges and made the kind of decision I always make when something uncomfortable asks for my attention. I delayed. 5 minutes, I said. Aaron didn't move closer, didn't push it, just nodded once. That's all I need to get you started. That phrasing again. Not convinced, not reassured. Started. I climbed into the driver's seat and reached over to pop the passenger door open from the inside. It swung out with that same half-beat hesitation before catching properly this time. Aaron hauled his backpack up, stepped in, and shut the door behind him with a careful, deliberate motion like he didn't trust it either. Up close, the cold came in with him. Fabric and night air and stale smoke. He buckled the seatbelt without being told. Another point in his favor, or another detail someone had learned about me. I didn't ask him again if he knew me. I turned the key, let the engine come back to life, and pulled out of the rest area. We rolled back onto I-80 eastbound. The horizon had started to take on that faint gray-blue wash that promises morning without actually delivering it yet. The road stretched ahead, empty enough to feel staged. For a few miles, neither of us spoke. The cab settled into its usual rhythm, engine vibration through the seat, the low drone of the reefer, the occasional rattle from somewhere behind the curtain. My coffee sloshed in the cup holder. My hands stayed steady on the wheel. Aaron watched the road. You always take it slow merging back in, he said finally, even when there's no one there. I didn't look at him. You planning to narrate my driving, or are you going to explain why you're in my truck? He exhaled through his nose like he'd expected that tone. You ever check your trailer seal tonight? My grip tightened just enough that I noticed it. Of course I did, I said, before I left Ogden. At the last fuel stop. At the rest area, I didn't need to, you didn't, he said, not correcting, just stating. That small shift landed harder than it should have. Procedure matters in this job. It's not just company rules, it's protection. Seal intact, cargo untouched. Seal broken, you log it, report it. Cover your own liability before someone decides you're responsible for whatever's missing or added. I know my routine, I said. I know you think you do. I flicked my eyes toward the passenger mirror out of habit, then toward the long, dark stretch of trailer behind me. Everything looked normal. Marker light steady. No sway. No sign of tampering from this angle. That's your big warning, I said. You got in my cab to tell me I skipped a seal check. No. He shifted slightly in his seat, the fabric of his jacket scraping against the upholstery. I got in because somebody else didn't skip it. That sentence sat there heavy and quiet. I reached for the CB mic without taking my eyes off the road. Breaker 19 eastbound. Anybody just past the Sydney rest area? See anything off with a reefer trailer, white, swift unit, static. Then a voice crackled back, Bod. Negative, driver. All looks like all looks out here. Copy. I set the mic back. Aaron watched me do it. You trust that more than I trust you. That's fair. We drove another mile. The sky lightened another shade. The shapes of distant fields started to separate from the horizon. What exactly are you saying? I asked. I'm saying, he replied, slow and careful, that sometime between you parking at that rest area and you getting back in your truck, somebody had access to your trailer. I let out a short breath. You see them? No. Then how do you know? Because I know what they're doing. That's not an answer. It's the only one I've got that doesn't get you killed faster. There it was again. Not dramatic, not shouted, just placed in the space between us like a tool I hadn't asked for. Killed. I focused on the lane lines sliding under the headlights. You throw that word around a lot, I said. I try not to waste it. Then start being useful. He nodded slightly, like I'd given him permission to continue. You're hauling produce, bagged kits, pre-washed, high volume, low margin, tight delivery windows. You read the placards. I read your route. That didn't answer the question. And, I said, and that kind of load, he continued, is easy to tamper with without anyone noticing until it hits the distribution center. You don't need to take anything. You just need to add something small in the right place. I felt the back of my neck tighten. Add what? He didn't answer right away. Aaron, I said, sharper now, if you're going to sit in my truck and play games, you can get out at the next exit. I'm not playing games, he said. I'm trying to get you to a scale or a checkpoint before you hit open daylight and become just another truck on the road. That's not how scales work. I don't get to just. You're going to have to, he cut in quietly. I looked at him then. His eyes weren't wild. They weren't dotting around. They were fixed, steady, tired in a way that didn't look like it came from lack of sleep. You said somebody else is going to get to me, I said. Who? He swallowed once. The people who set this up. And you're what? Their competitor, their conscience. I'm the guy who made a mistake getting involved with them in the first place. That tracked just enough to be dangerous. What kind of mistake? Kind where you think you're doing something small, he said, and then you realize it's connected to something a lot bigger. And by then, it's too late to walk away clean. I thought about the bruise on his jaw, the way his hand kept flexing, the way he'd been standing near my truck like he was waiting for a very specific person to come back. You picked the wrong trucker to confess to, I said. I didn't pick you, he replied. You were already picked. That hit harder than anything else he'd said. The reefer unit behind us shifted pitch slightly as the compressor cycled. A familiar sound, but in that moment, it felt like a change in pressure. I reached for my phone, thumb hovering over Dana's contact. You call her, Aaron said quietly, and you'll lose the window. You don't get to tell me who I call. No, he agreed. But I know what she'll say. She'll tell you to keep driving, make your delivery, report anything unusual through proper channels. And by the time anyone takes you seriously, whatever's in your trailer will already be where it's supposed to go. And where is that? He looked out at the road for a second, like he was measuring something in his head. A grocery distribution center, he said. Thousands of units. Stores across 3 states. You do the math. I didn't like where that math led. You're talking about contamination, I said. I'm talking about something worse than spoiled lettuce. My chest felt tight, but my voice stayed level. You don't get to drop that and then go vague. I'm not being vague, he said. I'm being careful. Careful doesn't help me. Careful keeps you from saying something out loud that puts you in a report somewhere you don't want to be. That was a different angle. Subtle, but there. You say the wrong thing, you become part of it. I hated how plausible that felt. "So what's the move?" I asked. "You wanted 5 minutes. You're in my truck. Give me something actionable." He nodded once, like he'd been waiting for that. "There's a way station coming up before North Platte," he said. "Not always open this early, but sometimes they run random checks. If it's open, you pull in. You tell them you need a seal inspection. You make it sound routine. And if it's closed, then we find another way to get eyes on that trailer before anyone else does." I repeated. "You can't do it alone," he said. "Not if what I think is in there is actually in there." I let that sit. The sun still hadn't broken the horizon, but the world was starting to take shape in gray and muted brown. Fields, fences, the occasional farmhouse set back from the road, a billboard promising cheap fireworks at the next exit. Everything looked normal, too normal. "And why do you care?" I asked. "You could have kept walking, hitched a ride with someone else, stayed out of it." He gave a short, humorless laugh. "I tried that, didn't take. Meaning they're already looking for me," he said. "And if they find me without having fixed this, I'm not useful to them anymore." "So you're using me?" "Yes," he said, without hesitation. "And I'm also trying to keep you from getting dragged into something you don't understand. That ship sailed when you said my name." "Fair." We drove in silence again. The next exit sign flashed by. A few more trucks appeared ahead, the taillights red dots in the growing light. The world was waking up whether I wanted it to or not. I thought about Avery's voicemail, about Dana telling me to stop being an idiot, about the way I'd been able to ignore things for months, years, until they became part of the background. This wasn't background. This was something I either dealt with now or regretted later. Avoidance wasn't going to carry me through this one. Up ahead, a green sign loomed into clarity. "Way Station 2, MILES." Aaron leaned forward slightly, not enough to crowd me, just enough to show he'd seen it too. "Okay," he said, "this is it." My eyes flicked to the digital board mounted above the shoulder lane. It came into view, closed just one word, glowing dull amber against the morning. I felt something drop in my gut. "Of course it is," I muttered. Aaron sat back slowly. "That complicates things," he said. "Yeah," I replied. "That's one way to put it." I eased off the throttle a fraction, thinking, recalculating. There were other options. Truck stops, calling it in, pulling over somewhere public and breaking the seal myself. "No," Aaron said suddenly. I looked at him. "No what? Don't pull over," he said. His voice had changed, sharper now. Urgent in a way it hadn't been before. "Why?" He was looking past me, into the side mirror. "Because you're not the only one who noticed that station was closed." A cold, practical instinct kicked in. Checked the mirror. A dark pickup had come up behind us at some point, close enough that its headlights filled the lower edge of the trailer. Not unusual on its own. People draft trucks all the time, especially in open stretches like this. But it hadn't passed. It sat there, matching speed, too close, too steady. "How long has he been there?" I asked. Aaron didn't answer right away. "Long enough," he said. I adjusted the cruise slightly, easing up a couple of miles per hour. The pickup stayed with me. I sped back up, still there. No attempt to pass, no drift, just locked in behind my trailer like it had a reason to be exactly where it was. My mouth felt dry. "Tell me that's coincidence," I said. Aaron didn't. "That's them," he said quietly. The pickup didn't flash its lights, didn't honk, didn't do anything that would get it noticed. It just stayed there. Same distance, same speed, like it had found the exact spot in the world where it needed to exist and decided not to move from it. I watched it in the mirror long enough that my eyes started to burn. "Don't stare," Aaron said quietly. "You'll start reacting to them without meaning to." "I'm already reacting," I said. "Yeah," he replied, "but you're still driving straight." I forced my focus back onto the road. The sky had shifted from black to that thin, early gray that makes everything look flatter than it is. The interstate ran ahead in a gentle curve, cutting through open farmland dotted with low fences and the occasional cluster of trees. We were closing in on North Platte. More traffic now, a few cars, another semi passing westbound. Normal movement, normal life. It should have made me feel safer. It didn't. "What's the plan?" I asked. Aaron rubbed his thumb along the edge of his palm, a small repetitive motion. "We need eyes on the trailer." "You said not to pull over." "I said not to pull over alone." "I thought about that. Truck stop. Too crowded, too open. If they're behind us, they'll just sit back and watch. Better than this. Not if they're waiting for you to make a mistake." That hit close enough to sting. I adjusted my speed again. Slowed slightly. The pickup slowed. I sped up. It matched me. "They're pacing us," I said. "Yeah, you sure it's them?" "No," he said, "but I'm sure enough." That was almost worse. The sign for a rest area outside North Platte came into view, green against the pale sky. "Rest area," I said. "In and out." I park near the front, lights on. You check the seal while I keep the engine running. Aaron shook his head. "Too exposed. We're already exposed." He didn't argue that. We passed the sign. I signaled anyway. "Eli, I'm not driving blind with a maybe in my trailer," I snapped. "I need to see it." The rig drifted onto the exit ramp, the trailer swaying slightly as I slowed. Gravel crunched under the tires as we pulled into the lot. It was bigger than the last one, more open, more light. A handful of cars, 2 other trucks idling at the far end. I angled the rig so the trailer was visible from the cab and stopped near a light pole. The pickup rolled past the entrance, didn't turn in. It kept going. For a second, relief came in sharp and fast. "See," I said. "Probably nothing." Aaron didn't relax. "They didn't need to follow us in," he said. "They know where we are." I killed the parking brake and left the engine running. "Out," I said. We both stepped down. The cold hit harder now that the sun was starting to rise, that strange in-between temperature where your body can't decide if it's warming up or cooling down. I grabbed the red flashlight from the door pocket. "You weren't kidding about that," Aaron said. "Stay focused." We moved along the side of the trailer, boots echoing hollow against the asphalt. The reefer unit hummed louder back here, a steady mechanical heartbeat. The seal was at the rear doors. I swung the flashlight beam up. The metal latch gleamed dull under the light. The plastic seal was gone. There was a piece of it still looped through one side, snapped clean through, the other half missing entirely. My stomach dropped. "Damn it," I said under my breath. Aaron stepped closer, not touching anything. "Yeah." Scanned the hinges, the edges of the doors. No obvious damage. No fast entry marks beyond the broken seal. "They opened it," I said. "Yeah, recently. Has to be, that wouldn't just fall apart on its own." I swallowed. My mouth felt dry again. "Open it," I said. Aaron hesitated. "You sure?" "No," I said. "But I'm not driving another mile without knowing." He nodded once. I pulled the latch. The metal groaned slightly, stiff from cold and use. The doors cracked open a few inches. Cold air rolled out. Sharper than the morning air, controlled, artificial. The smell hit next. Not rot, not chemical, just produce, lettuce, dressing packets, plastic. Normal. I opened the doors wider. Rows of boxes stacked neatly on pallets, wrapped in clear plastic. Everything looked exactly the way it should. Looks fine, I said, though my voice didn't sound convinced. Aaron climbed halfway in, careful not to step on anything loose. He swept his eyes over the stacks. Wouldn't make it obvious, he said. Then what am I looking for? Tampered pallets, boxes that have been opened and resealed, anything out of place. I climbed up beside him, the cold biting through my jacket. We moved down the narrow space between stacks, flashlight beam cutting through the dim interior. Everything looked normal, too normal. Maybe you're wrong, I said. I hope I am. I stopped at one of the middle pallets. Here, I said, this wrap. It looked slightly uneven. Not torn, just less tight than the others. Aaron crouched, inspecting it. Yeah, that's been handled. Open it. He glanced at me. You want to be the one explaining this to your company? I'll explain worse if I don't. He nodded and pulled at the plastic wrap, peeling it back just enough to expose the top layer of boxes. He opened one. Inside, sealed salad kits. Intact. Labels correct. He checked another. Same. A third. Same. I felt a flicker of something close to relief. Maybe it's nothing, I said again. Aaron didn't answer. He reached deeper into the pallet, pulling one box from the middle. That one, the tape was different. Subtle, slightly darker, different brand. He opened it. Inside, the bags looked the same at first glance. Same branding, same packaging. Then he lifted one. It was heavier, not by much, but enough. He squeezed it gently. The contents shifted wrong. Not crisp lettuce, something denser. What is that? I asked. Aaron didn't answer immediately. He set the bag down carefully, like it might react if handled wrong. They're using the packaging, he said finally, swapping contents, distributing something undercover of normal product. What's something? I don't know, he said. Could be drugs, could be something worse. Worse how? He looked at me. Something that doesn't get caught until it's already been shipped out. That thought hit hard. Thousands of units. Stars across states. People. Jesus, I muttered. A sound cut through the moment. A sharp metallic bang from outside. Both of us froze. Another bang. Closer. I moved to the edge of the trailer and looked out. A man was walking past the truck, dragging something metal, one of those portable trash bins, across the asphalt. It rattled loudly every time it hit a crack. He didn't even glance at us, just kept going. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. Aaron exhaled too. Okay. Yeah, I said. Okay. The adrenaline didn't fully fade, though. It lingered, leaving my hands slightly unsteady. That's what this does, Aaron said quietly. Makes every noise feel like it's about to be something else. No kidding. We climbed back down from the trailer. What now? I asked. We can't deliver this, he said. No, I agreed. We can't. But we also can't just call it in and sit here. Why not? Because if they're tracking the load, the moment you stop moving and make noise, they'll escalate. I thought about the pickup, about how it had just kept going. They already know, I said. Maybe, he said, but we don't know how closely. I rubbed my face, feeling the grit in my eyes, the tension building behind them. I need options, I said. Closest secure facility is probably a dot yard or a state patrol station, he said. But that's going to take time, and you'll be on the road to get there. And they'll be on us again. Yeah, I looked back at the trailer. What if we take the compromised boxes out? I said, dump them. Get rid of whatever they put in there. Aaron shook his head immediately. No, why not? Because we don't know what it is, he said. You start ripping those open in a public rest area, you could make things worse fast. That was fair. I hated that it was fair. So what then? I asked. We just keep driving with this in the back. We drive somewhere controlled, he said. Somewhere with cameras, with people, where they can't just approach you without being seen. Truck stop, I said again. Bigger than that. Where? He hesitated. That was new. Where? I pressed. There's a facility, he said slowly. Private, logistics yard, not far off the interstate. Whose facility? He looked at me. That's the problem, he said. It might be theirs. I stared at him. You're kidding. I wish I was. So your plan, I said, my voice rising despite myself, is to drive directly into the place that might be run by the people who put whatever that is in my trailer. It's the only place I know for sure is connected to this, he said, which means it's the only place we might get answers. That's not a plan, I snapped. That's walking into a trap. Eli, he said, more firmly now, we're already in it. That hung there, heavy, uncomfortable, true in a way I didn't want to admit. I thought about turning around, about heading back west, about ditching the load somewhere remote and disappearing from the whole situation. But that wasn't real. They had my truck number, my route, maybe more. Running didn't erase that. Avoiding it didn't erase that. The sky had fully shifted now, pale blue edging into the horizon, the world waking up, time moving forward whether I was ready or not. I looked at the interstate, then at Aaron. Where is it? I asked. He gave me directions. Exit number, a county road, a turnoff that wouldn't show up unless you knew to look for it. I listened, memorized, didn't like it. Once we go there, I said, we don't get to pretend this didn't happen. No, he said, no backing out. No, I nodded slowly. That feeling settled in my chest again. Not panic, not quite fear, something more final. I climbed back into the cab. Aaron followed. I pulled out of the rest area, back onto the interstate. For a few minutes, the road ahead was clear. Then, in the mirror, the pickup was back. Closer this time. We took exit 177 just east of North Platte. Not a dramatic turn. No screeching tires. No movie nonsense. Just a long-haul rig easing off the interstate onto a frontage road, while morning spread thin and cold across western Nebraska. On the map in my head, we had left the clean logic of the highway and entered the kind of land where things could happen without witnesses. Flat fields, drainage ditches, a line of cottonwoods in the distance, grain bins, low industrial sheds set back from county roads. The pickup stayed behind us through the exit, then dropped back far enough that I could only see it intermittently when the road bent. Aaron sat rigid in the passenger seat, one hand on his thigh, the other braced against the dash whenever I took a corner too fast. 2 miles, he said, then left at the feedlot. Still think this is a good idea? No, he said. I think it's the only one left. That honesty would have been refreshing in another situation. I drove with one eye on the road and one on the mirrors. My shoulders ached from tension. My lower back felt like a hot wire. The inside of my mouth tasted sour from coffee and adrenaline, and not eating the stale sandwich I'd bought hours earlier. I kept thinking about the altered package in the trailer, the give of it under Aaron's hand, the wrong weight, drugs, maybe, fentanyl, meth, whatever people moved when they wanted to ride under something boring and legitimate. Or maybe worse. The county road narrowed after the feedlot, patched asphalt with crumbling edges, and no shoulder worth trusting with 80,000 pounds. A drainage canal ran alongside us for half a mile, black water, with a skim of dawn light on it. Then, A gravel spur road branched off to the south, marked only by a small sun-faded sign, half hidden by weeds. Midwest TINSLOAD services, no logo. No dot pride, just block letters. That's it, Aaron said. There was a gate ahead, open. Beyond it sat a spread of low warehouse buildings, a couple of reefer trailers backed into bays, 2 box trucks, a fuel tank, a prefab office, and a larger metal barn at the far end. Security cameras on poles. Chain link fencing on 3 sides. The fourth side dropped toward the canal and a line of scrub. No obvious activity. No workers in sight. Too quiet for a weekday morning. I slowed but didn't stop. Looks dead, I said. It won't be, Aaron replied. The pickup turned onto the gravel behind us. That settled it. I took the rig through the gate. The gravel crunched loud under the tires. My trailer rocked. Dust rose in the mirrors. I pulled toward the center of the yard, not too near the loading bays, not too close to any building where someone could box me in completely without effort. Open enough to maneuver. Not open enough. Then what? I asked. Aaron's eyes were scanning everything. Office door, camera poles, bay numbers. Then we make them show themselves. That's your plan. It's the part I have. The pickup came through the gate and stopped near it, angled sideways like it was keeping the exit available for itself and complicated for us. Dark blue, not black. Ford F-150, older model. Mud on the panels. 2 men inside. One got out first. He was big without being fat. Maybe late 40s, white, work jacket, ball cap. A face worn blunt by weather and bad decisions. He moved like a man used to people backing up when he kept walking. The second man got out more slowly from the passenger side, thinner, younger, shaved head, gray hoodie under puffer vest. He held one hand low by his thigh. Could have been a phone, could have been nothing good. Do not get out, Aaron said. Wasn't planning to. Larger man stopped 20 feet from the truck and lifted both hands, palms out. Friendly posture. Fake friendly, you can always tell. Real friendly people don't arrange themselves around your blind spots. I cracked the driver's window 2 inches. Morning, he called. His voice carried across the yard too easily. Morning, I said. He squinted up at the cab. Looks like you took a wrong turn, driver. Looks like a logistics yard, I replied. He smiled, not with his eyes. Private one. Aaron leaned toward my side without putting his face in the window gap. That's Deke. The name meant nothing to me, but the way Aaron said it did. Deke looked toward the passenger side, saw enough movement to register somebody else was in the cab, and the smile flattened. There you are, he said, louder now. Thought you were smarter than this, Aaron. Aaron didn't answer. My heart was going too fast, but my hands were steady. Years of bad weather had at least given me that much. What do you want? I asked. Deke kept his gaze on Aaron even while speaking to me. Simple mix-up. Guy in your passenger seat belongs somewhere else, and you've got freight that doesn't. You let him out, we sought it out, and you go on having yourself a legal, uneventful day. I almost laughed. Instead, I said, trailer got opened. He made a tiny shrug. These things happen. Seal got broken. Then you report it. Aaron spoke for the first time. He knows what's in there. Deke looked back at the cab window. His expression didn't change much. That was somehow worse. No, he said. He knows enough to make his morning difficult. That's not the same thing. The thinner man by the pickup had moved a few steps without me noticing. Angle tightening. Exit line shortening. I eased the truck into neutral and kept my foot near the brake. What's in the packages? I asked. Deke smiled again, smaller this time. Something worth a lot of trouble. Something you don't want in your life, Eli. Hearing my name from him put a cold current through me. There it was, the thing Aaron had been circling. You know me too, I said. Know enough, Deke replied. Fought Collins' daughter. Dispatcher who thinks you're more reliable than you are. A voicemail you haven't listened to yet. The world narrowed for a second. Just the wheel under my hands. The 2-inch window gap. Aaron breathing beside me. The low rumble of the idling engine. It is a terrible thing when a stranger touches the softest part of your life with clean fingers. I said nothing. Deke took that as permission to continue. You're a practical man, Eli. That's why you're going to hand Aaron over and back your trailer into Bay 3. We'll swap a few pallets, fix the paperwork issue, replace your seal, and you'll make Des Moines only a little late. Maybe you tell your dispatcher there was traffic. Maybe weather. Men like you are always explaining weather. Aaron was already shaking his head. Don't listen to him. No, Deke said mildly. He should listen very carefully. The thin guy lifted his hand. Phone, after all. He pointed it at us like he was filming. I understood then. Not fully. Enough. Leverage. Evidence. Edited stories. Trucker with tampered load. Hitchhiker in the cab. Maybe drugs. Maybe conspiracy. Maybe a picture sent to the right supervisor, insurer, cop, or ex-wife. Men like Deke didn't need perfect facts. Just enough mess. I'm calling Highway Patrol, I said. Deke's smile vanished. You can. And then you can explain why you entered private property with compromised freight and an admitted accomplice. You can explain why you didn't report it hours ago. You can explain why your route changed. Maybe they believe you. Maybe they don't. Meanwhile, your girl's school gets an interesting call about her dad. Aaron swore under his breath. That did it. Not the threat to me, not my job. Avery. Private fear, flaw, weakness, call it what you want. Mine had always been that if I let one bad thing into my life, it would eventually crawl through every door and under every bed until it reached my daughter. That the parts of me I kept separate were never really separate at all. I should have dealt with hard things early. I should have listened to the voicemail. I should have called her back. I should have. None of that helped now. I looked at the yard again. Bay 3 to my right. Office ahead left. Fuel tank. Camera poles. The larger metal barn beyond the warehouse. Gravel deep enough to reduce speed. Pickup near gate. And the canal behind the far fence line. An idea came together ugly and fast. Aaron, I said quietly, not looking at him. That hand of yours still work. He understood I was asking about pain, not guilt. Enough. When I move, you call Dana from my phone. Speaker off. Tell her exact location. Tell her compromised freight, armed threat if you see one. And tell her to notify State Patrol and the company's emergency line. No details beyond that. They'll hear. Not if they're busy. Deke took a step closer to the door. Decision time, Eli. He was right. It was. I put the truck in gear. Slowly, deliberately. Deke's face shifted a fraction. He thought I was complying. Good man, he said, stepping aside and gesturing toward Bay 3. I nodded once. Then I turned the wheel hard left and stomped the accelerator. A loaded reefer does not leap. It commits. The tractor lunged, gravel spraying from the drives, trailer swinging wide behind. Deke jumped back with a shout. The thin guy stumbled sideways, dropping the phone. I aimed not at them, but at the open space between the office and the first camera pole, cutting across the yard in a way no sane driver would unless sanity had become a luxury. Aaron grabbed the dash and cursed. The truck slammed through a stack of empty pallets with a crack like gunfire. Wood exploded. I clipped the camera pole hard enough to fold it halfway over. Sparks spit near the base. The office door burst open, and a third man came out, then vanished back inside as he saw 20 tons of bad intent sliding his way. The pickup revved behind us. "Call," I shouted. Aaron was already fumbling my phone from the cup holder. I yanked the wheel right, trying to swing the trailer broadside between the warehouse and the gate. Not to escape, not yet. To block the yard. To make clean movement harder for everyone. The trailer followed a half-second later with a violent shove through the cab. I heard metal scream as the rear corner struck something fixed. Bay frame, maybe. It didn't matter. What mattered was where we ended up. Tractor angled toward the far fence, trailer jackknifed enough to choke most of the open yard and leave the pickup with only a narrow, ugly path. Not impossible. Ugly was all I had. The pickup accelerated anyway, trying to thread through. I saw the move coming and dumped the clutch just enough to drag the trailer another foot across the gravel. The gap vanished. The pickup braked too late and clipped the trailer's rear ICC bumper with a brutal crunch. Hood buckling. Radiator hiss. Not disabled, maybe, but hurt. My seatbelt locked across my chest. Aaron had Dana on the line now, voice low and fast. "This is Eli Mercer's truck, Midwest Transload Services off I-80 near North Platte, compromised refrigerated freight. Men are trying to intercept. No, listen to me." A sharp crack split the air. Not thunder, not a tire, gunshot. The windshield starred on the passenger side. Aaron jerked back with a choked sound and dropped the phone. For one blank, white second, I thought he'd been hit in the head. Then I saw blood on his sleeve, not his face. Upper arm, through and through maybe. Maybe a graze, I didn't know. He clamped his hand over it, breathing too fast. Outside, the thin guy had a handgun now. Small, black, held badly, but not so badly that it mattered at this distance. No plot armor, no cinematic misses. Just a bullet through safety glass and flesh. I ducked low and shoved my door open. "Move," I yelled. Aaron was pale but conscious. "Phone, forget the phone." Another shot cracked. Metal pinged somewhere behind us. I grabbed the red flashlight from the door pocket on pure reflex and came out low, boots sliding in gravel. The air smelled suddenly of coolant, diesel, and the hot bitter tang of gunfire. My ears rang. I rounded the front of the cab, using the engine block as cover. Deke was shouting at the thin guy. Couldn't make out words. The third man from the office had appeared near the warehouse corner, holding something long, bolt cutters maybe a pry bar. Aaron stumbled out the passenger side and crouched behind the step, one hand pressed to his bleeding arm. The phone lay in the gravel under the cab, screen lit, Dana still connected. Tinny voice calling my name. The thin guy moved for a better angle. I snatched up a fist-sized chunk of broken pallet from the ground and threw it hard toward the pickup's damaged front end. It hit metal with a bang, not useful in itself, except that his eyes snapped there for half a second. Half a second is real time. I ran for the fuel tank, not because I wanted an explosion. Real life doesn't work that way, because it was a big steel cylinder on concrete blocks with enough bulk to hide behind and enough hoses and valves around it to complicate anybody charging past. Another shot hit gravel near my right foot and spat stones into my boot. I nearly fell, caught myself on the tank ladder, and felt pain lance up my left knee. Behind me, the reefer unit changed pitch, then cut out entirely. I looked back. The rear corner of my trailer, the part that had hit the bay frame, had torn into the reefer housing wiring. The unit was dead, cold chain broken, cargo clock started. Not the worst problem in the yard, but very much a real one. Aaron had seen it too. He gave me a look that contained an entire doomed spreadsheet. Deke was trying to flank us around the nose of the truck, while the armed man held our side pinned. "Eli," Aaron shouted. "The canal," I turned. Beyond the far fence, 20 yards away, the drainage canal ran parallel to the property. The chain link wasn't topped with barbed wire there. Maybe because they didn't think anyone with sense would choose mud and water over road. Maybe they were right. The fence line was reachable if we crossed open gravel with 2 men between us and it. The truck was no longer a refuge. Windshield compromised, Aaron shot, reefer dead, yard blocked, phone possibly still live, but not in hand. Even if patrol was coming, it wouldn't be here in seconds. Point of no return had arrived without asking. I flashed the red light once toward Aaron, not as a signal exactly, more to catch his eye, then pointed at the pickup's busted radiator. Coolant had begun pooling under it, steam rising, engine unhappy. He understood faster than I expected. He tore the bloody sleeve of his jacket with his teeth, wrapped his arm once tight, then grabbed a fistful of gravel with his good hand. I moved first, sprinting from the tank toward the pickup's blind side. The thin guy fired and missed wide. Aaron came up from behind the truck step and flung the gravel at his face. Stupid move, primitive move, effective move. He flinched, turned, and Aaron slammed the passenger door of the cab into him with all the force he had left. The man went down hard, gun skidding under the trailer. Deke lunged for Aaron. I met him halfway with the red flashlight clenched in my fist. It was cheap plastic over metal car, heavier than it looked. I swung once and hit him across the temple. Not a heroic knockout. Real people don't fold neatly. He staggered, grabbed me, and we both went down in the gravel. He was stronger than me. Older strength, work strength. He smelled like tobacco and cold sweat. He drove a forearm into my throat and hissed, "You should have delivered the load." I jammed my thumb into the bruise Aaron already put on his jaw hours or days before I didn't know, didn't care, and his weight shifted just enough for me to buck him sideways. We rolled. My knee screamed. He got a fist into my ribs that made my vision spark. Then Aaron kicked him in the head. Not clean, not elegant. Boot to ear while half fainting from blood loss. But enough. Deke slumped. "Move," Aaron gasped. The third man from the warehouse was running now. We ran too, across the yard, past the folded camera pole, past the shredded pallets and leaking pickup and my jackknifed truck that had been my whole world 3 hours earlier. Gravel slipped under our boots. My chest burned. Aaron was making a sound through his teeth every few steps. The fence hit us like the end of a sentence. Chain link, 6 feet, easy in theory. Different when you're exhausted and injured and someone is behind you. I shoved Aaron upward first. He got 1 foot in the wire, then the other, climbed awkwardly with one usable arm. The third man was close enough that I could hear his breathing. I snatched the red flashlight again from my pocket and threw it as hard as I could. It struck him square in the face. He folded over with both hands to his nose. Aaron got over the top and dropped badly to the other side with a cry that made me think he'd broken something else. I climbed after him, slower than I should have, my knee shaking, ribs protesting. Halfway up, I heard Deke shouting again. Back on his feet. I went over anyway. The far side was a muddy bank down into black canal water lined with cattails and broken concrete riprap. Aaron slid and disappeared to the shin in mud. I landed wrong, pain blowing white through my left leg, and nearly went into the water with him. We kept moving along the canal because there was nothing else to do. Behind us, men hit the fence. Ahead, a county road crossed the canal on a low bridge maybe a quarter-mile east. Too far, maybe possible. Then, faint at first, but growing fast, I heard sirens. Real ones. Not sudden saviors dropping from the sky. Just the slow, messy consequence of a call getting through, and people finally putting coordinates to panic. Deke heard them too. That changed the yard behind us. Otters barked, movement reversing. Men deciding which disaster was more survivable. Police reports of us. We collapsed under the bridge 10 minutes later, maybe less, maybe more. Time had gone rubbery. Aaron sat in the dirt with his back to the concrete abutment, his injured arm slick with blood, despite the makeshift wrap. My ribs hurt when I breathed. My knee was swelling visibly under my jeans. Somewhere back up the canal road, doors slammed, engines revved. A siren chopped the morning air into pieces. I found my phone in my pocket and stared at it stupidly before remembering I had picked it up from the gravel without thinking while we ran. The call to Dana had ended. There were 3 missed calls from her now, and 1 unheard voicemail from Avery. Aaron saw me looking at the screen. "You should listen to it," he said. I laughed once, then winced because my ribs didn't appreciate it. "Now, assuming we get more nows," he said. We sat there in the smell of mud and cold water and blood, while sirens multiplied somewhere beyond the rise. I hit play. Avery's voice came on thin and small through the speaker, trying hard to sound casual. "Hey, Dad. Mom said not to bother you if you were driving, but I just wanted to say I got the part in the planetarium thing. The live show won. I'm Mars." A little laugh. Which is funny, because apparently I'm a war planet. "Anyway, call me when you stop. You always say you will, so do it this time, okay?" Static, breath. "And don't forget next Friday." Then the message ended. I sat very still. Around us, the world kept moving. Sirens, wind through dry grass, the distant idle of my ruined truck, all of it continuing with no interest in whether I had finally heard what I should have heard hours ago. Aaron leaned his head back against the concrete and closed his eyes. "You okay?" "No," I said. It was the first honest answer I'd given all night. And in the canal stink under that bridge, with my freight spoiled, my truck wrecked, a man bleeding beside me, and whatever came next already on its way. The worst part was knowing the secret I'd been most careful with wasn't hidden from danger after all. It had just been neglected. By the time the first state trooper got to us under the bridge, Aaron had stopped trying to act tough about the blood. That was how I knew he was worse than he'd wanted me to think. Up until then, he'd been doing what men like us do when there isn't a clean alternative. Pressing his palm harder into the wound, breathing through his teeth, answering in short, practical sentences, like if he kept the information useful enough nobody would notice he was going gray around the mouth. Then the sirens got close. Blue light flickered off the canal water and the concrete underside of the bridge. Gravel crunched overhead. Somebody shouted, State Patrol. And Aaron sagged sideways against the embankment with a sound I still hear sometimes when I wake up too fast. "Here," I yelled, louder than my ribs liked. "Down here." The trooper who climbed down first was young, maybe late 20s. Face set in that careful, neutral expression cops use when they don't yet know if the bleeding people in front of them are victims, liars, or both. He had his weapon drawn at first. He lowered it when he saw Aaron's arm and my knee and the way we were both breathing. "Hands where I can see them," he said anyway. Fair enough. I put mine up. My left side cramped so hard I nearly folded. Aaron lifted one hand off the wound and immediately put it back, swearing. Then things became procedural very fast. More officers, more voices, a deputy from the county sheriff's office, 2 EMTs ducking under the bridge with a jump bag and a stretcher that looked impossible to maneuver down there until they did it anyway, because people who do hard jobs for long enough stop pausing to admire the difficulty. They cut Aaron's sleeve open. He hissed once, sharply, then shut up. One of the EMTs, a woman with dark hair tucked into a knit cap, packed the wound while asking him a stream of calm questions about allergies, consciousness, pain level, dizziness. He answered most of them, missed a few. His eyes kept sliding shut. Another medic looked at my knee, prodded my ribs, asked if I'd lost consciousness. "No." "You sure?" "No," I said, "but probably not." He gave me that look medical people give when they've already decided you're going to be difficult. Getting checked anyway. Up above us, through the gaps in the bridge rail, I could see fragments of the yard situation continuing. Flashing lights, movement around my truck, the pickup still crooked near the gate, men in reflective vests from somewhere official, the whole scene acquiring the ugly geometry of evidence. A trooper crouched beside me with a small notebook and the kind of face that didn't invite jokes. "Name," I gave it. He asked what happened. I looked at him, then at Aaron on the stretcher, then at my truck, visible in pieces between concrete supports and dry grass. I said, long version or useful version. Useful first. So I gave him useful. Tampered trailer seal, compromised load, private yard, threats, gunfire, attempt to force me to back into Bay 3, escape through the fence, Aaron's warning, Dana's call. I kept it stripped down and chronological, the way you describe an accident to insurance when you know too many adjectives make people suspicious. The trooper wrote, didn't nod much, didn't give me anything. When I finished, he asked, "And the male with you, Aaron Vale, relationship, met him 4 hours ago." That got the smallest pause. "You picked up a hitchhiker?" "Yes, you usually do that." "No." Why this time? I thought about giving him the easiest possible answer. Because he looked scared, because I was tired, because it was dark and I made a bad call. All of that was true. None of it was the truth. He knew my name, I said, and details he shouldn't have known. The trooper's pen stopped for half a second, then resumed. What kind of details? I almost said my secrets. Instead, I said personal ones. That was how the morning went from there. Questions, repetition, clarification. A legal pad balanced on a trooper's thigh. Another officer taking photos of my injuries. A county detective arriving in an unmarked SUV with his tie already loosened like he knew this day was going to be long. They loaded Aaron first. He caught my sleeve as they lifted the stretcher. "Don't let them sanitize it," he said. He was drifting, but his voice was still his. Dry, bitter, intent. I wasn't planning to. His hand slipped off my jacket. "They carried him up the bank. I went in the second ambulance, mostly because my knee had swollen enough that standing was becoming a theory rather than a fact. The medic strapped me in, taped a small gauze pad over the cut on my forehead I hadn't known was there, and told me I might have cracked ribs. Might have, I said. You want certainty, go to church, he replied. The hospital in North Platte was smaller than the ones in Denver, but busy in the particular way regional hospitals are busy farm injuries, chest pain, a kid with a split chin, an old man coughing into a towel, while daytime television murmured from a wall mount no one was really watching. They took Aaron to surgery after imaging showed the bullet had gone clean through soft tissue in the upper arm without hitting bone, which in another context would have counted as lucky. He'd also torn something in his shoulder climbing or falling, and his blood loss was enough that the surgeon wanted to be careful. That was how it was explained to me later, by a nurse whose badge read KSBNGLER and whose entire face communicated that she had no interest in dramatic men making her shift worse. For me, it was simpler. 2 bruised ribs, 1 hairline fracture higher up, sprained left knee with a partial ligament tear, and enough swelling to earn a brace. Cuts, contusions, mild concussion symptoms not excluded, which sounded to me like medicine's version of shrugging. Then came the legal part. It followed the medical part room to room like a smell. A state investigator interviewed me before I'd even finished the second cup of terrible hospital coffee. Then a man from my company's risk department called. Then Dana, who did not start with hello. You absolute moron, she said, voice shaking hard enough to sand the edges off the insult. You have any idea I'm okay? Are you? No, I admitted. That slowed her down. Not much enough. I could hear keyboard clatter behind her, phones ringing, dispatch life continuing because freight does not pause for trauma. The company has already impounded the truck, she said. Or whatever version of that word applies. They've got legal involved. Dot wants logs, fuel receipts, route deviations, ELD records, trailer temp history, all of it. Yeah, and MRSA. Yeah. You did right by not delivering. I leaned back against the hospital bed, every inch of me saw. It shouldn't have mattered as much as it did, but it did. Thanks. A pause, then softer. You listened to your daughter's voicemail. Yeah, good. I waited for her to say more. She didn't. She didn't need to. By afternoon, I'd given the same story 5 times in slightly different language. Aaron had given his too, once he was stable enough, and between us, plus what they found in the trailer. And at the yard, the shape of the thing started to emerge. Not all of it. Enough. The altered salad bags contained vacuum-sealed packets of fentanyl pressed into thin, flat packages that could ride inside retail product with very little change in outward appearance if you knew how to handle the weights and box placement. Not contamination in the poison the food sense I'd feared, which was its own kind of relief and its own different horror. It wasn't meant for accidental consumption. It was meant to move bulk narcotics through legitimate refrigerated distribution without attracting the usual heat. Midwest Transload Services was a shell operation, real enough on paper to pass a glance, fake enough in practice to route selected loads through specific hands. Deke was not the top of it, not even close. Just a yard boss with a talent for intimidation and just enough access to make people under him feel untouchable. 2 men were arrested at the site, One was Deke. The other was the younger guy with the handgun, whose real bravery seemed to end once uniforms outnumbered him. The third man made it out the back side of the property before the first units fully locked it down. They found blood on the gravel where I'd hit Deke, and a busted camera pole, and my ruined reefer, and the pickup with its radiator leaking into the dust. They found paperwork in the office, burner phones, seal cutters, Ray boxing supplies, enough to make the local news that night and enough, the detective told me, to make a larger agency take an interest, but not enough to feel finished. That part came later. First came Avery. Lena, my ex-wife, 41, female, a middle school science teacher with the patience of a saint, until she ran out of it all at once, drove down from Fort Collins the next day with Avery in the passenger seat, and a face that told me I should be grateful she hadn't killed me herself en route. Lena entered the hospital room first. She stood at the foot of the bed, taking in the brace, the bruises, the hospital wristband, the stale crackers, the paper cup of water. "You look terrible," she said. "I've looked worse." "No," she replied. "You've looked more self-inflicted. This is different." That was Lena, never sentimental when accuracy would do. Avery came in behind her wearing a hoodie with constellations printed across the sleeves. She stopped when she saw me, and the expression on her face was the one thing from that whole week I would undo if I could. Not fear exactly, recognition. Like this was another entry in a pattern she'd already been keeping score of. "Hey, Mars," I said. Her mouth twitched. "You listened." "Yeah, you were supposed to listen yesterday." "I know." She came closer then, not rushing, not dramatic. She hugged me carefully because of the ribs, and because she was old enough now to understand when not to touch someone who'd been hurt. That made it worse somehow. Lena stayed by the window while Avery sat in the chair beside the bed and told me about the planetarium show and the costume, and how her line about Olympus Mons had been changed because the teacher said the earlier version was too technical for the third graders. I listened, actually listened. Every now and then, pain moved through my side or my knee. Our monitor beeped somewhere out in the hall, or a cop passed the door, and I had the odd, dislocated feeling that ordinary life had resumed without asking whether I was ready to rejoin it. When Avery finished, she looked at the brace on my leg. "Are you in trouble?" she asked. Not childish, not frightened, direct. "With work?" I asked. "With everything." Lena turned slightly at the window but didn't interrupt. I could have lied, said no, said it was complicated, said adults would handle it. Instead I said, maybe some trouble, but not for the reason I should be. Avery considered that. "That sounds like you. Kids can skin you with one sentence." The company put me on administrative leave pending the investigation, which was the polite corporate way of saying don't move, don't improvise, don't become a liability we have to describe in writing. My truck was totaled. The cargo was destroyed under supervision. Insurance interviews followed. Then federal agents, because once fentanyl moves in quantity under interstate freight, the map gets bigger and the alphabet soup arrives. They wanted route histories, whether I'd noticed unusual instructions on previous loads, whether dispatch was compromised, whether I'd ever stopped at Midwest Transload before. I hadn't, knowingly. Whether Deke or anyone else might have targeted me specifically. That one stayed with me because the answer was maybe, not because I was special. Quite the opposite, because I was predictable. Same fuel chains, same preferences, Same habit of not calling back right away, not escalating weirdness unless it grew teeth. A man easy to study because he'd turned routine into a hiding place. Aaron had been right about that pot. Maybe that was how they got close enough to know about Dana and Avery and my route patterns and the rest. Maybe someone sold information. Maybe social media and dispatcher chatter and plain old observation were enough. No one ever gave me a complete answer. Aaron got one arm in a sling and a cooperating witness agreement that sounded to me like the adult version of being told you can sit at the front of detention if you help name names. He'd done low-level logistics work for a subcontractor that handled repackaged food shipments, then realized where some of the diverted freight was really going. He tried to step back. They made it clear stepping back wasn't a recognized option. We spoke twice after the hospital. The first time was by phone a week later. His voice sounded washed out. "You tell them everything?" he asked. "Everything I had." "Good. Why'd you know so much about me?" He was quiet a second too long. "Because they had a packet," he said. "Driver profile, habits, family basics, pressure points. I saw yours." Something cold settled in me again. Less violent than fear, more permanent. "You should have led with that." "I know. Where did they get it?" No, I believed he didn't know. I also believed not knowing wasn't the same as safe. The second time I saw him in person was months later, in a federal building hallway outside a pretrial meeting room, both of us in better clothes than we felt natural wearing. He looked thinner, cleaner, older. He nodded at my knee brace, smaller by then, hidden under slacks. "You still driving local runs?" I said. "For now, better hours. Depends what you're measuring." He almost smiled, then didn't. There are people who become part of your life because you love them, others because you forgive them. Aaron belonged to a third category, the people who cross your path at exactly the wrong moment and leave marks anyway. By late autumn, the story had mostly left the news. Charges filed, additional arrests in Iowa and Kansas, asset seizures, a refrigerated freight smuggling network dismantled, according to one article. Dismantled is a generous word. It suggests you found all the pieces. I was back to driving, but not long haul. Regional grocery and medical supply routes along the Front Range and up into Wyoming sometimes. Home often enough that Avery could complain about me in person. Lena still didn't trust my instincts, which was fair, but she trusted my schedule more. That helped. I went to the planetarium show on a Friday evening exactly as instructed. Avery stood under a wash of artificial stars in a cardboard red Mars costume, painted with rust-colored swirls and polar caps. She delivered her lines without stumbling once. Afterward, she found me in the lobby and said, "You actually came." "Yeah, on time." "Don't push it," I told her, and she laughed. That laugh did more for me than any physical therapy session. Life didn't turn noble after that. I didn't become a better man all at once because of one bad morning in Nebraska. That would be too easy. What happened instead was smaller and more annoying and probably more real. I started returning calls. I stopped saving difficult conversations for some imaginary safer future. I listened to voicemails when they came in. I checked seals twice. I varied my stops. I looked in mirrors more often than I used to. I also woke at 3:17 a.m. for months, wide awake with the sensation that someone was standing just outside the passenger door waiting for me to decide something. That faded, mostly. Winter came, then spring, and once, at a fuel stop outside Cheyenne, I came back from the restroom carrying bad coffee and saw a man standing near the passenger side front tire of my truck. Every muscle in my body locked at once. He turned, not Aaron, not Deke, just a tired college kid in a denim jacket, staring at my truck number while comparing it to something on his phone. "Sorry," he said immediately. "Thought this was the one my uncle drives." I nodded. Couldn't make my throat work for a second. He walked off. I climbed into the cab and shut the door harder than I needed to. The dome light stayed on for its normal extra second, illuminating the dashboard, the receipt pile. The red flashlight still jammed in the driver's side pocket, though I'd replaced it twice since Nebraska. I sat there listening to the warning chime. Then I looked at my phone. One new voicemail. Unknown number. Nothing about that was unusual. Spam, probably. Wrong number. A machine call. Still, my hand paused over the screen. The chime kept sounding until I pulled the door tighter and made it stop. And I listened to the message. It was only static, not dramatic, not mystical. Probably a bad connection, pocket dial. Somebody's broken headset calling the wrong line and leaving 15 seconds of dead air. I deleted it anyway, but I checked the passenger mirror twice before I pulled back onto the interstate. And all the way south, the road looked ordinary enough that a person could almost believe ordinary was what they had returned to. Almost. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first time I heard the machine speak, I thought it was just an intercom bleeding through the wall. Not words at first, just a clipped electronic crackle from the vending alcove at the end of the basement corridor, followed by a flat little chime that did not belong to that hour of night. Hospitals have 1,000 noises, and after enough nights inside one, you begin sorting them automatically. Elevator ding, oxygen alarm, the rubber squeak of transport wheels, the dry cough of the HVAC pushing cold air through old ducts. This sound was close to a card reader accepting payment. Ordinary, boring, even. Then it happened again. A pause, a click, and a voice, thin and metallic, like someone speaking through a plastic cup. Please insert valid payment. I stopped under the fluorescent light outside radiology storage and listened. The corridor was empty. On one side, cinder block painted a tired off-white, interrupted by metal fire doors and framed notices about infection control. On the other, linen carts parked nose to tail, the loading dock double doors, and that alcove, half shadow, half vending machine glow. The air down there always smelled different from the upper floors, less like antiseptic and more like damp cardboard, bleach, stale coffee, and something faintly mineral, as if the building's bones showed through in the basement. I had a bag of vending machine pretzels in one hand already. That was the strange part. I looked at the bag, looked at the machine. looked back at the bag. Then I laughed once under my breath, because the alternative was to let the feeling grow teeth. My name is Mara Bell. I'm 32, and at that point, I had been working nights in patient transport at St. Agnes Regional for almost 11 months, long enough to know which elevators stuck between B2 and B1 if you overloaded them, long enough to recognize the shape of a code cart from the far end of a hallway, long enough to develop the kind of practical superstition hospital workers pretend not to have. Don't say quiet. Don't ask for an easy shift. Don't check the clock before 2 in the morning unless you want time to harden around you. I picked up night work because it paid a little more, and because my mother had been admitted twice in 1 year before she died, which turned hospitals into a landscape I understood against my will. There were people who found this work noble. I found it specific. Move this patient. Wait here. Hold the door. Find the missing blanket. Stay useful. The flaw in me, if I'm being honest, was that usefulness had become the only shape of life I trusted. Sit still too long, and my mind went places I didn't like. Small enclosed places, elevator stalls, MRI tubes, the locked bathroom where my mother had fallen when I was 15, and I'd had to shoulder the door open because she couldn't answer me. I don't panic in obvious ways. I become efficient, which is its own problem. That night was a Thursday rolling into Friday, somewhere around 1:20 a.m., and I was between transport calls. I had gone down to the basement because the break room on the second floor had run out of anything edible unless you counted a fruit cup floating in syrup the color of old headlights. Basement vending had better odds. Not better food, better odds. The pretzels in my hand were warm. That was wrong too. I walked closer to the alcove. There were 2 machines recessed into the wall. The snack machine on the left with spirals of chips, crackers, gummy candy, and shelf-stable sandwiches nobody trusted, and the soda machine on the right humming low and steady. Between them was a yellowing sign taped at eye level. Out of order, card reader intermittent use cash or employee cafe on level 1. The sign looked old. Curled corners. Tape gone gray with lint. The snack machine's display glowed green. Instead of prices, the little rectangular screen showed a single line of text. Invalid tender. I frowned. The plastic window reflected me faintly. Navy scrub top under a zip hoodie, ID badge flipped backward, my hair dragged into a tired knot. Pale from the lights. Older than 32 in this building, younger once I got outside it. I stepped up and pressed B6 just to see what happened. The machine clicked, thought about it. Then the same voice said, a little louder, "Please insert valid pay." I stared at the coin slot, at the bill acceptor, at the card reader with its cracked little screen. "Okay," I said to it, because nights do strange things to dignity. Behind me, a cart wheel rattled over a seam in the floor. I turned fast enough to make my badge swing. Eli Foster, 26, male, one of the newer security officers, was pushing a low gray equipment cart with a toolbox riding on top. He had the broad-shouldered build of someone people assumed was calm because he looked anchored. But his face always gave away that he was still learning how much of hospital security is boredom, punctured by deeply stupid emergencies. He wore his dark uniform shirt with the sleeves rolled to the forearms and had a paper cup of coffee balanced against the toolbox handle. You talking to the machines now? He asked. I'm getting attitude from one of them. He parked the cart beside me and glanced at the display. That one's been weird for weeks. Weird how? He shrugged. Rejects cards, eats dollars, gives Dr. Pepper when you hit water. Standard criminal behavior. It says invalid tender. That sounds personal. I held up the pretzels. It already gave me these. He looked at the bag. You pay. I used my badge wallet. Tap didn't work. I put in a 5. It made the noise, dropped the pretzels, then said that. He leaned in, studying the display as if it might confess. Maybe it's stuck on a delayed message. Maybe. The word sat there between us, thin and unsatisfying. He took a sip from the paper cup, grimaced at the taste, and said, You waiting on a call, technically. Then don't let it ruin your night. He nudged the toolbox with his knee. Pharmacy called about a door alarm near bulk storage. I'm chasing ghosts and broken hinges till 3. You say that like there's a difference. He snorted. That was Eli. Easy to joke, easier to underestimate. A lot of people did because he looked young. What I'd noticed about him over the previous few months was that he paid attention when other people stopped. Missing visitor badge, propped stairwell door, volunteer who looked like she was about to faint and insisted she was. He noticed the edges. He was about to move on when the machine clicked again. Neither of us touched it. The display flickered. The green text vanished. For half a second, the screen went blank except for a thin horizontal line. Then new words appeared. Not accepted. Eli lowered the coffee cup slowly. Okay, he said. That's annoying. I said nothing. He pressed the return coin button. Nothing happened. He slapped the side panel with the heel of his hand, not hard, just enough to test it. The machine answered with its recorded voice again. Please insert valid payment. See, he said. Stuck loop. Maybe. This time he heard it in my voice. Hospitals at night can go from noisy to strangely intimate without ever becoming quiet. Somewhere nearby, a compressor cycled on with a groan. A phone rang once in a closed office and stopped. The soda machine kept up its low refrigeration hum. Overhead, one fluorescent tube buzzed faintly, not enough to flicker, just enough to make the light feel tired. Eli and I stood there looking at that dumb machine, as if the answer might rise through the glass, along with the smell of powdered cheese crackers. And my phone vibrated. Transport request. Discharge pickup, 4 West Oncology. I exhaled. There's my night. Saved by the suffering of others, Eli said. Beautiful motto for the hospital brochure. I started walking backward down the corridor, then paused. Can you call facilities on that thing? The bill acceptor might be jammed. Sure. He tapped the machine one more time with 2 fingers, almost absent-mindedly. The display held steady on not accepted. I left the alcove behind and took the service elevator up. And by the time I was helping an exhausted daughter settle her father into a wheelchair with his prescriptions and blankets stacked in his lap, the machine had shrunk in my mind to what it probably was. Faulty circuitry, stale signage, too much caffeine, too much basement air. That's how most bad things begin. With something you can file under probably. The night dragged on in the usual broken rhythm. A post-op transfer from Paku. A confused old man insisting the telemetry leads were snakes. A nurse on 6 South crying quietly in the med room with the door half shut, while another nurse stood guard, pretending not to notice. At 3:10, I got 5 minutes in the staff lounge and burned my tongue on vending coffee. At 3:27, a transporter from day shift texted the group, watch had a picture of a raccoon outside the parking garage, wearing an expression of moral disappointment. At 4:00, the halls had that bluish pre-dawn look, even though dawn itself was still far away. Ordinary enough that the basement should have stayed ordinary too. At 4:18, I got sent down for clean transport linens because Central Supply on 3 had come up short. I took the cart elevator alone. By then, my shoulders ached, and I had that dry, grainy feeling behind the eyes that comes from being awake at the wrong end of the clock. When the elevator doors opened into B2, the air hit me colder than before. The vending alcove was on my route, whether I liked it or not. The pretzel bag from earlier was still tucked in the front pocket of my hoodie, forgotten. I could feel the shape of it against my stomach as I pushed the empty linen cart down the corridor. The wheels whispered. The metal frame gave a small, loose rattle over the seams in the floor. My sneakers squeaked once near the loading dock doors where someone had mopped badly and left a damp crescent drying on the polished concrete. Then I heard voices, not machine voices, human ones, low and quick, cut off as I rounded the corner toward the alcove. 2 people were standing there. One was Tessa Vukovic, 41, female, a respiratory therapist who floated between floors, and somehow always looked composed even at 4 in the morning. She was from Croatia originally, or at least that was the accent people guessed it wrong, until she corrected them. She moved with an economy I envied, nothing wasted, no nervous extra gestures. The kind of person who could silence a chaotic room by choosing her words carefully instead of raising her volume. The other was Jonah Keene, 58, male, environmental services, built lean and sinewy from years of lifting, what other people left behind. Jonah had worked in the hospital longer than almost anyone on nights. He had a smoker's cough he pretended he no longer deserved because he had quit 6 years ago, and a habit of looking at you for 1 beat longer than expected, as if deciding whether you could handle an honest answer. They both turned when they saw me. The look on Jonah's face lasted less than a second, but I caught it. Not guilt exactly, more like irritation at being interrupted. "What's going on?" I asked. Tessa straightened. "Nothing," she said it too quickly, which in a hospital is as good as saying everything. Jonah scrubbed one hand over his jaw. Machines jammed. At 4:30 in the morning, he shrugged. I parked my linen cart a few feet away. "You two trying to buy a feast?" Tessa gave me a smile that didn't fully arrive. I wanted peanuts. Jonah is being dramatic. About a vending machine. About everything, she said. Jonah ignored that. "Mara, you got cash on you. Maybe a couple dollars. Coins." I blinked. "Why?" He glanced at Tessa, and for the first time she looked away. It was small, that movement, but it pressed somewhere behind my ribs. The machine display read something different now. Exact change only below it, in smaller scrolling text, too fast to catch the first time. Then again. "Tokens, not coins." I stepped closer. "What tokens?" Neither of them answered. The snack spiral sat motionless behind the glass. Rows of crackers and candy and stale sandwiches glowing under the fluorescent bulb inside the machine. But on the metal tray below the bill acceptor, where returned coins should land, there was something that did not belong there. Not a coin, not hospital cafeteria script either. A brass disc, about the size of a quarter, dull with age and dark around the edges. Stamped on one side with a number I couldn't make out from where I stood. Jonah moved his hand over it, not quite covering it. It's nothing. Then why are you asking me for coins? He didn't answer that either. Tessa folded her arms. Go get your linens, Mara. There was no hostility in her voice. That made it worse. It sounded like concern. The cart elevator doors opened and shut at the far end of the hall with a distant hydraulic sigh. Somewhere overhead, pipes knocked softly inside the wall. The basement suddenly felt larger than it had an hour before, the corridors branching off into records storage, maintenance, waste processing, old morgue access, long repurposed into archive rooms nobody visited unless a supervisor made them. Places with histories, places where things got left. I looked from Tessa to Jonah to the brass disc in the return tray. Why do you both look like this matters? I asked quietly. Tessa held my gaze. Jonah didn't. That was answer enough to change the shape of the air. Then my radio crackled at my hip, a burst of static making all three of us flinch harder than we should have. Mara, you copy. Need transport to ED triage. I lifted the radio automatically, but didn't speak yet. On the vending machine display, the scrolling line came back one more time. Tokens not CONS, Jonah said, without looking at me. Take your call, Tessa said, and leave this alone. Those were not the same thing. I had the radio in one hand, the linen cart beside me, a live transport request waiting upstairs, and two coworkers in front of a basement vending machine, acting like it had just asked them a private question out loud. I could answer the radio and walk away, or I could stay long enough to ask why a hospital snack machine seemed to recognize a kind of payment none of us should have had. The radio hissed again in my hand, and this time, before I pressed the talk button, I realized Jonah still hadn't told me where the brass token came from. I pressed the radio. Copy. On my way, I said, because that's what you say when the job calls. Then I didn't move. The three of us stood there in the dim spill of fluorescent light, the machine humming softly like it was breathing. Tessa's arms were still folded, but she'd shifted her weight onto one hip, subtle, defensive. Jonah kept one hand near the tray, not touching the brass disc, just hovering like he was guarding it without wanting to admit he was. My radio crackled again. Mara, you there? Yeah, I said into it, eyes still on the machine. Give me 2 minutes. I'm grabbing linens. Make it quick. The line went dead. That bought me exactly 2 minutes of dishonesty. I looked at Jonah. Where did you get that? He didn't answer. His jaw tightened the way it did when a conversation was about to turn into something he didn't want. Tessa stepped in before he had to. It was in the tray, she said. Like change. Change from what? A beat. Jonah exhaled through his nose. From the machine. You didn't put anything in. Another beat. This one longer. I did, he said finally. What? He looked at me then, properly, and I saw something in his expression I hadn't seen before. Not fear exactly. Not even anxiety. More like a kind of reluctant calculation. Something it would take, he said. That's not an answer. It's the only one I've got. The machine clicked. All three of us flinched again, and this time nobody pretended it was nothing. The display shifted. The green text flickered, then steadied. Insufficient value below it, smaller, balance. One eye stepped closer before I could stop myself. Balance of what? Jonah's hand moved quick, and he scooped the brass disc out of the tray, turning it over between his fingers. I caught a glimpse of the stamped number this time. A 1, worn but unmistakable. Don't, Tessa said low. He didn't put it back. Jonah, she added, sharper now. What? He snapped. You want it sitting there? Yes, she said. Exactly that. That's stupid. Is it? They stared at each other for a second that stretched longer than it should have. Not a casual disagreement. Something older underneath it. Something already argued about. I said, you two want to explain what's going on. Jonah let out a short laugh that didn't carry any humor. You really want that right now? Yes. Tessa shook her head slightly. No, she doesn't. I do, I said. The radio on my hip hissed again, impatient this time. Transport. We still need you in triage. I didn't answer. That was my flaw, right there, opening its mouth. The job says move. My body says move. But my brain latches onto the thing that doesn't fit and refuses to let go. It's how I ended up prying open a bathroom door when I was 15 instead of waiting for help. It's how I ended up working nights in a hospital because I couldn't stand being home alone with quiet. And now it was why I wasn't walking away from a vending machine. Tessa saw it happen in real time. Mara, she said, softer now. This isn't your problem. It's in my hallway, I said. That makes it my problem. That's not how hospitals work. That's exactly how they work. Jonah rubbed a hand over his face. We don't have time for this. For what? I asked. Pretending this is normal. It is normal, he said. Machines break. Machines don't ask for tokens. They do if someone reprograms them. Who would do that? He didn't answer. That silence again. Heavy, intentional. The machine clicked once more, like it was impatient with us. Please insert valid payment. Okay, I said, more to myself than them. Okay, let's do this logically. That's not going to help, Tessa said. It always helps. No, she said. It makes you stay longer than you should. I ignored that. It's a vending machine. It runs on a board, sensors, and a payment system. If it's displaying weird messages, something's wrong with the programming or the input. Someone could have swapped parts, messed with the firmware, whatever. That I pointed at Jonah's hand is probably a token from some old system. Cafeteria, laundry, parking, something. Jonah gave me a look that said he appreciated the effort and didn't believe it for a second. Tessa said nothing. I went on anyway because I needed the explanation to hold. So we call facilities or biomed. They open it, reset it, done. Jonah shook his head. We already did. When? Last week and the week before. And they replaced the reader, checked the wiring, said it was fine. Clearly it's not fine. No, he said, it's not. The words landed heavier than they should have. I glanced at the machine again. The display had gone back to exact change only, but the smaller line underneath was gone now. Show me, I said. Jonah hesitated. Show me what you put in, I added. Tessa stepped forward, blocking slightly. No, why not? Because it's stupid, she said, and it doesn't help anything. That's not a reason. It is at 4 a.m. Felt something tighten in my chest. Not panic, not yet. Just that familiar edge, like the moment before a door closes and you realize you're on the wrong side of it. Is this about the token? I asked. Neither of them answered. Is this about how you got it? Jonah's mouth twitched. You ask a lot of questions. It's my job. No, your job is upstairs. And yours is down here pretending nothing's wrong. Tessa's expression hardened slightly. Careful. About what? About making this into something it is. And what is it? A machine that needs fixing, she said. That's all. Then why are you both still here? That did it. Jonah looked away first. Tessa followed a second later. Neither of them had a good answer. The radio crackled again, louder this time, a supervisor's voice cutting through. Transport, we need that pickup now. I swore under my breath. You're going to get written up, Jonah said. Probably. Over this? Maybe. Tessa watched me, something like frustration and concern tangled together. Mara, go. I didn't move. Instead, I said, put it in. Jonah blinked. What? The token, I said. Put it in the machine. No, why not? Because I already did. And it gave me that, he said, holding up the brass disc. And nothing else. Then do it again. Tessa shook her head. No, why? Because it's not how this works. How what works? She hesitated, just a fraction. That was enough. Put it in, I said again, quieter this time. Jonah looked at Tessa. She held his gaze for a long second, then looked away. Fine, he muttered. He stepped forward, raised the token, and slid it into the coin slot. For a second, nothing happened. Then the machine made a different sound, not the usual clunk of coins dropping or bills feeding. A softer, more deliberate click, like something registering the weight of the metal. The display flickered. Balance. 2, I leaned in. It added to it. Jonah frowned. That's not possible. Why not? Because I only put 1 in before. So now it thinks you've put 2. That's not, he stopped. The machine hummed. Louder now, then. Select item, a number pad lit up faintly. I didn't realize I'd stepped closer until my shoulder brushed the glass. Okay, I said, so it's tracking something. Don't, Tessa said immediately. I'm just looking. Mara, I'm not buying anything. You don't know that. It's a vending machine, Tessa. That's exactly the problem. Jonah shifted beside me. Pick something cheap. That's your takeaway. If it works, we know it's just a glitch. And if it does? He didn't answer. I scanned the rows, chips, crackers, candy, same as always. Except one slot. Bottom row, far right, empty. The spiral was bare, the label beneath it scratched off. Where the price should have been, the digital display for that slot flickered differently than the others. Not numbers, just a dash. I pointed. What's that? Jonah leaned in. That wasn't like that before. Before when? Before tonight. Tessa stepped closer now too, despite herself. Don't select it. I'm not going to, I said, but my finger hovered over the keypad anyway. Because the machine was humming, and the air felt tighter somehow, and my brain was doing that thing where it tried to map the space, distance to the elevator, distance to the stairs, how long it would take to get out if something stopped. Just a machine, just a broken system. I pressed A3. The spiral turned. A bag of chips dropped into the tray with a familiar, reassuring thunk. Nothing else happened. We all exhaled at the same time. See, I said, grabbing the chips. Glitch. Jonah nodded slowly, but he didn't look convinced. Tessa looked even less so. The display changed again. Balance. 1, okay, I said. So it deducted 1. That's new, Jonah muttered. Not really. That's how vending machines work. No, he said. That's not how this one's been working. Before I could ask what he meant, the lights flickered. Just once. But in a hospital, that's enough to turn your stomach. The hum of the machines dipped, then came back. Somewhere down the corridor, a door alarm chirped and then went silent. We all turned instinctively toward the sound. What was that? I asked. Jonah was already moving toward his cart. Door sensor, probably the dock. Probably, he didn't answer. Tessa looked between us, then back at the machine. The display had changed again. One then, beneath it, slowly scrolling, remaining credit EXPIRES. I felt that tightness in my chest again. Stronger now. Expires when? I asked. No one answered. The radio crackled again, urgent this time. Security to B2 loading dock. Alarm triggered, possible breach, Jonah swore. That's mine. He grabbed his radio and started down the corridor at a fast walk, then broke into a jog. Tessa watched him go, then looked back at me. "Now do you see why you should leave?" she said. I looked at the machine, at the token slot, at the empty row with the scratched-off label, at the words still crawling across the screen. "Remaining credit expires. I think something's wrong," I said. "Yes," she said. "That's what I've been telling you." "No," I said, "not just the machine." The lights flickered again, longer this time, and somewhere deeper in the basement, something heavy slammed. Not mechanical, not routine. Something that made both of us go still. Tessa's voice dropped. "That's not the dock." My radio crackled one more time, overlapping voices now, less controlled. "Need backup. Door won't. Someone down here." I felt it then. Not panic, but the moment before it. The space closing in, the choice narrowing. I looked at Tessa. She looked at me. Neither of us said it out loud, but it was there anyway. We could go upstairs. Stay out of it. Let security handle whatever was happening. Or we could go toward the noise, toward Jonah, toward whatever had just turned a broken vending machine into something connected to a triggered alarm and a locked door. The machine hummed behind us. "Remaining credit expires." The words felt less like a warning about snacks now, more like a timer we didn't understand. Jonah's footsteps faded fast down the corridor, the slap of his boots swallowed by the long concrete stretch toward the loading dock. His radio kept barking half words. "Hold it, no, don't." Then static. Tessa didn't wait for me to decide. She was already moving. "Come on," she said, not looking back. That decided it. I grabbed the handle of my empty linen cart out of reflex, then let it go. Too loud, too slow. I slipped the bag of chips into my hoodie pocket without thinking, the crinkle sharp in the quiet, and followed her. The basement branched like a diagram you had to memorize by walking it. Straight ahead from the vending alcove, the loading dock corridor, wider, colder, concrete floor scuffed by pallet jacks. To the right, a narrower hall leading toward record storage and the old morgue access, now locked and used for overflow archives. To the left, service elevator, mechanical rooms, waste processing. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead in long strips, some brighter than others, making patches of the hallway feel more solid than the spaces between them. We took the straight path. The air changed 10 steps in cooler, sharper, the faint smell of diesel and outside air leaking through the dock seals. A metal roll-up door sat at the far end, flanked by 2 standard personnel doors with crash bars. The alarm panel was mounted on the right wall just before the doors, a small box with a red LED blinking. Jonah stood there, shoulder angled toward the left-hand door, one hand braced against it, as if he just tried to push it open and failed. "What's going on?" I called. He glanced back. "It's stuck." "Locked?" Tessa asked. "No," he said. "It shouldn't be." He shoved the crash bar again. The door gave maybe an inch, then stopped with a hard, immovable resistance. "Something's behind it," he added. "Like what?" If I knew, I wouldn't be asking. I stepped closer, keeping a careful distance from the door itself. Could be a pallet. Someone left something in the way. "At 4 in the morning, Tessa said. "Deliveries come at weird hours." Jonah shook his head. "Delivery scheduled tonight." And the alarm wouldn't trip for that. The red LED blinked steadily. Not frantic, not full alarm, just wrong. His radio crackled, Eli's voice this time tighter than before. "Jonah, report." "Dock doors blocked," Jonah said. "Something S holding it from the other side." A pause, then, "We're showing it as open." Jonah frowned. "It's not open. Panel says it is." He looked at the small alarm box again, then at the door, then back at the radio. Well, it's lying. Another pause. Longer this time. Stay there, Eli said. I'm on my way. The line cut. We stood there, three of us, staring at a door that shouldn't have been a problem. Let me try, I said. Jonah stepped aside. I put my hand on the crash bar. It was cold, colder than the surrounding metal, like it had been sitting in a draft. Ready, I said. No, Tessa said. I pushed anyway. The door moved that same inch, then stopped hard enough to send a dull shock up my arm. Not locked. Thing solid on the other side. I leaned into it, putting more weight behind the push. Nothing. Okay, I said, stepping back. Yeah, something's there. Or someone, Jonah said. That sat between us for a second. Could be a person, I said. Someone fell against it. At the loading dock, Tessa said. Without anyone noticing, people wander, I said. Confused patients, visitors. Visitors don't get down here, Jonah cut in. I opened my mouth to argue, then closed it. He wasn't wrong. Hospital's basement wasn't a place you ended up by accident. You had to know the service elevators, the badge access points, the wrong turns that led you deeper instead of back up. Okay, I said. Then staff. Then why aren't they answering? Tessa asked. Jonah knocked on the door. Hard. Hey, he called. Security. If someone's there, move away from the door. Nothing. No movement. No sound. Just the faint hum of the building and the distant rattle of something in the ductwork. He knocked again, louder. Move away from the door. Still nothing. I felt that tightness in my chest again. Not full panic. Not yet, just the edges. Could be debris, I said. Something fell. On the outside, Tessa said. There's nothing out there to fall. Trash bins, pallets, not against that door, Jonah said. He stepped back, looking at the frame now, the hinges, the narrow gap where the door had moved. Get me something, he said. We need leverage. I glanced back down the corridor. There's a maintenance closet near the alcove. Pry bar, maybe. Go, he said. I hesitated. The path back to the vending machine suddenly felt longer than it had before. Dimmer, like the light had shifted without actually changing. Go, Tessa said, softer. We'll stay here. I nodded once and turned, forcing my legs to move at a normal pace instead of the too fast, too tight walk my body wanted. The corridor stretched out ahead of me, empty. My footsteps echoed just enough to remind me I was alone. Halfway back, the lights flickered again. Longer this time. The hum of the building dipped, then surged. For a second, the corridor went dim enough that the vending alcove ahead became a darker shape inside the darkness. Then the lights snapped back. I exhaled, not realizing I'd been holding my breath. Just power fluctuation. Old wiring. Happens all the time. I reached the alcove and went straight to the maintenance closet, a gray metal door with a keypad that stuck half the time. I punched in the code, waited for the click, yanked it open. Inside, shelves of cleaning supplies, a mop bucket, a yellow caution sign, and a rack of tools. I grabbed a pry bar, heavy, cold, reassuring in a simple, mechanical way. Then I paused. The vending machine was right there. Closer now, without Tessa and Jonah between me and it. The display glowed. Balance one below it. Remaining credit EXPIRES. I glanced at the coin slot. Empty. The tray was empty too. The brass token Jonah had used was gone. I frowned. He hadn't taken it with him. I'd seen his hands when we walked away. So where the machine clicked, I froze. The display flickered. Please insert valid payment. Then slower. TOKNS, not coins. I swallowed. Yeah, I muttered. I got that. My eyes drifted to the empty slot again. Bottom row, far right. the one with the scratched off label. The little digital display beneath it flickered once, just a dash. Then, for a split second, a number. 2, then it vanished, back to dash. I stepped closer without meaning to. "Okay," I said quietly. "What does that mean?" the machine hummed. No answer. I shook my head, forcing myself to step back. Not my problem. Except it was. Because the token was gone. Because the machine had changed again. Because something in the basement had just triggered an alarm and blocked a door. I turned and hurried back down the corridor, the pry bar heavy in my hand. When I reached them, Jonah was crouched near the base of the door, peering into the narrow gap. "Got it?" he asked. I handed him the pry bar. He wedged it carefully between the door and the frame, just above the crash bar. "Stand back," he said. We did. He leaned into it, muscles in his arms tightening as he pulled. The metal groaned. The door shifted another inch, maybe 2. Something scraped on the other side, a dragging sound. Then it stopped again. "Again," he muttered. He reset the bar, pulled harder. The door gave a little more, enough for a narrow gap at the bottom, enough for me to see a shape. Dark, solid, low to the ground. "Stop," I said. Jonah froze. "What?" he asked. "There's something there." "No kidding." "No, I mean," I crouched, lowering myself carefully, keeping my distance from the gap. It's not a pallet." "What is it?" I leaned closer, squinting. The light didn't reach well under the door, just a dim gray wash. The shape shifted slightly. My stomach dropped. "It moved," I said. Tessa stepped back. "What?" "It moved." Jonah's grip tightened on the pry bar. "Someone's there, maybe." I leaned closer again, heart starting to pick up now. "Hey," I called softly. "Can you hear me?" The shape shifted again. Then a sound, a low, wet scrape. I jerked back, slamming my shoulder into the wall behind me. "What is it?" Tessa demanded. "I don't." I stopped, listened. There it was again, the scrape, then a faint, irregular thumping. Jonah eased the door open another fraction. The gap widened just enough for the light to spill in properly, and the shape resolved into something real. Not a person, not alive. A stack of plastic-wrapped medical waste bins, tipped over and wedged against the door, one of them partially split open. Inside, bags, red, bulging. Scraping sound was one of the bins shifting under its own weight as we moved the door. The thumping, a loose lid knocking against the floor with each small shift. I let out a breath that felt like it had been sitting in my chest for 10 minutes. "Okay," I said. "Okay, that's okay." Tessa leaned in, saw it, and exhaled too. "Jesus." Jonah straightened, tension draining slightly from his shoulders. "Told you it wasn't a person." "You said it could be," I shot back. "I said it might be. That's the same thing." "Not to me." We all laughed a little then. Too quick, too thin. The kind of laugh that comes out when your body needs to reset. Misdirection. That's what it was. Not a threat, just a mess. "Except why are these here?" I asked. Jonah frowned. "They shouldn't be." "Exactly. Medical waste wasn't stored at the dock like this. It had a specific route, specific handling, specific rooms. This was wrong." "Someone moved them," Tessa said. "Why?" I asked. No one had an answer. Jonah shoved the bins aside enough to clear the door fully, then pushed it open. Cold air rushed in from outside. The loading dock beyond was empty. A concrete bay with yellow striped edges, a dumpster to one side, a forklift parked near the far wall. No people, no movement. "Panel said it was open," Jonah muttered. "Guess it was right." "But blocked," I said. "Yeah." His radio crackled again. "Jonah, door's clear," he said. False alarm, a pause. Then Eli again. "No, not false. Jonah frowned. What? We've got another alert, Eli said. Basement corridor, motion trigger. I felt something cold slide through my chest. Where? Jonah asked, a beat then, near the vending alcove. All three of us went still. The corridor behind us stretched back the way we'd come. Long, empty, quiet, too quiet. Tessa turned first. We need to go back. Why? I asked, even though I already knew. Because whatever set that off is still down here, she said. And the machine, I said. She didn't answer. Jonah grabbed the pry bar and started moving. I followed, because at that point, turning away felt worse than going toward it. We moved faster this time, not running, but close. The corridor seemed longer now, the lights harsher. Halfway back, my chest tightened again. That familiar pressure. Too enclosed, too narrow, too stop. Keep moving. We reached the alcove, and everything changed. The machine was different, not broken, not flickering. Active. The display glowed brighter than before. Balance 0 below it. Remaining credit expired, and the empty slot, the one with the scratched label, was no longer empty. Something sat there now. A small, dark object, half hidden behind the spiral. Not chips, not candy, something else. Jonah stopped dead. That wasn't there before. No, I said. Tessa's voice was barely above a whisper. It's changing. The machine clicked. Then, please insert valid payment. The words felt heavier now. Less like a prompt, more like a demand. Behind us, somewhere deeper in the basement, a door slammed again. Closer this time, and my radio crackled with overlapping voices. Lost visual. Who's down there? Don't let the signal cut. Dead. I reached for the service elevator button out of instinct. Pressed it. Nothing happened. I pressed it again. Still nothing. Jonah tried the stairs door. Locked. Power fluctuation, I said, even as my voice tightened. No, Tessa said. Then what? She looked at the machine. At the slot. At the object inside. We're not leaving yet, she said. And that was the moment I understood. Not that we were trapped, but that leaving wasn't going to be simple anymore. Because whatever this was, machine, tokens, alarms, it had moved from strange to active, and we were in the middle of it. The object in the empty slot looked black at first. Then Jonah stepped closer, and the vending machine's fluorescent interior caught on one edge of it, and I saw it wasn't black. It was dark red, glossy in places, matte in others. A hospital ID badge reel, not attached to a badge. Just the reel, clipped to a short strip of torn navy fabric like it had come off a scrub top by force. Jonah stopped so abruptly the pry bar hit the floor with a crack. Tessa said, "Don't touch it." Her voice had changed. Less guarded now, stripped down. I stared at the little object behind the spiral. Whose is that? No one answered. The service elevator button behind me stayed dead. The stairwell door stayed locked under Jonah's hand. The whole basement seemed to have narrowed into this one patch of light around the vending machine, with the long corridors running away from us like dark veins. The machine clicked. Please insert valid payment then. Balance required. 2, I turned to Tessa. Tell me what this is. Right now. She looked at the reel, not the machine, the reel. I don't know all of it, she said. That's not good enough. It's what I have. Jonah swore under his breath and picked the pry bar back up. No more dancing around it, Tess. She nodded once, still staring at the slot. A few months ago, she said, Night Shift started talking about lost things in the basement. Small things, badges, rings, pens, a pager once. People thought it was just the usual. Stuff dropped, swept away, stolen. I said. Stolen by who? We didn't know. Still don't, Jonah muttered. Tessa went on. Then one of the transporters said the machine gave him back a token instead of quarters. He thought it was a joke. He put it in again later and got. She stopped. What? I asked. Her jaw tightened. His wedding ring. That landed hard in the space between us. No, I said, because it was easier than thinking. He'd lost it 3 weeks earlier, she said. In a glove change, he thought. Tore the locker room apart looking for it. And you believed him. I believed he had the ring in his hand. Jonah said. Then people started trying it. I looked at him. Trying what? The tokens, the machine, seeing what came back. You're telling me staff have been feeding random metal discs into a basement vending machine because it spits out lost property? Nobody called it that out loud, he said. Not at first. Jesus Christ. Yeah, he said. That part's fair. The machine hummed louder. The display changed. Balance required. 2 item held 0451, a timer. Or a deadline. My mouth went dry. Held for who? No answer. Of course. I stepped closer to the glass until I could see my own face reflected beside the torn reel. Pale, strained, eyes too wide. In the reflection, Tessa looked older than she had an hour ago. Jonah looked angry in the way people do when fear has been forced to wear work boots. Whose reel is it? I asked. Jonah looked away. That told me enough. Jonah. He rubbed at his face with his free hand. Darla. The name meant nothing for 1 second, then clicked into place. Darla Ruiz, 39, female, EVS nights. Fast walker, smoker's laugh, purple water bottle covered in stickers. I'd seen her on and off for months, usually pushing a supply cart one-handed and cursing gently in Spanish when wheels locked up. I hadn't seen her in days. People call out, I said. They quit. She didn't quit, Tessa said. How do you know? Because her locker still has her shoes in it. The sentence was so plain it made the hair on my arms lift. I heard my own voice come out flatter than I felt. Did anyone report her missing? Jonah said. Supervisor marked it as no call, no show, then job abandonment after 72 hours. That's insane. He gave a dry laugh. Welcome to understaffing. I looked at the badge reel again. And you think the machine has her things? No, Tessa said. I think someone used the machine with her things. That was worse. For a second, nobody moved. Then the radio at Jonah's shoulders spat static and Eli's voice broke through, thin and chopped up. By archives. Saw someone, blue scrubs, then dead air again. Blue scrubs. My hand went unconsciously to the front pocket of my hoodie, where the warm pretzel bag and crumpled chips sat. Plastic crackled under my fingers. My own badge hung at my chest. The basement suddenly felt occupied in a new way, not haunted, not watched by something impossible, just threaded with the possibility of a real person who knew how to stay hidden in service corridors and utility rooms. Tessa said, "We need Eli." Jonah shook his head. "We need the stairs open. We need both. We don't have both." The machine clicked again. Item held 0432, it was counting down. I said, "If it wants a balance of 2, where do we get another token?" Una and Tessa exchanged a look that made me cold. "What?" I asked. Jonah reached into his breast pocket slowly, like the movement hurt him, and took out another brass token. Same size, same worn edge, different number stamped into it, 4. "You had won the whole time," I snapped. "I took this one 3 nights ago," he said. "From the machine," he nodded, and didn't think to mention that. "I thought if I kept it on me, I wouldn't come back down here." Tessa said quietly, "That didn't work." No, it hadn't. Because here we were, I held out my hand. "Give it to me." Jonah didn't move. "Give it," I said again. He placed the token in my palm. It was warmer than it should have been, as if he'd been turning it over in his pocket for hours. The stamped number bit faintly into my skin. A simple plan presented itself, because simple plans are what frightened brains crave. Put in the second token, get the real, walk away, find Eli, call police, open records, make this part of the world obey paperwork again. Simple didn't mean safe. "Don't do it alone," Tessa said. "I'm standing right here." "That's not what I mean." I knew what she meant. My flaw had sharpened to a point by then. The tighter the space, the more my mind wanted one task, one objective, one thing to fix. It cut panic into narrow strips. It also made me stupid. I took a breath, tried to widen my focus. Corridor behind us. Dead elevator to the left. Loading dock straight back. Records hall off to the right. If someone was moving down here, they had options. More than we did. Jonah hefted the pry bar. "I'll watch the hall." Tessa pulled a pair of trauma shears from her scrub pocket. Respiratory therapists carry odd little tools, and held them low at her side, like she hated that she had to think this way. "If this is somebody's game," she said, "they want us looking at the machine." "That's comforting," I said. "It's meant to be useful." I slipped the brass token into the coin slot. The machine accepted it instantly. A softer click than before. Certain. The display changed. Balance 2 then. Make selection the empty slot with the reel behind it flashed once. Not a code, just the dash becoming bright. I pressed the corresponding button bottom row, far right. The button itself had no label, so I guessed by position, counting down from the top and across. Nothing happened. "Again," Jonah said. I pressed harder. The machine emitted a low mechanical clunk from deep inside its body. A motor engaged. The spiral before the reel began to turn slowly, reluctantly, as if it hadn't been used in years. Half a turn, 3/4. The reel slid forward, caught, hung, then dropped into the tray with a hard plastic knock. We all jumped at the same moment. I bent fast and grabbed it. The torn fabric strip came with it, along with something else wedged underneath. Half of a laminated hospital ID card, snapped across the middle. The photo side. Darla Ruiz. Smiling in the picture, head slightly tilted, dark hair pulled back. The blue background faded from being carried too often. Not a ghost story. Not a curse. A real woman with a real face and a broken badge in my hand. My stomach turned. Tessa whispered, "Oh no." Then the lights went out. Not flickered. Out. Total black for one hard second. Someone inhaled sharply, maybe me. Then the red emergency lights kicked on along the baseboards and over the exit signs, washing the basement in a low, bloody glow that made every corner look deeper and every doorway look occupied. The vending machine stayed lit. Of course it did, bright and clean and indifferent. My chest cinched so tight it hurt. The red lights flattened distance. The corridor ceiling seemed lower. I could hear my pulse in my ears. Jonah's voice came rough and immediate. "Mara, talk. I'm here, Tessa. Here, good. Count bodies. Anchor, simple." Then we heard the footsteps. Not running, not sneaking either. Rubber soles on concrete from the records corridor to our right. Measured, unhurried. Someone who knew exactly how afraid that pace would make other people. Jonah raised the pry bar. Tessa lifted the shears, ridiculous and real at the same time. I turned toward the sound with Darla's broken badge clenched in one fist. A figure stepped into the mouth of the hall. Blue scrubs, pale surgical cap, face mask hanging loose around the neck. For one insane half-second, with the red emergency lighting and the distance and the hour, it looked unreal enough to break me. Then the figure stepped closer, and reality reassembled around details. Male, medium height, stocky. Housekeeping cart key ring clipped at the waistband. One side of the scrub top darker where something had soaked and dried. Not blood, I realized a second later. Coffee, maybe, or chemicals. I knew him. Not well. By sight. Leon Mercer, 47, male, night maintenance float. The kind of staff member everybody recognized, and nobody actually knew. He fixed ceiling tiles, hauled broken equipment, had a face that folded into politeness without ever getting warm. He looked at the three of us, at the machine, at the badge in my hand. Then he sighed. Not surprise, annoyance. "That wasn't for you," he said. It was such a human sentence that it scared me more than anything the machine had done. Jonah barked, "Don't move." Leon's eyes flicked to the pry bar. "What, you're gonna hit me with that in a hospital corridor?" "If I need to." Leon looked at me again. "At Darla's photo. You people never stop poking." Tessa said, "Where is she?" He gave a tiny shrug. "Not here." My mouth tasted like metal. "What did you do to her?" "Nothing she didn't make easy." Jonah lunged before the rest of us could react. He wasn't a fighter. He was a tired man with a pry bar and a direction for his fear. Leon sidestepped the swing more from instinct than skill, but not fully. The bar caught his forearm with a meaty crack. Leon shouted, stumbled back into the corridor wall, and something metallic flew from his pocket keys, or another token. I couldn't tell. Then everybody moved at once. Leon shoved Jonah hard in the chest. Jonah went down backward, hitting the concrete with the back of his head, and a sound I still hear sometimes when I wake up too fast. Tessa darted in and slashed with the trauma shears, not stabbing, just going for the face to make space. Leon jerked away, arm up, and the shears bit into his cheek near the ear. He screamed and backhanded her. She hit the vending machine shoulder first and crumpled, not out, but stunned. And then it was me. No plot armor, no cinematic bravery, just proximity. Leon grabbed for my wrist, the one holding the broken badge, maybe to take it back, maybe just because it was there. I reacted stupidly and directly, the same way I had with the bathroom door years earlier, with all the force I had and no plan after that. I slammed the pretzel bag and chip packet from my pocket into his face out of pure reflex. Plastic burst. Salt and crumbs exploded uselessly everywhere. He flinched, more from surprise than pain. I drove my shoulder into his middle. He was heavier than me by a lot. I felt it instantly, like trying to move a vending machine, almost funny if my teeth hadn't clicked together so hard. But he was off balance from Jonah's swing, and momentum is a real thing. We both went sideways into the machine. The glass front shuddered with a huge concussive bang. Something inside broke, not the glass, deeper, a shelf or a motor housing. Leon pinned me for one horrible second against the corner edge. All the air punched out of my lungs. The world narrowed to red light, his breath, detergent and coffee on his scrubs, and the brutal fact of weight in a tight space. My chest seized. Full claustrophobic panic this time, hot and electric. Can't breathe. Can't move. Can't, then Tessa, half on her knees, drove the blunt handle of the trauma shears into the back of Leon's knee. He collapsed enough for space to return. I sucked in air like it was something I'd stolen. Jonah, dazed but moving, grabbed Leon's dropped key ring from the floor and hurled it down the corridor. Instinct took over. Leon twisted toward the sound. That gave Jonah time to get both hands on the pry bar again and jam its hooked end across Leon's throat, not choking, not for long, just using it as a rigid lever to pin him against the vending machine. "Call it in," Jonah shouted, voice ragged. My radio was still dead. "Tessa, S2. Leon thrashed. The machine behind him groaned under the impact. One of the fluorescent tubes inside it shattered with a dry pop, spraying white dust behind the glass. And then I saw it. Clipped inside Leon's waistband, almost hidden by his scrub top, 3 more brass tokens on a split ring. The strange currency, not magic, inventory. I yanked them free. Leon felt it immediately. He bucked harder, nearly throwing Jonah off. "No," he shouted, finally losing that flat, bored tone. "Don't, too late." The ring slipped from my hand, struck the metal lip of the coin tray, and 2 of the tokens ricocheted straight into the machine's coin slot. Accepted. One after the other. The display flashed wildly. Balance, 2 balance, 3 error dispense. Every motor in the machine kicked at once. Spirals turned. Cans dropped. Chips spilled. Plastic bottles slammed into the retrieval bin in a chaotic avalanche. Leon jerked in shock as the machine vibrated violently against his back. Then something heavier dropped from the bottom right slot. A metal clack, different from the rest. A badge. Another reel, a ring. A cheap silver chain. Objects jammed in the bin all at once. Items no vending machine should have been holding. Leon stopped struggling for one fatal half-second and looked down. Jonah used it. He drove forward with everything left in him, pinning Leon harder. The compromised machine lurched on its base, tipped 2 inches, then another. Its leveling foot must already have been damaged from our collision, because suddenly the whole thing was going. "Move," Tessa screamed. We let go at the same instant. The vending machine came down sideways with a catastrophic crash, taking Leon with it. His leg didn't clear. The sound that followed was wet and mechanical and deeply human. He screamed once, then again higher. Silence after that, except for the settling rattle of chips and bottles inside the fallen machine. No one moved for a second. Then training, such as it was, returned in ugly fragments. "Don't touch him," Tessa said, breathless and shaking. "Check breathing, Mara, radio again. Jonah, God, Jonah, are you with me?" Jonah was sitting on the floor, one hand to the back of his head, blood working through his fingers. "Yeah," he lied. I hammered my radio until it sputtered back to life with a burst of static. "Officer down maintenance, down B2 vending alcove, send everyone now." This time it went through. The minutes after that broke apart in shards. Tessa kneeling by Leon's shoulder, because whatever he had done, he was still a man with a crushed leg and a pulse. Jonah drifting in and out of focus, but staying upright through pure malice. Me sitting with my back against the dead elevator doors, Darla's broken badge still in my hand so tightly the plastic edge cut my palm. Eli arrived first with another security officer, then the code team, then more people, more light, more voices, more official language trying to fit itself over what had happened. They found Darla an hour later in an unused records room off the right-hand corridor, alive, but severely dehydrated, concussed, wrists zip-tied, hidden behind rolling archive shelves. Not dead, not okay either. Leon had been using staff access, the basement blind spots, and the machine as a grotesque lure, feeding in stolen items and tokens he made from old decommissioned laundry brass, pulling curious night workers back down one by one, isolating them in the part of the hospital least visited before dawn. Not supernatural, just patience, access, and the fact that institutions are full of places where people can disappear briefly without the building admitting it. Leon survived. Jonah's head wound needed staples. Tessa had a bruised shoulder and 2 cracked ribs from hitting the machine. I went upstairs on oxygen for 20 minutes because once the adrenaline was gone, my lungs locked down so hard they thought I might have taken a blow to the chest. By daylight, the machine was draped in yellow evidence tape and lying on its side like any other piece of broken equipment. Resolved, technically, but when they finally pried open the machine casing for inventory, security logged 37 non-vending items from inside it. Keys, rings, ID pieces, a silver crucifix, 2 watches, and 1 object nobody on staff could match to any report. A child's plastic visitor wristband, printed 6 months earlier from a patient unit that had never been connected to the basement at all. That was the part that stayed with me. Not because it meant anything impossible, because it didn't. Because it meant there were losses nobody had tracked. Small disappearances everyone had accepted as the normal tax of a hospital. And because if the machine had not jammed when it did, if the credit had not expired, if Jonah had not kept that last token in his pocket out of guilt or fear or both, then Darla might have stayed hidden until morning rounds or lunch or longer. A system had almost swallowed her because the signs were boring enough to ignore. That's worse than a ghost. They kept me in the emergency department until nearly noon, not because I was the worst hurt, but because panic attacks and chest injuries can look enough alike to make people nervous. I lay on a narrow bed behind a curtain while the hospital I worked in changed shape around me. During a normal shift, the ED had a rhythm I understood from the outside: sliding doors, quick footsteps, curtained murmurs, monitors chirping like impatient birds. As a patient, even a temporary one, all of it became stranger, slower in some places, too fast in others. People asked me the same questions in different uniforms. What happened? Did you lose consciousness? Any history of asthma? Can you take a deep breath for me? The answer to that last one kept embarrassing me. I could, technically. It just felt like my ribs had cinched themselves shut around something hot and electric. They did the EKG, chest X-ray, pulse ox. A physician assistant with tired eyes told me my lungs were clear, and my heart was fine, and what I'd had was an acute stress response complicated by chest wall trauma, which was a polished way of saying I'd been crushed against a vending machine, and my brain had mistaken present danger for every trapped feeling it had ever remembered. They gave me oxygen for a while anyway. Then ibuprofen. Then ginger ale in a paper cup that went warm before I finished half of it. I still had Darla's broken badge when they wheeled me upstairs for imaging. I don't mean metaphorically. I mean physically. I had tucked it into the pocket of the hospital gown without realizing it, and when a nurse helped me sit up, it clattered onto the floor. She looked at it, then at me, You want me to bag that with your things? I said yes too fast. Later, when a security supervisor came to take my statement, the bagged badge sat on the tray table between us beside my phone, my scrubs in a clear belonging sack, and the untouched pretzel bag that had burst in Leon's face. The pretzels smelled faintly of stale salt and machine heat. I could not stop looking at them. The supervisor's name was Helen Price, 53, female, former county deputy, now director of security for St. Agnes. She wore civilian clothes with a blazer over them, as if that made hospital violence easier to sort from regular violence. She had a notepad, though I could see a recorder light blinking inside her open tote bag. No games, just two forms of documentation at once. She asked good questions, not dramatic ones, the useful kind. Where were you standing when he first came into view? Which hand had the tokens? Did Leon say Darla's name before or after you retrieved the badge? Would Jonah have struck first if Leon hadn't advanced? Did the machine fall because someone pushed it intentionally? I answered as precisely as I could, because precision is what people ask for after chaos, and because I still believed, stupidly maybe, that if I got the details right enough, the whole thing would pin itself back together in a shape that made sense. It didn't. What came out instead was a practical ugliness. Yes, Leon had access to the basement because maintenance floats had broad badge privileges. Yes, Darla had been found in the records overflow room off Corridor C, beyond the old morgue access, behind movable archive shelving that could be locked on one end with a maintenance key. Yes, the surveillance coverage in B2 had gaps, loading dock angle, archive hall dead zone, part of the alcove itself obscured by a support column. Yes, staff had reported lost property over the last 6 months, though most of it had never escalated beyond informal complaints or replacement badge requests. Yes, the machine had been repaired more than once, which mostly meant someone had opened the panel, swapped obvious parts, and closed it again. No, nobody had connected the pattern in time. When Helen finished, she capped her pen and said, "You did the right thing." I almost laughed. "No," I said. "I did a lot of reckless things in a row. You still helped stop him. That doesn't make the other part untrue." She considered that, then nodded once. Fair. That made me trust her more than reassurance would have. By mid-afternoon, they let me go home under strict instructions not to drive if I felt dizzy, and to come back if the chest tightness worsened. An occupational health nurse handed me a packet on post-incident counseling in a folder with the hospital logo at the top, as if trauma became manageable once it had branding. I tucked it under my arm and took the staff exit because I couldn't make myself walk past the basement elevators. Outside, daylight felt rude. The parking structure was full of heat and reflected glare. Every car door slam sounded too much like something beginning. I sat in my Honda for a long time before turning the key, hands resting uselessly on the steering wheel, staring at the concrete wall ahead of me with its faded arrows and peeling yellow paint. Home was 23 minutes away if traffic was kind. I made it in 35 because I kept slowing down at lights after they changed green, my body lagging behind the rest of the world. Inside my apartment, everything was exactly where I'd left it. Shoes by the door, 2 mugs in the sink, the blanket half folded on the couch. That was almost the worst part. The The world had not rearranged itself to acknowledge what the night had been. The refrigerator still hummed. My upstairs neighbor still dropped something heavy at 4:17 every afternoon, as if by ritual. A package from a pharmacy sat outside the wrong door down the hall. I showered because the basement smell had gotten into me somehow. Detergent, dust, stale, cold air, metal. When I closed the bathroom door, my chest tightened immediately. I opened it again and left it open while the water ran. That was the first clear crack. The second came when I tried to sleep. Every time I drifted, the red emergency lights came back. Not as a dream exactly, more like a physical memory waiting behind my eyes. The heavy footing in the corridor. The way Leon had sighed when he saw us, like we were the inconvenience. The moment of being pinned against the machine, when breath became a problem instead of something automatic. I kept jerking awake with my fists clenched. Around 7 that evening, my phone buzzed. Tessa. I stared at her name for a second before answering. "How are your ribs?" I asked instead of hello. A small exhale on the line that might have been a laugh. "Painful. Yours." Everything hurts in a way that feels petty compared to the drama of it. "That sounds right." She was quiet a moment. I could hear traffic on her end, then a car door shut. "I'm parked outside my building," she said. "I've been sitting here 20 minutes because I don't want to go into the elevator." That image landed with a clean, sad accuracy. "You don't have to use it," I said. "I live on the 8th floor." "Oh, yes." We both let that sit. Then she said, "Darla is awake." I straightened on the couch too fast, and my chest complained. "Really? She spoke to detectives this afternoon." "Not everything. Enough." Waited. "She said he started with small things," Tessa said. "Keys, badges, misplaced property. He'd find them, return them, make himself useful. She thought he was harmless. Then one night he told her he'd found her missing bracelet in the basement. She went down on her break." Tessa paused. "After that, her memory is patchy. Head injury, dehydration. They think he kept her sedated some of the time with meds stolen from unsecured returns." I shut my eyes. Not supernatural. Not random. Just escalation. "Is she going to be okay?" I asked. "Body first," Tessa said. "Mind later, probably." That answer felt truer than a comforting one would have. We talked for another minute or two, clumsy and tired. Practical things. Workers, comp forms. Which supervisor had already started speaking in damage control language. Whether Jonah had really tried to refuse the staples because he didn't have time for vanity. Then Tessa said she should go upstairs before she slept in the car. And when the call ended, my apartment felt both fuller and emptier than before. Jonah texted close to midnight. "Got 7 staples. Mild concussion. Wife says I'm an idiot. She's correct." Then, a minute later, I should have said something sooner. I looked at the words for a long time before answering. "About the token." He replied almost immediately. "About all of it, Darla. The machine. People joking about getting stuff back." I knew it was wrong before I knew why. I typed 3 different responses and deleted them. Finally, I sent, "You came back anyway." He didn't answer for a while. Then, yeah, that was enough for the night. The days after unfolded in the language institutions use when they need to look decisive without admitting how long they have been asleep. Internal review. Security audit. Temporary closure of basement access corridors. Third-party assessment. Counseling resources available. Anonymous hotline for concerns. The vending machine disappeared under a blue tarp first, then entirely. Facilities removed it during daylight with a pallet jack and 3 people in reflective vests. And if you didn't know what had happened, you could have mistaken the whole thing for a routine equipment swap. Someone put a new machine there a week later. Not immediately. Not so fast it would look obscene, but sooner than I expected. Different brand, brighter front panel, tap to pay only, rows of granola bars where the stale sandwiches used to be. The hospital couldn't tolerate an empty alcove for long. Vacancies in systems make people ask questions. I went back to work after 9 days. Occupational health wanted more. My rent wanted less. They moved me to days for 2 weeks as a supportive transition, which meant I spent a lot of time acting normal under sunlight, while coworkers tried to look at me in a way that was caring, but not hungry. Hospitals are factories for gossip, dressed as concern. Some people knew the broad version. Some knew the invented one. I heard ID fought off an armed intruder with scissors. I heard Leon had been running an organ theft ring, which would have been almost funny if it weren't so stupid. I heard Darla had never existed, which is the kind of rumor that tells you exactly how badly people want ugliness to become folklore instead of paperwork. Darla existed. I saw her 3 weeks later. Not in the basement. In physical therapy of all places, walking slowly beside parallel bars with an aide hovering nearby. She had lost weight. Her hair was shorter, hacked unevenly around one side where they'd shaved for stitches. But it was her, purple water bottle and all. She saw me at the same moment. For a second, I thought one of us might pretend not to. Instead, she lifted a hand. Small wave, no smile. I crossed the hall and stopped a careful distance away. Hi. Her voice was rougher than I remembered. You look, I started, then stopped, because every ending to that sentence was wrong. Like hell, she offered. A little, I admitted. Good means I'm alive. The aide tactfully drifted farther down the bars. I said, Tessa told me some. Then she told you the nice version. We stood there in the bright, over-clean PT hallway with a volunteer cart squeaking somewhere behind us and sunlight striping the floor through high windows. Ordinary reality, back again. Cracks showing. I'm sorry, I said finally. Darla looked at me for a moment. For what part? That was the problem, wasn't it? There were too many parts. For not noticing sooner, I said. She shifted her grip on the bar. None of you noticed sooner. That was the point. No blame in it, which somehow hurt more. Then she nodded toward my badge. You get a new reel, I looked down. Hospital issued black plastic. Generic. Fine. Yeah, I said, good. Her eyes moved past me then, following something I couldn't see yet. An orderly pushing an equipment cart. A man in a neck brace. Life going by. When she looked back, her expression had gone flatter. Don't go down there alone, she said. I wasn't planning to. I don't mean the basement. She tapped the bar once. I mean any place at work where the walls get narrow and everyone's too busy to notice you didn't come back. Then her aide returned, and the moment was over. I thought about that sentence for days. By early spring, most of the visible damage had been repaired. The records room lock changed. Additional camera coverage installed. New policy on access badges and decommissioned brass. Supervisors suddenly rediscovered the concept of checking on missed breaks. Leon's case moved through the court system in the blunt, procedural way violence becomes a file. He pled not guilty at arraignment, which enraged Jonah so much he had to leave the room. And later, over coffee in the staff lounge, he said, Can you imagine the nerve? Like nerve was the only thing a man like that had ever truly possessed. Tessa stopped taking the basement elevator entirely. She would walk the long route through Central Sterile and down the freight corridor, even when it added 10 minutes. Jonah went down there more than anyone after he came back, almost defiantly, but never without checking his radio twice, and never without a flashlight clipped to his belt, even in full daylight. Eli got promoted, not because of that night exactly, but because afterward people noticed he had been right about a lot of small things before anyone wanted to hear them. And me, I kept working. That sounds thin after everything, but it's the truest ending I've got. I kept working. I learned which hallways I could tolerate again, and which ones still made my skin tighten. I stopped forcing closed doors if they stuck. I left bathrooms unlocked when I showered at home. I started reluctantly, and then with more commitment, seeing the counselor from the packet with the hospital logo on it. She had a calm office and a lamp that made everything look less medical, and she asked impossible questions in a tone that made answering feel almost practical. What do you do when you cannot make usefulness protect you? What happens in your body before you notice fear? Which is worse now, being trapped or being ignored? I didn't have elegant answers, but I kept showing up. About 6 weeks after the night in the basement, I went down to B2 on purpose for the first time. Not alone. Eli walked with me under the excuse of checking camera angles, though we both knew it wasn't really about that. The new machine stood in the alcove where the old one had been, humming in a clean, modern way. No cracked card reader, no old tape marks, no sign it had ever been otherwise. Eli bought a seltzer he didn't want. The machine accepted his card, dispensed normally, and displayed a cheerful green thank you. "See," he said, "Mom, you don't sound convinced." I'm convinced the new machine works. That's progress. Maybe it was. We started back toward the elevator. I made myself look into the records corridor as we passed. Just a hall. Just cinder block and overhead lights, and the institutional smell of paper, dust, floor wax. Nothing waiting there. Then something small caught my eye in the seam where the wall met the floor near the alcove baseboard. I crouched before I could think better of it. "What?" Eli asked. There was a tiny brass-colored disc wedged in the dust. Not big enough for a quarter. Thinner. The kind of thing that could have fallen from old equipment, a button battery cover, a washer, any number of harmless explanations. I dug it free with my fingernail. It was only a laundry token. That's what I told myself immediately. Old brass from some decommissioned system, missed in cleanup, nothing more. On one side, worn almost smooth. On the other, just visible when I turned it toward the fluorescent light, a stamped number. One I didn't say anything. Eli was still waiting. I closed my fist around it and stood up. "Nothing," I said. That wasn't a lie exactly. Just not the whole truth. And maybe that's the part that lingers worst. Not the broken machine. Not Leon. Not even the basement itself. Just the knowledge that systems can be cleaned, replaced, relabeled, and still leave one small piece of themselves behind in the dust, waiting for whoever knows what they're looking at. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I clean empty houses for a living. This one has too many doors, is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The third door shouldn't have been there. I didn't notice it at first because the hallway already felt wrong in a way I could explain away. Too long for the footprint of the house, maybe. Or the way the light from the back windows faded too quickly, like it was being swallowed instead of stretched. Older homes do that. Additions layered over additions, walls moved, closets turned into bathrooms. You get weird geometry. You get places where the air sits still. But I had counted 2 doors on the left, 1 on the right, a short jog in the hall, and the kitchen. That's what I wrote down on the clipboard. When I came back out 10 minutes later, after spraying down the master bath with something that smelled like artificial lemons and burned the back of my throat, there were 3 doors on the left. Not new, not fresh wood or anything obvious. Same paint, same cheap brass knobs dulled with fingerprints that weren't mine. I stood there longer than I needed to, the spray bottle still in my hand, dripping onto the hardwood. "Hey," I said quietly, because talking to an empty house is something you either start doing on day 1 or never at all. "Fine," I miscounted. That happens too. You get turned around, especially in places like this. I wiped my hands on my jeans and walked forward, slow enough to hear the floor complain under my weight. The boards creaked in a way that told me they hadn't been stepped on in a while, dry, high, almost brittle. No echo from another set of footsteps. Just me. I checked the first door. Linen closet. Towels stacked too neatly for a lived-in home. Still smelled faintly of detergent and something else, camphor maybe. Second door. Guest bedroom, bare mattress. A dent in one corner like someone used to sit there. Same spot every night. Window stuck half an inch open. Third door. I didn't touch the knob. Not yet. I stood there and listened. There's always sound in a house, even an empty one. Pipes ticking as they cool. Air moving through vents. A low electric hum you don't notice until you do. But this felt like a pocket where the noise stopped short. Like the air on the other side was heavier. I leaned in, closer than I meant to. Nothing. I stepped back. Later, I said, more to give myself a rule than anything else. We're not doing new rooms before lunch. That's how I keep it manageable. Rules. You stick to a system. You don't get spooked by every little thing. I moved on. My name, S. Evan Markham. I'm 32, and I clean houses nobody lives in. Foreclosures, mostly. Estate sales. Places where someone left in a hurry or didn't get a say in leaving at all. The bank hires a contractor. The contractor hires someone like me to make it look less like a story ended there. I don't ask questions. I don't go digging through drawers unless I have to. I clean what's visible, bag what's left behind, and try not to imagine the last person who stood where I'm standing. It pays better than it should if you don't mind the quiet. I used to mind it. Now I don't. Not in the same way. I loaded my gloves back on, latex snapping against my wrist, and headed for the kitchen. The place smelled stale but not rotten, which was already better than half my jobs. Sunlight pushed through a line of narrow windows above the sink, catching dust in the air. It hung there, slow moving, like something alive but lazy. The sink was full of dishes, not piled, arranged. Plates stacked, cups nested, like someone had meant to wash them and then just stopped. "All right," I muttered, setting my supplies down. Let's start with you. I turned on the tap. It took a second, then a cough from the pipes, a burst of brown water, and finally something clear enough to use. Normal, see, normal. I worked through the dishes methodically. Scrub, rinse, stack. The rhythm settles you. It's why I like kitchens best. There's a logic to them, a sequence. Behind me, the house shifted. Just a small thing. A soft knock somewhere deep in the walls, like wood adjusting to temperature. I didn't turn around. About an hour later, I heard a car door slam outside. I checked my watch. Early. The listing agent wasn't supposed to swing by until late afternoon, if at all. I dried my hands and stepped out onto the front porch. A woman stood by a silver Subaru, one hand on the open door, squinting up at the house like she was trying to decide if it had changed since she parked. She looked over when she saw me. "Hey," she called, "you Evan?" "Yeah." She shut the car door with her hip and walked up the path. Mid-30s, maybe. Dark hair pulled back, a leather folder tucked under one arm. "Mara Klein, 36, female," she said, tapping the folder like it was a badge. "Listing agent. Sorry, I know I said later, but I was in the area and figured I'd take a look." "That's fine," I said. "I just got started." She stepped past me onto the porch and paused, glancing down at the threshold. "You notice anything weird?" she asked. I felt that little tightness in my chest that comes before you decide whether to sound crazy. "Define weird," she shrugged. "Layout feels off. I've got the floor plan in here and it's," she made a vague motion with her hand, "not matching what I remember." "Older place," I said. "They get like that." "Yeah," she said, but didn't sound convinced. We went inside together. Her heels made sharper sounds than my boots, quick and precise against the wood. She walked straight to the living room, flipping open her folder, scanning something. "Okay," she said. "Front door, living area, kitchen through there." She stopped. "What?" I asked. She turned slowly, looking toward the hallway. "There's supposed to be 2 bedrooms," she said. "1 bath, that's it." "Yeah," I said carefully. "There are." She stared at me. "Then why?" she said. "Do I remember 3? I didn't answer. We both stood there, the kind of stillness that isn't silence exactly. It's more like waiting for something to confirm what you already think you heard. Mara closed the folder. "Show me," she said. We walked down the hallway together. The light hadn't changed, but it felt thinner now, like it was running out before it reached the end. "Okay," I said, pointing. "Linen closet, guest room, master at the end." She nodded, counting under her breath. 1, 2. He slid to the wall between the closet and the guest room. There were only 2 doors. My stomach dropped in a quiet, controlled way. Not panic, not yet, just a shift, like missing a step in the dark. "You see it?" I asked. "See what?" "The 3rd door," she frowned. "There isn't one." I stepped forward, closer to the wall. The paint looked undisturbed. No seams, no outline where a frame might have been. I reached out and pressed my palm against it. Solid. "Okay," I said again, softer this time. "Okay," Mara watched me. "You good?" she asked. "Yeah," I said, because that's the easiest answer. We checked the rooms anyway. Same as before, closet, guest room, master, no extra door. By the time we came back into the hallway, the air felt different. Not colder, just used, like we'd been walking through it too long. Mara flipped through her folder again. "I'm not losing my mind," she said, almost to herself. There was a note about additional storage, something about a converted space. "Maybe in the basement," I said. "There's no basement." We both knew that. She closed the folder with a snap. "Okay," she said. "Look, I've got to run to another showing. Just finish up what you can, yeah. Don't worry about anything structural. If something's off, I'll get someone in. Sure, she hesitated, then added, if you see anything else, text me. I will. She gave me a tight smile and headed out. The front door shut behind her with a hollow sound that echoed a second longer than it should have. I stood there for a while after she left, just listening. The house settled back into itself. The faint hum returned, the distant tick of pipes, normal noises stacking up like evidence. I went back to the kitchen, finished the dishes, wiped down the counters. Routine. It works until it doesn't. Around noon, I took a break, sat on the back steps with a sandwich I'd brought from home. The yard was overgrown, but not wild. Fence intact. A neighbor's dog barked somewhere down the block, then stopped. Everything looked exactly like a place where nothing strange had ever happened. I went back inside. The hallway was waiting. I told myself I was just going to check it one more time, confirm what I'd seen or hadn't. 2 doors on the left, 1 on the right. I nodded like that settled it. Then I turned to go back to work and stopped, because behind me, where the wall should have been, there was a door, not one of the others. This one was narrower, the paint a shade darker, like it had been done at a different time, and nobody bothered to match it perfectly. The knob was newer, brighter. I hadn't heard it open, hadn't heard anything change. It was just there. I stood very still, every part of me tuned to the house, waiting for some kind of explanation to surface. A trick of perspective, a missed detail, anything. Nothing came. My phone buzzed in my pocket, sudden and loud enough to make me flinch. A text from Mara. Did you move anything in the hallway? I looked at the door, then back at the phone. My thumb hovered over the screen. There are rules you make for yourself in this job. Small ones, practical ones. Don't open sealed containers. Don't take anything home. Don't go into spaces that weren't listed. I looked at the door again. The paint, the new knob, the way it didn't quite belong. My thumb moved. There's a door here that wasn't before, I typed. The 3 dots appeared almost immediately, then stopped, started again, stopped. I slipped the phone back into my pocket without sending anything else. I stepped closer to the door. Up close, I could smell fresh paint. Faint, but there. Underneath it, something older, dust. Maybe damp wood. I rested my hand on the knob. Cool metal. Solid. Behind me, the house creaked, a long, slow sound that ran from one end to the other like a breath. I thought about leaving, locking up, calling it a day, telling Mara something was off, and letting someone else deal with it. That would be the smart move. Instead, I tightened my grip on the knob and leaned in, listening one last time for anything that might tell me what was on the other side. Nothing. Just that heavy, waiting quiet. I closed my eyes for a second. All right, I said under my breath. Quick look. Then we're done. I turned the knob. The latch clicked softer than I expected. Not a dramatic sound. Not a warning. Just a clean, ordinary click that could have belonged to any door in any house. I opened it a few inches and paused. The air that came out wasn't cold or damp or anything you'd notice if you weren't paying attention. But I was. It had that stale, sealed up smell, dry dust, old wood, something faintly chemical like varnish. Just a storage space, I said quietly, like I was convincing someone else. I pushed the door wider. It wasn't a room. It was a narrow corridor, maybe 3 feet across, walls close enough that I could have touched both sides if I stretched my arms out. No windows, just a strip of weak light coming from somewhere deeper in, the kind that flickers like it's bouncing off something metallic. I leaned in, not stepping through yet. The floorboards changed here. Different grain, different tone. Not new, exactly, just not part of the original house. Whoever added this hadn't bothered matching anything. Okay, I muttered. Converted space. That's what she meant. But the hallway on my clipboard didn't show anything like this. No extension. No internal corridor. I pulled my phone out and opened the camera, switching to video without thinking. I've learned to document things that don't line up. Contractors appreciate proof more than explanations. Evan Markham, I said quietly into the phone, aiming it at the doorway. Property on. I glanced back toward the kitchen where I'd left the paperwork. Whatever this address is, there's an unlisted passage off the main hall. Looks like an add-on, not in the floor plan. I stepped inside. The temperature dropped a degree or two. Not enough to call it out loud, but enough that I noticed my breath felt different, shorter, like the air was a little tighter. The light source ahead turned out to be a bare bulb hanging crooked from a wire. It buzzed faintly, a thin electric sound that made my teeth feel strange if I focused on it too long. The corridor stretched farther than it should have. I stopped halfway in and turned around. The door I'd come through was still open. I could see the original hallway beyond it. Same angle, same light, good. I took another step. The floor dipped slightly under my weight, not rotten, just uneven. I shifted my footing, careful. About 10 feet in, there was another door on the left. Of course there was. This one was older, painted white, chipped near the bottom. The knob was dull, worn down to a matte finish from years of use. I didn't open it. Not yet. Instead, I walked past it because the corridor kept going. Another 5 feet. Another door, this one on the right. Then the corridor ended in a third door, straight ahead. 3 doors. Too many doors. I stood there, phone still recording, and felt something tighten behind my ribs, not fear exactly. More like the beginning of it. The part where your brain is still trying to keep everything inside the lines. Converted space, I said again, quieter this time. Except converted from what? I turned back toward the first side door. That's when my phone buzzed. Mara, I answered without taking my eyes off the door. Hey, Evan, she said, voice tighter than before. You sent that text. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It's not, I hesitated. It's not on your plan, right? No, she said immediately. And I just pulled the county records. There are no permits for interior modifications. None. Not for the last 20 years. Maybe it was done before that. Then it would still show up on the last recorded inspection. It doesn't. I stared at the door. You want me to stop? I asked. There was a pause. I could hear traffic on her end, faint, like she'd stepped out of wherever she was. No, she said finally. I'm coming back. You don't have to, I'm 10 minutes out. Don't open anything else until I get there. I almost said too late. Instead, I said, okay. The line clicked dead. I lowered the phone. Don't open anything else. That was reasonable. That was the kind of instruction I should follow. I turned, heading back toward the main hallway. I got 3 steps before I stopped, because the door behind me, the one I'd come through, was closed. I stared at it for a second, trying to map the last few moments in my head. I hadn't heard it shut. I was sure I hadn't. Okay, I said again, because the word was starting to lose meaning. I walked back to it, slow, deliberate. My boots sounded louder here, the narrow walls pushing the noise back at me. I reached for the knob. It didn't turn, locked. A simple thing, a door closing behind you. Old houses do that. drafts, uneven frames. I tried again, harder this time. Nothing. Come on, I muttered, leaning my shoulder into it. The wood gave a little, but the latch held. I stepped back. Fine, I said, louder now, my voice hitting the walls and coming back thinner. Other side. There had to be another exit. This was still part of the house. It had to connect somewhere. I turned toward the end door. The bulb above flickered once, twice, then steadied. I walked to the far door and tested the knob. Unlocked, I opened it. Another corridor. Not as narrow this time, but still wrong. The angle didn't match the layout in my head. It sloped slightly downward, like it had been built over something uneven. Jesus, I breathed. I stepped through, then stopped myself, turning back to the first corridor. The door behind me, the locked one, looked smaller from this angle, like it had been set deeper into the wall than it should have been. I raised my phone again, panning slowly. Additional corridor beyond first, I said. This is not part of the original structure. My voice sounded flat, controlled. Good, stay controlled. I moved forward. The second corridor branched after a few steps. Left and right. I picked left, mostly because the floor looked less warped. Another door, then another. Some were ajar, some were closed. I opened the first one on the left. Room small, no windows, bare except for a metal chair in the center, the kind you'd find in a cheap office. The floor beneath it was scuffed in a circular pattern, like it had been dragged around again and again. I didn't go in. I closed the door. Second door, storage. Shelves lining the walls, mostly empty except for a few cardboard boxes. One of them was open. I stepped closer, crouched, and pulled the top flap back. Old paperwork, envelopes, utility bills. I flipped one over. Same address, different name, not the one on my work order. I straightened slowly. Okay, that happens too. Houses change hands, paperwork lingers. I put the box back the way I found it and stepped out. My phone buzzed again. Mara, where are you? She asked, no greeting this time. In, I looked around, suddenly unsure how to describe it. In some kind of extension. There are multiple rooms. Storage, maybe. No windows. What do you mean multiple? Like a hallway system. It keeps branching. There was a sharp inhale on her end. Get out, she said. Now, I'm trying. The door I came through is locked. What? I stopped, because explaining it wasn't going to make it sound better. It shut behind me. Okay, she said, voice tightening further. Listen to me, I'm outside, I'm coming in. No, wait, the line went dead again. I stood there, phone in my hand, the weight of it suddenly not enough. This was the part I hated, not the quiet, not the emptiness. Part where you realize you don't have a clean explanation anymore. I turned back toward the corridor, forcing myself to move. Find another exit, I said out loud. It's just a layout issue. Left path, then right. Another door, another room. Some empty, some with traces of used scratches on the floor, scuffed baseboards, a faint smell of something like old cleaning solution. It all looked used, not abandoned, not forgotten. Used, then left. I heard something behind me. A soft thud. I froze. Hello, I called, louder than I meant to. No answer. Just the hum of that distant bulb carried faintly through the corridors. I turned slowly, retracing my steps. The door to the storage room, the one with the boxes, was closed. I was almost certain I'd left it open. Okay, I said, but it came out thin this time. I stepped closer. The knob turned easily. Inside, the box I'd opened was back on the shelf. Closed, perfectly aligned with the others. I stared at it. No, I said, under my breath. No, I didn't. Footsteps. Clear this time, not mine. somewhere ahead, deeper in the corridor. I went still, every muscle locking in place. "Evan," Mara's voice. Relief hit me so fast it almost made me dizzy. "I'm here," I called. "Down the left branch, there's a just follow my voice." Her footsteps came closer, quick, uneven against the warped floor. She appeared around the corner a few seconds later, breathing hard, one hand braced against the wall. "Mara Klein, 36, female," I said automatically, because saying it grounded things. "Listing agent. You shouldn't have come in." "Yeah, well," she shot back, still catching her breath. "You shouldn't be stuck in a maze that doesn't exist." We stood there for a second, looking at each other. "You see it, right?" I asked. "All of it," she said. "None of this is on any plan." "Good," I said. "So it's not just me." "No," she said. "It's not just you." She glanced around, eyes moving quickly, cataloging. "This is illegal," she muttered. "Unpermitted construction at this scale. This is whoever owned this place." She cut herself off. "Doesn't matter," she said. "We need to get out." "Doors locked," I said. "We find another way." She nodded. "Okay," she said. "We stick together. We don't split up. And we keep track of turns." "Agreed." She pulled a pen from her folder and marked a line on the wall beside us. "There," she said. "Breadcrumbs." "Good idea." We started moving. Left, then straight, then right, marking each turn. The corridors shifted subtly as we walked, not changing exactly, just enough that I couldn't quite line it up with where we'd been before. "Do you hear that?" Mara asked suddenly. I paused. At first, nothing. Then faint, distant, something like a door closing. Not near, not far, just somewhere in the structure. "Yeah," I said. She swallowed. "Okay," she said, forcing steadiness into her voice. "We keep going." We turned another corner and stopped, because the mark she'd made, the first one, was on the wall in front of us. We stared at it. "That's not possible," she said. "We didn't," I started, then stopped. "We hadn't turned that way. I was sure of it." Mara stepped closer to the mark, running her finger over the ink like she could smear it into something else. "We're looping," she said. "No," I said. "No, we can't be. The angles don't." Another sound. Closer this time. A door opening. We both turned toward it. Down a corridor we hadn't taken, a door stood slightly ajar, light spilling out from inside, brighter than anything else we'd seen down here. Mara looked at me. "That wasn't there," she said. "I know." We stood there, the two of us, breathing in the same tight air, listening to that faint hum. "Okay," she said finally. "That might be an exit." "Or not," I said. "Or not," she agreed. We didn't move. Then, almost at the same time, we both took a step toward it, because staying still didn't feel like an option anymore. And whatever was behind that door, whatever explanation this place had, it was either closer to getting out, or it was something we were going to have to face anyway. The bright door opened into a laundry room. For one full second, that almost made me laugh. Not because it was funny, because my body had already geared itself up for something worse. Someone standing there, maybe, or stairs dropping into a crawl space, or some locked room with a mattress and a camera, and all the things your brain reaches for when a place stops making sense. Instead, it was a laundry room so ordinary it felt insulting. Washer, dryer, upper cabinets painted cream, a plastic bottle of off-brand detergent on a shelf, a single ceiling fixture with a frosted glass dome, brighter than the bare bulbs in the hidden corridors, because it was meant for actual work. There was even a half-folded bath towel sitting on top of the dryer, stiff with dust. Mara let out a breath beside me that sounded almost angry. "What the hell?" she said. I stepped in first. The floor was linoleum here, yellowed around the edges. To the left was a utility sink with rust blooming around the drain. Straight ahead, another door stood open to what looked like a mudroom. Daylight showed through the narrow window in it. "Exit," Mara said immediately. "Maybe." I crossed the laundry room fast enough that my shoulder clipped the side of a cabinet. Pain jumped down my arm. I barely felt it. I got to the mudroom and pushed through. Not outside. The mudroom connected to the main house, but not ours, not the part I knew. There was a second kitchen beyond it, smaller and older, with avocado green counters and a low ceiling stained brown above the stove. The air smelled different here. Grease, old coffee, something sour in the fridge that had dried down to a memory. This part of the house hadn't just been hidden, it had been lived in. I stopped dead in the doorway. Behind me, Mara nearly walked into me. "What?" I stepped aside. She looked in and didn't say anything for a few seconds. Then, "No. Yeah." We stood shoulder to shoulder in the mudroom, taking it in. The small kitchen had one window over the sink, but it had been painted shut from the inside. To the right, an archway led into a den. To the left was a short hall with 2 doors. The trim here didn't match the front part of the house at all. Different era, different budget. Like an old in-law suite had been swallowed whole and sealed behind new walls. "This is why the footprint felt off," Mara said quietly. The square footage was right. The interior was. She walked into the small kitchen, folder tucked under one arm, eyes moving fast. She had the clipped, efficient look of somebody trying to keep panic from becoming contagious. I followed her in. "Okay," she said. "Map it." "What?" "You said geography." Out loud. "You keep making yourself rules. So map it." She pointed. "If we can place this against the front half of the house, we can figure where an exterior wall should be." I looked at her. That was one of those moments where a person can annoy you by being exactly right. "Fine," I said. "Laundry corridor behind us. Mudroom. This kitchen is probably running parallel to the main kitchen, but farther back. Den on the right. Short hall on the left. If this used to be a garage conversion or accessory unit, exterior access is probably off the den or end of that hall." "Good," she said. "We try the obvious doors first." That was attempt number 1. It failed in less than 3 minutes. The door at the end of the left hall opened into a bathroom with no exterior window, only a vent rattling overhead. The second door was a bedroom. Small, twin bed frame, no mattress. Closet door hanging off one hinge. There was an exterior-looking window on the far wall, but someone had covered it from the outside with plywood, bolted in place. Thin strips of sun leaked around the edges. Mara pressed both hands to the plywood and swore under her breath. I went to the den. It was bigger than the kitchen, but still cramped, crowded by old furniture draped in yellowing sheets. A recliner, 2 end tables, a TV cabinet with the glass missing from the front. On the far wall, a set of sliding glass doors looked like the answer. I crossed the room in 4 strides and yanked the curtain aside. More plywood, not 1 sheet, 3, fitted and screwed into the frame from the inside. I tried the handle anyway. The door shuddered and stuck. "Anything," Mara called. "No outside." She came into the den and saw the sliders. Her mouth tightened. "Who boards interior exits from the inside," she said. "Somebody who doesn't want this unit used anymore, or found." We both went quiet. That was the first new fact. This wasn't an accident. It wasn't just weird remodeling or some eccentric layout. Someone had intentionally sealed this section off after the fact, from within the hidden side. Mara crouched by the slider track. These are recent-ish. Not brand new, but not old enough to be original. Look, she touched one screw head. It was shiny under the dust. Could have been done when the property was vacated, I said. By who? Owner, bank, contractor. She looked up at me. And why not disclose an extra living space? I didn't answer because I had a worse question. Why hide it so thoroughly that the official plan acted like it wasn't there at all? We searched the den anyway. One end table drawer stuck at first, then came loose with a snap that made both of us flinch. Empty except for a TV remote with corroded batteries. The second drawer had old mail. Not much, just a few pieces. Pharmacy envelopes, junk mail, a handwritten card without the envelope. Same address. Different names again. One recurring surname this time, Bell. Mara took a picture with her phone. Could help identify occupants. Assuming we get out with our phones. She glanced up. You having signal? I checked. One bar, then none. Not really. Same. I moved back into the kitchen and opened the fridge even though I knew it wouldn't help. The smell hit slow, dry, not rotten enough to gag on. Just old food that had liquefied and evaporated long ago. On the side of the freezer door, held by a magnet shaped like a strawberry, was a folded receipt. I peeled it off and opened it. Hardware store. Screws, latch plates, interior locks, utility bulbs, shelf brackets. Dated 14 months earlier. Mara read over my shoulder. Interior locks. Yeah, so whoever did this bought supplies locally and was still working on it a little over a year ago. She took a photo of that too. That was the partial part of the first attempt. We didn't find a way out, but we found evidence that the hidden structure had been maintained deliberately and relatively recently. That made it worse. We backtracked through the mudroom and laundry room to the lit corridor and started marking again, more systematically this time. I kept the map in my head as best I could. From the original front hallway, we'd entered the narrow corridor. That led to a branching section with storage and the room with the metal chair. From there, a bright doorway took us to laundry, then mudroom, then hidden apartment, kitchen center, den right, hall left to bath and bedroom. So if we returned to the branching section and explored the opposite branch, maybe it would lead to stairs, or another exterior wall, or at least somewhere we could breach. Straight to the corridor split, Mara said. Then right branch this time. Yeah, we went together, marking walls at waist height with her pen, adding arrows now. The air in the narrow halls felt hotter than before, or maybe that was just us. My shirt clung between my shoulder blades. I'd been running on coffee and half a sandwich. My hands had started to shake in that small, annoying way they do right before real fatigue turns you stupid. We passed the room with the chair again. This time Mara stopped. What? I asked. She pointed. The chair was facing the door now. I felt the skin on my arms tighten. That wasn't like that before, she said. No, we both stood there, not moving. Then I saw the scuff marks more clearly. Circular, yes, but also overlapping arcs, tighter near the center. A swivel chair, not dragged around by hand, rotated. I stepped into the room carefully, eyes up, then down. The floor near one leg dipped where the board had partially given way. There, I said. A thin cable, nearly invisible in the dim light, ran from under the chair to the wall. Not electrical, guide wire. When the floor flexed near the doorway, tension pulled the chair a few degrees. I shifted my weight on the loose board and watched the chair turn another inch. Mara exhaled hard. Jesus. Trip rig, I said. For hurting somebody. Just movement. Why? To scare them. To know somebody came through. I looked at the cable. Or because whoever built this liked making ordinary things look wrong. We both knew that wasn't better. That was the misdirection. For one ugly second, it felt like something had moved on its own in the room. Instead, it was a mechanical trick, simple, cheap, human, which somehow made the place feel more personal. Mara took a step back from the doorway. I officially hate this house. In line, we kept going. The right branch narrowed before opening into a wider passage lined with built-in shelves. Most were empty, but a few held canned food, old water jugs, boxes of contractor trash bags, batteries still in unopened packs. A preparedness stash. Nothing cinematic, nothing dramatic, just practical supplies. That's recent too, Mara said, checking expiration dates. Some of these are still good. So somebody expected to spend time here, or wanted someone else to. At the end of the shelf passage, we found a stairwell. 3 concrete steps down to a heavy metal door with a crash bar. For the first time since getting trapped, my body surged forward before my brain could object. Exit, I said. Mara was already beside me. I hit the crash bar with my palm. The door banged open 2 inches, then stopped dead on a chain. A thick security chain had been mounted on the far side, limiting the opening just enough to show daylight and the narrow strip of an exterior alley between houses. Fresh air pushed through. Real air. Cool, damp, outdoor air with soil and cut grass in it. I shoved harder, peering through the gap. Concrete steps on the outside. Fence to the right. Side yard. We were maybe 12 feet from freedom. Can you reach it? Mara asked. No. The chain was mounted high and deep. My fingers couldn't get more than the tips through the gap. She tried next, angling her hand, grimacing as the metal scraped her wrist. No, damn it. I looked around for anything long enough to snag it. Nothing. Mara ripped open a nearby supply box and found a bent wire hanger. She straightened it against the wall as best she could while I held the door open with both hands. Okay, she said. Keep it there. The crash bar dug into my hip. The door kept trying to spring back. I braced one boot against the concrete step. She fed the hanger through the gap, tongue pressed against her teeth in concentration. Higher, I said. Little left. I know. The wire scraped metal, slipped, scraped again. I could see the chain now, only a few inches beyond reach. If she could lift it off the catch, the hanger snagged. Yes, I said, you've got it. She pulled. The wire twisted and snapped in half. Mara recoiled, the sharp end dragging across her palm. Damn it. The door slammed shut hard enough to rattle the frame. The sound boomed down the passage like a gunshot. For a second, neither of us moved. Then Mara looked at her hand. Blood welled along the base of her thumb, not deep but messy. Let me see, I said. It's fine. It's bleeding. It's a cut, Evan, not an amputation. But her voice had that thin edge people get when pain and panic are sharing the same chair. I pulled a rag from my back pocket, one of my cleaning cloths, at least still clean enough, and wrapped it around her hand. She let me, jaw tight, breathing through her nose. That was close, I said. Don't say that. What? Don't say close. That makes it worse. I looked at her, surprised into silence. She laughed once, short and humorless. My mother used to say that. Every time something bad happened, but not as bad as it could have been, that was close. like if you said it right, the universe would be satisfied and stop there. I tied the cloth tighter. "Okay," I said. "Then I won't say it." She nodded, looking anywhere but at me. That was the first crack I'd seen in her. Not fear exactly history. Some private superstition born from a life where control kept getting sold to you as a product. My flaw was easier to name. I stay too long. I tell myself I'm being practical, professional, thorough. Really, I just hate walking away without understanding the shape of a problem. My father used to disappear for stretches when I was a kid, days sometimes, then come back with some shrugging explanation that didn't fit. Ever since, unfinished things get under my skin. Open loops, missing reasons. They itch until I make them worse by scratching. That flaw was why I'd opened the first door. Now, it was why the strip of daylight beyond, that chained exit, felt less like hope and more like insult. Mara flexed her wrapped hand. "We need leverage, something to break that mount or cut the chain. Maybe tools in the supply shelves." We searched. Hammer, yes. Utility knife. Screwdrivers. No bolt cutters. No pry bar long enough to matter. I found a cordless drill in a plastic case and almost laughed again. But when I opened it, the battery slots were empty. "Of course," I said. Mara, meanwhile, had gone still. "What?" I asked. She pointed to the shelf above shoulder height. There were file boxes up there, each labeled in black marker. Dates on some, initials on others. On the nearest lid, clearly written, "Cleaners." We looked at each other. Then I pulled the box down. Inside were Polaroids. Not many, maybe 20. Some showed parts of the hidden apartment during construction, bare studs, wiring, insulation. Others showed finished rooms, the chair room, the storage shelves, the metal exit door before the chain was installed, and 3 photos showed people, not posed, candid. Rainy, a man in coveralls standing in the laundry room, carrying a mop bucket. A woman in a company polo shirt at the shelf passage, turned away, profile half visible. And me, or not me exactly. A man built like me, same dark work jacket type, shot from behind in the front hallway of the main house, pushing a cleaning cart. I felt my stomach go hard and empty at the same time. "This is bad," Mara said softly. "Yeah." In the bottom of the box was a small spiral notebook. Dates, times, short entries in cramped handwriting. He noticed the haul. Sent agent away too early. Need better sound cover on latch. Mara reached for the notebook, then stopped. We both heard it at the same time. Metal. A heavy, final metallic clunk from somewhere behind us, back in the stairwell. I turned. The crash bar door we'd failed to open had changed in the few seconds we were distracted. From the inside, a secondary deadbolt housing sat above the panic bar, something I swear had been retracted before. Now the bolt was extended into the frame. Not automated, not magic. Somebody had thrown it from the outside. Mara whispered, "Someone's here." That was the second failed attempt. Worse than the first because it didn't just fail. It answered a question we hadn't wanted answered. We were not alone in a sealed, hidden part of the house. I grabbed the hammer without deciding to. Mara took the utility knife, though I could tell from the way she held it she hated that she was doing it. "Back," I said. "We go back. To the main house, if we can." We moved fast, no longer caring about neat marks or controlled breathing. Shelf passage, wider corridor, left at the chair room, through the branching hall toward the first narrow corridor leading to the original front hallway. The air felt different now because every sound belonged to somebody. Our footsteps, our breath, Mara's sleeve brushing the wall, the faint buzzing light, and under that, far back somewhere in the structure, another sound. Slow steps, unhurried, not chasing, following. We hit the first corridor and saw immediately that something was wrong. The door to the original house, the one that had locked behind me before, was gone. Not hidden by angle, not closed, gone. In its place was bare wall paneling, painted the same off-white as the corridor, uninterrupted except for a fresh pen arrow we'd made earlier now pointing straight into nothing. Mara stopped so hard I nearly collided with her. "No," she said. I went to the wall and slammed my palm against it once, twice, then pounded with the hammer. Hollow behind one section, solid behind another. No knob, no frame, no seam I could trust. "We missed it," Mara said too quickly. We turned around. "This isn't the same corridor." "It is. Look at the mark." "Then where's the door?" I had no answer. Behind us, somewhere deeper in the passage system, a hinge creaked. Not loud, just enough. Mara's breathing shortened. "Evan." I backed away from the wall. There are moments when a place stops being a puzzle and becomes terrain. You're not solving it anymore. You're surviving its design. The route back to the known part of the house was no longer a route. Only exit we'd found had been chained and then dead bolted by someone outside. And now whoever had done it knew, for certain, that we were inside. That was the point of no return. No more leaving the way we came. No more pretending this was just bad remodeling and a trapped afternoon. We turned together toward the deeper corridors, the hammer slick in my hand, Mara clutching the notebook and the knife, and started moving because standing still was the one choice that felt more dangerous than any of the others. We heard him before we saw him. Not close, not in the next corridor, just somewhere in the structure behind us, moving at the same steady pace he'd kept since the deadbolt hit. No rush, no calling out, the kind of patience that tells you a person thinks the building is already doing most of the work for him. Mara and I moved deeper because there was nothing else to do. Back through the shelf passage, past the chair room with its cheap little scare rig, through the wider corridor into the first branch where I'd found the storage boxes and the metal chair and the notebook that had turned the whole place from wrong into built for this. My breathing sounded loud now. So did Mara's. The wrapped cloth around her hand had gone blotchy and dark. "Talk," she whispered. "What? Just talk. I can hear him better when we stop." So I talked. "Okay," I said, low and fast. "We've got the narrow original corridor, then the first split. Left goes to the storage room and chair room. Right goes to the shelves and chained exit. Bright door took us into laundry, mudroom, hidden apartment. Somewhere in this section, there has to be structural access. Utility lines, crawl space, something. You think he lives here, lived maybe, used it, maintained it. Not what I asked. No, it was. Ahead of us, the passage bent left. The bulb there had started to flicker hard, stuttering between yellow and dim gray. Each pulse threw the walls into different shapes. For a second, you'd see the seam of a panel. The next second, it vanished back into shadow and paint. Mara grabbed my sleeve. "Wait," I stopped. We listened. Nothing from ahead. The footsteps behind us had paused too, or maybe the walls were eating the sound. Mara leaned close. If he's been watching cleaners, he knows the roots better than we do. He's hurting us. I know. So we stopped doing what he expects. I looked at her. Her face had taken on that strained, over-clear look people get when they're scared enough to become useful. "The wall behind the missing door," she said. You said part of it sounded hollow. Yeah. What if it's not a disappearing root? What if it's a pivot panel? Something that can be opened from another latch point. I almost said there wasn't time. Then I realized time was all we had until we ran out of it. We go back, I asked. We go smart. The footsteps started again. Still unhurried. Tightened my grip on the hammer. Fine. We retraced to the corridor with the missing door. This time I forced myself to look instead of panic. Same pen arrow on the wall, pointing nowhere. Same off-white paneling. Same trim line at the floor. I crouched. The baseboard had been scuffed recently in one section, a faint crescent mark in the dust. There, I said. Mara knelt beside me. What am I looking at? Swing clearance. Something opened here. With what? I ran my hand along the wall. Flat paint. Tiny bumps from cheap roller work. Then, chest height, I felt it, a shallow metal disc under the paint, no bigger than a coin. Magnetic catch, I said. Can you open it? Not by pulling. I stood, backed up half a step, and hit the section beside it with the hammer, not full force, just enough to jar whatever was seated behind it. The panel shifted with a dull internal thunk. A seam appeared near the trim. Mara inhaled sharply. Again. I hit it harder. The whole wall section gave 2 inches, then eased outward on hidden hinges. Behind it was darkness and a smell like warm insulation. And stairs, not proper stairs. Framing steps, narrow and steep, leading down between raw studs. We stood there for half a beat, both understanding the same thing at once. This was not part of the route anyone meant for guests or cleaners to find. From behind us, a voice said, calm as anything, I wouldn't do that. We turned so fast, I nearly lost the hammer. A man stood at the far end of the corridor near the chair room. Late 50s, maybe 60. Lean build, gray hair cut close, wore clothes so ordinary they looked chosen for that exact reason. Dark jacket, jeans, utility flashlight in one hand, the other empty and loose at his side. Not big, not cinematic, just a man. He looked at Mara first, then me, with a tired irritation like we'd made him repeat ourselves during business hours. Who are you? Mara asked. Her voice shook once, then steadied. What is this? He ignored the question. That stair's not safe. I heard myself laugh once, dry and ugly. That's your concern. He looked at the hammer in my hand. My concern, he said, is getting you both out without making this worse. You locked the exit, Mara said. I secured a door you were forcing. You trapped us. No, he tilted his head. You trapped yourselves when you kept pushing into areas that are clearly not for you. That almost worked on me. The tone of it, the confidence, the way some men can make a sentence sound like a policy instead of a threat. Mara didn't buy it. She took one step forward. There are photos of workers in a box labeled cleaners. There are notes about agents and latches and sound cover. So let's skip the part where you act offended and tell us what the hell you've been doing in this house. Something changed in his face then. Not much, just enough. He wasn't surprised we'd found the box. He was annoyed. I maintain the property, he said. You do not, Mara snapped. I'm the listing agent. For the front half, he said. None of us moved. The front half. He said it like a real category. Like you could divide a house that way and expect the sentence to stand. What does that mean? I asked. He looked at me. It means the recorded parcel and the usable structure aren't the same thing anymore. That's not an answer. It's the only one you're getting. He started forward, one careful step at a time. Stop, I said. He did. His flashlight beam dipped, then lifted again, never leaving our faces for long. He wanted us able to see him. That was worse than if he tried to hide. "We don't need a fight," he said. "Give me the notebook. Give me the photos. I'll open the side exit and you can leave." Mara's good hand tightened around the spiral pad tucked against her chest. "And then what? We walk out and pretend this is a layout issue. You walk out," he said, "and decide whether you want to explain why you were trespassing in an unlisted section of a distressed property. That property is under contract to be sold." He shrugged. "Paperwork catches up eventually. The footsteps, the notes, the rigged chair, the hidden doors, all of it narrowed down into this one calm, infuriating man and his belief that he still had the better leverage. I understood then what the private fear in me actually was. Not just unfinished things, being handled, fed half-truths by someone certain I'd swallow them because challenging them would be more exhausting than obeying. My father had that same voice when he came home late and pretended the missing days hadn't happened. I felt the old heat of that rise up so fast it almost made me stupid. "Evan," Mara said quietly, not taking her eyes off the man. It was a warning. "Don't rush him. Don't make this physical yet." But he heard the strain in her voice too. He saw the blood through the rag on her hand. He saw our fatigue. He had been counting on exactly this version of us. He took another step. "Last chance," he said. "Hand them over." Behind me, the hidden stairwell waited open and raw. I made the decision without liking any version of it. "Go," I said to Mara. Then I swung the hammer at the light. The bulb over our section of corridor burst with a flat pop. Glass sprayed. Darkness rushed in unevenly, broken only by his flashlight beam whipping sideways. "Go," I shouted. Mara moved. So did he. The flashlight caught my shoulder as I lunged for him. Not to win, just to slow him. We collided hard in the narrow corridor, my hammer arm jammed between us, his flashlight slamming into my cheekbone with enough force to white out one eye for a second. We hit the wall. Paneling boomed. He was stronger than he looked because he knew how to use tight space. No wasted motion. Forearm drove into my throat. Not crushing, just enough to take air and balance. "Idiot," he hissed, and that was the first real emotion I heard from him. Behind us, wood thudded as Mara went down the hidden stairs. "Good." I drove my knee up, caught his thigh. Not enough. He twisted the hammer out of line, and my knuckles smashed the wall instead. Pain lit through my hand. The flashlight dropped, clattering, beam spinning. He shoved me backward. I hit the open panel in half, fell into the stair opening. My heel slipped on the top step. He reached for the notebook tucked in Mara's abandoned folder on the floor, except it wasn't there. She had it. He realized it a beat later and came for me instead. I swung the hammer short this time, one-handed, clumsy, but hard. It connected with his forearm. He grunted. Real pain. The hand he'd reached with went useless for a second. I kicked the panel. The hidden wall swung inward between us, not fully closed, but enough to force him to catch it with his shoulder. I dropped down the first 3 steps in the dark, nearly breaking an ankle, and dragged the panel after me until it slapped shut. No lock, just wood between us. He hit it from the other side immediately. Once, twice. "Mara," I shouted into the dark. "Answer me." "Here," she yelled back farther down. "Move." I half slid, half ran down the framing steps, one hand on studs, the other gripping the hammer so hard my palm burned. The staircase turned once and emptied into a low utility crawl that had been widened into a service corridor. Bare pipes overhead, electrical conduit, concrete floor slick with dust. Mara stood 10 yards ahead, breathing hard, flashlight now in her hand, the one he dropped. The beam shook but held. "You okay?" she asked. "No." I touched my face and my fingers came away wet. "You." My hands worse. My dignity's ruined. "Come on." Behind us, the panel shuddered again under his weight. Not opening yet, but not made to hold forever. We ran. This lower passage mapped under the hidden apartment, I think. It paralleled the shelf corridor above. On our left, stud bays opened into storage voids filled with insulation and old framing debris. On the right, pipes and wires ran toward the front of the house. House systems. That meant a mechanical core. Maybe a main shutoff. Maybe a foundation vent. Maybe nothing we could use. But it was structure, finally, and structure makes more sense than rooms built to confuse. The corridor dipped. Mara stumbled and slapped one hand against the wall, hissing through her teeth. "You all right? Keep moving." Behind us came the sound of the panel finally giving way. Then his shoes on the lower concrete. Not running again, just coming. That steadiness was getting into my head worse than yelling would have. We rounded a bend and hit a dead-end alcove with the furnace, water heater, and electrical panel mounted on plywood. The mechanical heart of the hidden section. "No," Mara said. I turned in a full circle, light flashing over metal ducts, copper pipes, shut-off valves. Wait. At floor level behind the furnace, partly obscured by ductwork, was corrugated daylight. Not much. A rectangular foundation vent, maybe 14 inches wide, screened from outside. "Too small," Mara said. "For you, maybe." She stared at me. "I'm not leaving you. You're bleeding. And you've got the notebook. So crawl with me. No chance." The footsteps approached the bend. I looked at the electrical panel. Old but labeled. Separate sub-panel for the hidden section. Of course there was. An ugly thought came fast and complete. "Mara," I said, "if I kill power down here, what happens upstairs?" She followed my eyes. The magnetic catches, the lights, maybe any powered lock, maybe, or nothing. Yeah, the footsteps got closer. Mara went to the vent and set the flashlight down, tried the screen, screwed in from inside. I handed her the hammer. "Take the claw to it." "What are you going to do?" I yanked open the electrical panel. "Evan, we don't have time. That's live. I know what live looks like." That was only half true. I know enough about houses not to do this casually. I know enough to know there's a difference between shutting off a breaker and pulling service. This wasn't service, though. Just the hidden section sub-panel. Still risky. Still stupid. Behind us, he turned the bend. The flashlight caught him full on. He stopped, taking in the scene. Panel open, Mara at the vent, me between him and both. "Don't," he said sharply. And there it was again, that first real crack of feeling. Fear. Not for us, for the system. That told me I had the right idea. "Open the vent," I said to Mara. He started forward at last, quick. I grabbed the main sub-breaker and pulled. The arc snapped bright blue-white, louder than I expected. A crack and shower of sparks. Pain jumped through my hand and forearm like a hot wire driven into the bone. I went backward hard, hit concrete, lost the breath in my lungs. Everything went black. Not metaphorically. Absolute black. Above us, somewhere through floors and walls, I heard a sequence of sounds almost at once. Relays clicking dead, a muffled chain rattle, panels shifting in their tracks, and then a distant slam from the upper levels like a door, finally losing its hold. The man swore. Mara kept working by feel now, hammering at the vent screen. Metal shrieked. The man lunged past me toward her, but in the dark, he misjudged the furnace corner and smashed into its shoulder first with a sound that was half grunt, half choking cough. I rolled, grabbed for anything, found his dropped flashlight on the floor where Mara must have set it. I thumbed it on. The beam came alive in a wild jitter. He was on one knee, one arm wrapped around his ribs, the other reaching toward Mara. I swung the flashlight like a baton. It cracked against the side of his head. Not a movie knockout, just enough to make him fold and throw his hands up. "Go," I shouted. Mara ripped the loosened vent screen free and looked at the opening. It was bad. Concrete edges, dirt beyond, narrow. She looked back at me once. "Go, you first." We lost a second there, stupidly, both trying to give the other the better odds. He recovered enough to grab my ankle. I went down hard, chin clipping concrete. My teeth slammed together. Pain burst through my jaw. Mara didn't hesitate after that. She dropped flat and started forcing herself through the vent, shoulders scraping concrete. The notebook disappeared first, shoved ahead of her. Good. The man hauled on my leg. I kicked backward with the other foot, connected with something soft enough to matter. He cursed and let go, but only for a moment. I crawled toward the vent. He caught the back of my jacket and dragged me 6 inches, then a foot. My fingernails tore against concrete, trying to hold. The flashlight spun loose again, beams slashing over pipes. Mara was halfway through, stuck at the hips. "Move," I yelled. "I am." The man shifted his grip, grabbing higher, fist twisted in my collar. He was breathing hard now too, all that control gone. Gray hair hanging loose over his forehead. Blood at one ear from where I'd hit him. "You don't understand," he said through his teeth, pulling. "You don't get to take this." I drove my elbow backward blind, connected with his mouth or nose. Something wet hit my neck. He yanked harder. My shoulder screamed. Mara got free all at once, spilling outside into dirt and dead grass. Cool air rushed through the opening. She spun around and reached back in with her good hand. "Evan," I stretched for her. The man dragged me again, heels skidding on concrete. There are moments when you decide what body part you're willing to damage for a chance at the rest of you. I grabbed the rag around Mara's injured hand, then shifted and seized her wrist instead. Pull. She braced outside and pulled with everything she had. The man still had my jacket. I heard stitching start to go. Not rip all at once. Tear by stubborn tear. Then, the old cleaning jacket finally gave. I shot forward through the vent opening, concrete scraping skin off my back and ribs, and spilled out onto damp ground beside Mara in the narrow strip between the house and the fence. For a second, neither of us moved. Then we heard him inside the vent, too big to follow without backing away and changing angles. "Run," Mara said. We got up. I wish I could say we sprinted heroically into daylight. We didn't. We staggered. Mara's hand was hanging useless and bloody. My right arm was half numb from the electrical hit, and every breath caught on whatever I'd done to my ribs crawling out. But movement is movement. We rounded the side yard toward the street. The metal exit door from the hidden stairwell stood 3 feet open now, chain slack. Whatever mechanism had held it in place disabled when I killed the power. So that had worked. At a cost. At the front drive, Mara fumbled her keys twice before getting the Subaru unlocked. I got in and slammed the passenger door just as the front door of the house opened behind us. He stood there in the frame, one hand braced against it, watching, not chasing, not waving a weapon, just watching us go with a face I knew I was going to see later every time a hallway felt too long. "Drive," I said. She was already backing out. Her phone got signal first at the end of the block, mine a second later. She called 911 with her good hand on speaker, voice clipped and professional, until dispatch asked if the suspect was still on scene. Then it wavered once. "Yes," she said. "Yes, he's at the property. Hidden interior unit. Unpermitted construction. Possible assault. We have evidence. We need police and medical." I leaned my head back against the seat and shut my eyes. The adrenaline didn't leave. It just changed shape. Started shaking in my muscles instead of burning in them. Mara drove 2 streets over before pulling to the curb because her hand was bleeding through the rag again, and I looked, in her words later, like a man who licked an outlet and lost. We waited there for sirens. I looked down and realized I was still holding the flashlight. My knuckles were split. My forearm twitched in small, involuntary jumps from the shock. The side of my face had already started to swell where he'd hit me. Mara had the notebook shoved under her thigh like she was afraid someone might still take it. Neither of us said much. The conflict was over by then, technically. We had gotten out. He had lost the building, or enough of it. But there wasn't any clean feeling to it. No rush of relief. Just the ugly knowledge that every door in that place, every panel and latch and chain, had been made by a person who thought patience and planning entitled him to other people's fear. And some part of him had almost been right. The paramedic kept asking me the same questions in different shapes. Did I lose consciousness? Did I remember my full name? Did I know what day it was? Could I move my fingers? I understood why she was doing it. It still made me want to laugh, which would have hurt too much, so I didn't. We were sitting on the curb 2 houses down from the property because the police had taped off the front walk and the ambulance crew wanted us out of the traffic lane. Evening had started to flatten the block into that ordinary suburban colorless light where every lawn looks clipped by the same service and every house seems to mind its own business. Kids were still riding bikes at the far end of the street. A sprinkler clicked somewhere behind a hedge. If you looked past the cruisers and the yellow tape, it could have been any Thursday. My right forearm kept jumping on its own from the electrical shock. Small, ugly spasms under the skin. The paramedic Jenny, according to her badge, held my wrist, watched my pupils with a penlight, then palpated along my ribs with careful fingers. "That tender?" she asked. "Very. Sharp or dull. Depends how much you enjoy this." She gave me a quick look that said she appreciated the effort and not the timing. "Probably bruised, maybe cracked," she said. "We'll get you checked properly. Any trouble breathing besides pain? Just the part where breathing involves ribs." That got the ghost of a smile from her. She put an adhesive dressing over my split knuckles and asked again whether I had chest pains separate from the impact and the shock. I told her no. My cheek had puffed up enough that talking felt off center. Across from me, on the back bumper of the other ambulance, Mara was getting her hand irrigated. She hadn't cried. She hadn't yelled. She had gone past both into the cold, efficient version of herself I'd first seen in the hidden apartment. Only now it was thinner at the edges. You could see the cost of it. An officer in a navy windbreaker crouched in front of her with a notebook. Detective, probably. He spoke quietly. She answered quietly. Every so often she'd press her lips together and look toward the taped-off house, as if checking whether it was still there. The older man was in a second cruiser at the curb back seat, hands cuffed in front because he'd complained about a shoulder injury. The side of his face was red where I'd hit him with the flashlight. One of the officers had stood by his open car door while EMS looked him over. From where I sat, I couldn't hear their conversation. He looked exactly the way he had in the corridor, annoyed, not frantic, as if the arrest were another paperwork issue he expected to outlast. That made me angrier than it should have, or maybe exactly as angry as it should have. Jenny finished wrapping my forearm where the arc had burned a neat, angry mark across the heel of my palm and into the wrist. "You're going to the ER," she said. "I know. No driving. Wasn't planning to." "Good." She stood, traded a few words with her partner, then asked if I wanted them to call anyone. "No," she hesitated. "You sure?" I looked past her at the house. No one was calling me from work because I was freelance, and inconvenient things are one of the perks of not being on salary. No wife waiting, no roommate, no one I wanted to explain this to while my hands still smelled faintly of scorched plastic and old dust. "Yeah," I said, "I'm sure." The detective came over a few minutes later. Early 40s, trim beard, tired eyes, the kind that had seen enough domestic calls and burglaries and bad decisions to make him economical with sympathy. "I'm Detective Salazar," he said. "I know you've already told Patrol the broad strokes. I need you to walk me through it again." I looked at the house, then at him. "You found it," he followed my eyes. "We found hidden access points, yes." That was careful phrasing. Not everything. Not you were right about all of it. Just enough to keep me talking. So I did. I told him about the extra door in the hallway, the unlisted corridors, the chair room, the shelf passage, the chained exit, the file box marked cleaners, the notebook, the photos, the man in the corridor. I left nothing out except the irrational details that no longer mattered, the way the house seemed to listen, the way the hall felt longer than its footprint. Those things belong to you only while you're trapped. Once you're outside, they sound like decoration. Salazar wrote in block capitals, occasionally stopping me to pin down order and location. "Show me with your hands," he said once. Which side was the bright door on from the first branch? "Straight ahead from where we looped back," I said, "but not on the first pass." He didn't react to that, and I was grateful. He just wrote it down the way a good detective does when a witness says something that sounds impossible, without agreeing, without mocking, preserving the statement for later. When I finished, he asked, "Had you ever seen the suspect before today?" "No," had Miss Klein. "Not that I know of." "Did he identify himself?" "No," Salazar nodded. "We'll sort that." "Did he live there?" "We're still determining his connection to the property." Another careful phrase. He closed the notebook and looked at me for a second longer than necessary. "The notebook and photographs your agent recovered are useful. So is the receipt. We have seen text documenting the concealed spaces now. You think he built it?" "I think," Salazar said, "this house has a more complicated history than what was on the listing sheet." That was all he gave me. At the hospital, they did X-rays, an EKG, blood work, neurological checks, and the kind of repetitive monitoring that makes time turn gummy. No fractures officially. Severe bruising to the ribs, mild concussion, electrical injury to the hand and forearm that needed observation, but according to the ER physician, had likely not caused deep tissue damage, which sounded reassuring until you remembered the likely. They gave Mara 5 stitches at the base of her thumb and a brace to limit movement for a week or two. She refused stronger pain medication than ibuprofen because she said she needed a clear head for statements. That felt exactly like her. I was in the bed across the curtained bay when she said it. "Did you know," she asked, looking at the ceiling, "that I almost left after the first showing?" It took me a second to realize she was talking to me. "At the house?" "Yeah." Her voice was flat with exhaustion. "When I first got the listing, I knew the square footage was off. Not on paper, in person. Little things, closet depths, window spacing. I told myself I was tired. Then I went back to my car and sat there with the engine running for 5 minutes because it felt stupid to be bothered by a hallway. I turned my head carefully on the pillow. You came back." "Of course I came back." "Why, of course?" That got a breath of a laugh out of her, then a wince when the laugh pulled at something in her hand or shoulder. "Because," she said, "I have spent my entire career in rooms full of men explaining away things I noticed first." There it was, her flaw maybe. Not just control, refusal to be made foolish by her own instincts. I understood that better than I wanted to. "My mother used to tell me never to make a fuss unless I was willing to be one," she said. "So I got very good at being one." That sounds exhausting. It is. We were quiet for a while after that, listening to the soft inventory of hospital noises. Wheels squeaking, distant monitor alarms, someone laughing too loudly at the nurse's station, because if you don't laugh at hospitals sometimes, you start taking them personally. Eventually, she said, "You were right to break the light." I let that sit for a second. "You were right about the hollow wall." "I know." I turned my head back toward the ceiling. "You still have the notebook." She looked over at me then, surprised. "No, police have it." "Good. You think I'd keep it?" "I think after today you might keep evidence under your pillow." She actually smiled at that. Not big, just enough. By midnight, they discharged us separately with instructions nobody really follows well. Rest, hydration, watch for worsening symptoms, avoid strain, return if chest pain changes, return if confusion worsens, return if numbness spreads. Mara's car was still at the scene, so her sister came to get her. Before she left, she stood by the hospital exit with her brace and discharge papers tucked under one arm and looked at me like there was a question she didn't want to phrase poorly. "You okay getting home?" she asked. "Yeah, that's not what I meant." I knew. "No," I said, "but I'll get there." She nodded. "Detective Salazar said they'll want follow-up interviews." Figured. "And I'm not letting this get buried." "I know." Her mouth tightened. That house should never have been listed. Whatever version of this he was running, he counted on people deciding it was too weird to hold in their hands. "He didn't count on you." "No," she said. Then, after a beat, "Or you." I watched her sister guide her toward a gray SUV under the parking lot lights. She never looked back at the hospital doors. I did. I slept in pieces for the next 4 nights. Not nightmares, exactly. Those are cleaner. This was more like my body forgetting, for a few seconds at a time, where the walls really were. I'd wake up in my apartment sure there should be another door between the bathroom and kitchen, or convinced the short hall to my bedroom had lengthened in the dark. Once I stood in my own closet with the light on and couldn't remember why I was there, until I noticed I'd brought my phone with me like I was documenting something. By day, things were easier because paperwork is a form of gravity. Salazar called twice. The first time to confirm the suspect had been identified. Leonard Bell, 59, related by marriage to a former owner of the property. Not the titled owner at the time of foreclosure, but somebody with long-term access and enough practical knowledge to keep moving through the gaps when other people stopped looking. The second call was to tell me the concealed structure had indeed been built over years without permits, hidden behind interior alterations and false walls, with separate utilities partly tapped into the main lines. Was he living there? I asked. Salazar paused. Off and on, we think. Using it, certainly. For what? Another pause. We're still working through that. Which meant either they truly didn't know yet, or they knew enough not to say it over the phone before charges were final. News moved faster than certainty. 3 days after the arrest, a local station ran a piece with helicopter footage of the block and a cheerful anchor voice saying hidden rooms discovered inside foreclosed home after contractor and realtor escape. They blurred the address, but not enough for anyone local not to identify it. They used the phrase maze like interior twice, which made it sound entertaining. They interviewed a neighbor who said he'd always figured the place had additions. No one interviewed any cleaners. That felt about right. My contractor texted me the link with "You good? Also, please tell me this doesn't count as abandoning a job." I stared at it a full minute before replying. Not funny. He sent back, "Yeah, sorry." Then, after another minute, "Take the week." I didn't answer that one at all. Mara and I met once after the hospital at a diner off Route 46 because neither of us wanted to sit in someone's house and pretend walls were neutral. Her hand was stitched and taped. My cheek had gone from purple to greenish yellow. We looked like people who had taken up the same terrible hobby. She brought copies of public records she'd already started pulling on Bell and the property history. Of course she did. There were complaints, she said, sliding one sheet across the table. Not formal code complaints. Noise, mostly. Contractor vans at odd hours. Neighbor reports from years back. Nothing that ever triggered a real inspection. I looked at the sheet without really reading it. "You doing this for work?" I asked, "or because you can't let it go?" She stirred her coffee with her left hand. "Both. That seems healthy. It seems predictable. Fair enough. We didn't talk about fear directly. People like us almost never do. We talk around it by inventorying facts. The side exit chain, the receipt date, the likely route Bell used to move between sections, the subpanel, the possibility he'd been photographing workers for years, the possibility he hadn't. When the waitress came by with pie neither of us had ordered, Mara blinked at it like it had appeared from a false wall. "On the house," the waitress said, "you two look like you need sugar." After she walked away, Mara said, "See, that's how a normal surprise works." I laughed before I could stop myself, then had to press a hand to my ribs. It hurt. It also helped. 2 weeks later, I went back to work. Not that house. Nothing close to it. A condo clean out in Parsippany, where the worst thing waiting for me was cat hair embedded in every soft surface and a freezer full of melted fish sticks. I parked, sat behind the wheel, and watched the building entrance for a long minute before getting out. That was new. The pause. I used to walk into empty places with a checklist and a bottle of degreaser and whatever mood I'd brought from breakfast. Now I listened first, counted doors first, checked sightlines, not dramatically, just enough that I noticed myself doing it. Inside the condo, Everything was ordinary to the point of insult. One bedroom, one bath, hall closet exactly where it should be, utility panel in the kitchen by the fridge. No hidden catches, no new paint trying to look old. By noon, I had settled into the rhythm again: bag, wipe, stack, scrub. And for stretches of 10 or 15 minutes at a time, I could believe that experience had gone where bad experiences are supposed to go. Behind you. And I opened the linen closet. For half a second, my body reacted before my brain did. Hard breath, tight throat, hammering pulse. It was just a linen closet. Towels, toilet paper, a box fan. I stood there, one hand on the knob, and waited until my pulse came down. Then I finished the job. That's the part nobody tells you after something like that. You don't become a different person in one dramatic cut. You become yourself with an extra calculation running in the background. Salazar called one last time near the end of that week. Charges were moving forward. Unlawful imprisonment, assault, code violations stacked so high they started to look abstract, plus other items he wouldn't detail yet because the property search is still active. He thanked me for cooperating. People always thank you for cooperating when what they mean is you did not make this harder. Did you find out about the people in the photos? I asked. A few, yes. Past contractors, service workers. No current missing persons connected so far. That so far sat badly with me. Before hanging up, he said, "You and Miss Klein probably prevented this from continuing." Probably. There was that word again. The adult world runs on probably. Probably no deep tissue damage. Probably prevented it. Probably no one else involved. Probably enough evidence. Probably safe now. I understood why. Certainty is expensive. Still, some nights, when my apartment is quiet in the particular way apartments get after midnight, fridge compressor off, pipes at rest, the person upstairs finally asleep, I think about the notebook entry that said need better sound cover on latch. Not needed, need, like a work item, an unfinished improvement, like there had been more to build. I changed my own locks a few days after the hospital, though there was no good reason to. I keep my hallway light on later than I used to. I no longer talk to empty houses unless I absolutely have to. And even then, I keep it brief. Sometimes, if I'm tired, I still count doors without meaning to. Bedroom, bathroom, closet, 3, just 3. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here, dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story, I was swimming in the lake at night, and something brushed my ankle from below, is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first time something touched my ankle, I laughed underwater. Not because it was funny, because my brain, even then, wanted it to be one of the easy things. Weed, a trailing stem of milfoil. Somebody's fishing line drifting loose in the dark. The lake was warm near the surface and cold lower down, and I'd kicked into one of those deeper pockets people always talked about at the marina in the same tone they used for weather and local politics. Like the lake had moods if you stayed around it long enough. But when that quick, soft contact skimmed the inside of my right ankle and vanished, I jerked on instinct, came up spitting, and laughed. "Jesus," I said, wiping water from my face. "That got me." My voice traveled strangely over the lake, smaller than it should have been. We were maybe 40 yards from shore, far enough that the bonfire on the gravel beach had flattened into a low orange smear, but close enough that I could still hear someone by the coolers arguing about whether a jeep could tow a bass boat. Beyond that was the lightless tree line, black pines stacked against a darker sky. A few house lights shone on the far side of the water, expensive places tucked back in the woods, their docks marked by pale squares and blue-white landscape lights that made the shoreline look staged. "Quit whining and swim," Tyler called. Tyler Mason, 27 male, was farther out than the rest of us, floating on his back with the kind of confidence that made me tired to look at him sometimes. He had grown up in northern Wisconsin, the kind of person who treated cold water and old trucks like birthrights. He was all shoulders and easy jokes, and the annoying, effortless athleticism of a man who never seemed to think about his body unless it was helping him do something reckless. He turned his head toward me and grinned. Even in the dark, I could hear it in his voice. "Probably a fish telling you to go back to shore." "I hate fish," I said. "That's not a thing adults say." "It is if they keep touching me." Behind me, closer to shore, someone snorted. Nina Alvarez, 26, female, pushed wet hair out of her eyes and treaded water with short economical kicks. She had come up from Chicago with me that weekend, and unlike Tyler, she moved in lakes like she was negotiating terms with them. Careful, controlled. Nina was a civil engineer, practical to the point of irritation when I wanted to spiral, and funny in the driest possible way. She wore an old black one-piece under borrowed running shorts because, in her words, lakes were not pools, and she did not trust nature near my ass. She had one of those faces that looked composed even when she was laughing, which made it worse when she actually lost it. "Maybe it's the lake rejecting you personally." "Good," I said, feelings mutual. I floated onto my back and tried to make a joke out of my own tension. Above me, the sky was clear in patches between thin clouds. Not a dramatic sky, just late summer in Vilas County, Wisconsin, after a hot day that had broken into a cooler evening. You could smell wood smoke from shore and gasoline from somebody's pontoon, and the faint green rot of lake plants along the shallows. Somewhere farther down the beach, a country song played tinny through a phone speaker and got swallowed by the dark before it reached us. It should have been a normal night. That was the whole point of being there. I'm Mara Collins, 28, female, from Minneapolis, and I had agreed to the weekend because I was tired of being the person who said no. I cleaned rental properties and vacant houses for a living, foreclosures, estate sales, cabins between owners, the occasional hoarder job subcontracted through a restoration company when somebody else wanted out. And it had done something bad to the back rooms of my mind. Too many empty places, too many half-packed bedrooms and stale refrigerators, and the quiet that builds in houses when nobody has loved them correctly for a while. After work, I'd started checking door locks twice, then 3 times. I startled at ice makers dropping cubes. A month earlier, I'd bylaid on a friend's birthday dinner because I'd convinced myself I'd left a client's basement door open and driven 20 minutes back across town to confirm I hadn't. So when Nina said Tyler's cousin was having people up at his family's lake place near Eagle River, and there'd be beer and grilled corn and a chance to act like a normal person in August before summer died. I had heard myself say yes before I could inventory the possible reasons not to. That yes was still surprising me. "Come farther out," Tyler said. "It's better past the weeds." "I'm good right here. You're 30 feet from teenagers and White Claw. There are worse ways to die." From shore, a woman shouted. We heard that, followed by laughter. I turned my head enough to see the beach again. The fire ring glowed between silhouettes. Coolers, folded camp chairs, a dock with 2 aluminum fishing boats tied off and knocking softly against the rubber bumpers. Tyler's cousin Ben stood near the fire in a cut-off t-shirt, one hand wrapped around a bottle, the other drawing wide shapes in the air as he told some story I couldn't hear. A string of cheap solar lights had been staked along the path back toward the house, dim and intermittent, and beyond them, the cabin windows glowed amber through the trees. Everything ordinary was accounted for. That helped. It really did. Then something brushed my foot again. This time not a skim, a deliberate, sliding contact across the ball of my left foot and up toward the ankle bone before peeling away. I snapped upright so fast I swallowed water. "Okay, no." Nina stopped treading and looked at me. "Something's down there." Tyler rolled over with a splash and started swimming toward us, not fast, just interested. A fish. It did not feel like a fish. "What did it feel like?" Nina asked. That was the problem. I had an answer, and I didn't want to say it out loud because hearing it in my own voice would make it sound childish or insane. Like I wiped lake water off my mouth. Like fingers. Tyler laughed immediately. Not mean, exactly. Reflexive. "Mara, I know how that sounds." "Did it grab you?" "No, then it wasn't fingers. That's airtight logic, counselor." But I was already angling closer to Nina without meaning to. The water around us moved in slow folds, black with faint silver where the moon found it. When I kicked, my calves went cold below the knee. I could no longer see the bottom. A minute earlier that had felt pleasant. Now it felt like standing in a room after the power failed. Tyler came within a few feet and treaded water. "There are logs out here sometimes," he said, "or branches. People dump all kinds of crap in lakes. Anchor rope too. At ankle height," he shrugged, "floating, sinking, existing." Nina looked past us toward shore. "We should probably head in anyway. It's getting colder." There it was, the reasonable out. I took it immediately. Great, perfect. Love that plan. Tyler opened his mouth to tease me again, then closed it. He knew me well enough to hear the difference between playing scared and actually being there. "Okay," he said, "let's go in." We turned as a loose group toward the beach. My breathing had gotten shallow in a way I hated, because once I noticed it, I couldn't stop managing it. In through the nose, slow out. Don't be ridiculous. Don't start making a whole thing. I kicked carefully, trying not to imagine what my feet were moving through below the surface. Little waves lapped my chin. Somewhere to our right, farther along the shoreline, a loon called once, low and eerie enough that people who didn't grow up around lakes always made too much of it. Then the sound cut off. Just a bird. I told myself that too. By the time the water shallowed enough for my toes to find silt, I was annoyed with myself for being rattled. The bottom was soft and cold and unpleasantly slick, but solid. Reeds rasped against my shins. Somebody on Shore Wolf whistled as we emerged, because there's no place on earth where adults around a lake stop, acting 16. Ben Foster, 29 male, met us at the edge of the beach holding out a towel like a stagehand. He was Tyler's cousin, broader and softer around the middle than Tyler, with a reddish beard and the permanently squinting face of someone who spent his life either on a boat or fixing one. He ran a bait shop in town and had inherited the cabin from his father 2 years earlier. Ben was hospitable in that northern, understated way where you got handed a drink and a plate before you realized you were hungry. "You all right?" he asked me. "Mara thinks the lake groped her," Tyler said. "Tyler," Nina said. "What?" "That's what she said." I said something touched me. Ben handed me the towel anyway. "There are big carp in here." "Oh, fantastic," I said. "Snapping turtles too." I stared at him. He grinned. "Kidding, mostly." "Man," Nina said, rubbing water off her arms. "You people really know how to advertise freshwater recreation." Ben nodded toward the dock. "Probably weeds. Water's high this year. Whole near shore's a mess. You swim off the left side, you hit the old stump bed." "The what?" "Old trees from before they widened the channel back in the 60s, mostly down deep." I looked back at the lake. The surface revealed nothing. Just the same patient black water with firelight trembling on it in broken orange lanes. "That is information," I said. "That would have been nice 20 minutes ago." "You're fine," Tyler said, clapping my shoulder with a wet hand. "You survived the haunted Midwest." "Don't call it that." That got a laugh from everybody except me, though even I smiled a little. The moment loosened. Ben passed around more towels. Someone shoved a beer into Tyler's hand. Nina sat on a cooler and began wringing out her braid with both hands. A woman I'd met earlier, Lacey, Ben's neighbor, 31, female, with a sunburned nose and the quick social confidence of someone who knew every dock within 5 miles, asked if we wanted brats from the grill. The night settled back over us as if nothing had happened. And for a while, nothing did. That was the calm part, the one I have gone over more times than the bad parts, because normalcy is always the part that feels rigged in hindsight. I sat in a low camping chair with the towel around my shoulders and let the heat from the fire dry the skin on my shins. Someone passed me corn slick with butter and pepper. Tyler and Ben got into a long debate about whether a muskie had enough brains to remember a lure from one season to the next. Nina found a pocket flashlight in her bag and used it to inspect a splinter in her palm from the dock ladder. People drifted in and out of conversation. The house behind us had that sweet, dusty cabin smell every old lake place has. Old wood, damp towels, citronella, bug spray, coffee grounds dumped into a trash can lined with a grocery bag. I even forgot about the water for stretches. And I remembered it again because Lacey said, too casually, "You guys didn't go near the swim raft, did you?" Tyler glanced up. "What swim raft?" "The old one." She pointed farther down the shore into the dark. "Used to be anchored off the next property line before it busted loose in a storm last spring. They never found it. People keep saying it drifted into the Narrows, but Ben thought it might have sunk." Ben took a swallow from his bottle. "I said it probably broke apart." "Ma'am." Nina looked from one to the other. "And this comes up now," Lacey shrugged. "I forgot." "That is not how forgetting dangerous lake debris should work," I said. Ben held up a hand. "It's not dangerous. It'd be waterlogged by now. If it sank, it sank." "If," I said, the fire popped. A resin bubble in the wood burst and sent up a brief shower of sparks. Somebody laughed too loud at some side conversation. Over by the dock, a metal cleat pinged as one of the fishing boats shifted against the line. Skin tightened again. That same involuntary reaction, as if my body knew before my thoughts caught up. Where exactly were we swimming? I asked. Tyler gestured vaguely toward the dark water in front of the beach. Here, out there. Helpful. Ben leaned forward, elbows on knees, finally sensing maybe this wasn't just me being skittish. You weren't far enough for the raft. Not unless you drifted. We didn't drift, Tyler said. You sure? Tyler looked offended. I know how to stay in one place. Lacey said, currents weird on this side after midnight. Ben gave her a look. There's not a current. There is in the channel. This isn't the channel. Nina glanced at me. She had that expression she got when her practical brain started doing load calculations and risk assessments whether anybody asked it to or not. How deep is it where we were? 10 feet, maybe 12, Ben said. Drops quick. And the stump bed, more left. Which left? Dock left. That is not a real direction, she said. That actually made Ben laugh. But he stood up, brushing sand off the back of his legs. Fine, I'll show you on the map inside. Please tell me there is actually a map. There's a laminated DNR depth chart on the fridge because my dad was emotionally 87 his whole life. We followed him partway toward the house, more out of momentum than conviction. I told myself I only wanted to see the shape of the shoreline, reassure myself there was a sensible explanation for the thing in the water, reduce it to contour lines and labels and old man lake trivia. That was one of my worst habits. Once something scared me, I wanted to inventory it until it became furniture. Inside the cabin, the air was warmer and smelled faintly of frying onions and wet cedar. The kitchen light was yellow and too bright after the beach. A radio by the sink murmured static between stations. Ben pulled a laminated chart off the fridge under a magnet shaped like a walleye and spread it on the table with the seriousness of a man unveiling military plans. We gathered around it, dripping lake water onto the worn linoleum. There, Ben said, tapping the bay in front of the property. Beach, dock, drop off. Old Stump Field is here. Channel is up north. If that raft sank, which again, maybe it didn't, it would have been over here near the Carlson's line. Tyler leaned over his shoulder. That's not where we were. It's not far, though, Nina said quietly. On the chart, the distance looked insultingly small, a shape on paper, a careless drift. I traced the contour lines with one finger. 5 feet, 8, 12. The bay narrowed where reeds thickened near shore, then opened into darker water toward the center. Somebody years ago had marked a few hazards in pen: rock bar, old piles, shallow in spring. The handwriting was blocky and faded. Near the next property line, almost hidden under the laminate glare, I saw another note I had to tilt my head to read. Check cable. What cable? I asked. Ben frowned and bent closer. Huh, that's your chart. Must have been my dad's note. For what? He scratched his beard. There used to be an aerator line or something on this side years ago. Or maybe an old mooring cable. I don't know. He wrote all over everything. Nina straightened. An underwater cable, maybe, but old, and not where you were. Those are two separate reassurances, I said. Neither is landing. Through the screen door, we could hear laughter from the fire again, muffled now, and the clean tick of insects against the porch light. Beyond the kitchen windows, the lake had disappeared into black glass. You could see our reflections floating over it, damp hair, bare shoulders, Ben's hand still pinned to the chart. Tyler looked at me, then at the map. I could tell he was deciding whether to keep this light or admit it had crossed into something else. "We can go look tomorrow in daylight," he said. Ben shook his head. "Or now. Flashlights, dock boat, quick sweep." "Why?" Nina said immediately. "To settle it. That is not a reason to get back in the water at midnight. Wouldn't have to get in. Just look." Lacey appeared in the doorway behind us with a plate of buns in her hands. "Look at what?" "Possible lake monster," Tyler said. "Possible submerged hazard," Nina corrected. Lacey set the plate down on the counter. "With the aluminum boat," Ben nodded. She made a face. "Battery S been iffy. On the trolling motor, yeah, outboard's fine," I said. "I don't need a search operation." That was true and not true. I wanted to leave it alone. I also wanted the exact shape and material of whatever had touched me. Tyler pushed off the table. "Could be fun." Nina gave him a flat stare. "That sentence has killed men." He lifted both hands. "We'd stay near shore. Spotlight. 5 minutes." Ben pointed the chart at me like it was evidence. "Your call, Mara. We either check now and stop talking about it, or we leave it, and you spend all night imagining a dead body tied to a cinder block." Everyone went quiet for half a beat. I looked at him. Ben winced. "Bad example." "Very bad," Nina said. "But it was there now, vivid and stupid, and impossible to fully push away." Outside, the lake waited beyond the glass, smooth and unreadable. The fire crackled. Somebody called from the beach asking where the buns had gone. Tyler was already half turned toward the door, energized by the possibility of doing something. Nina had her arms folded, planted hard on the side of reason. Ben stood by the table with the map in his hands, looking apologetic and curious in equal measure. And me, wet, tired, still feeling that brief slick glide against my ankle, as clearly as if it were happening again, I understood that the night had split into two choices. We could laugh this off, stay dry, and go back outside. Or we could take the boat out under the dock lights and look into the water. Either choice felt small. Neither one felt small enough. Ben made the decision for all of us by reaching for the big rechargeable spotlight hanging on a hook beside the mudroom door. 5 minutes, he said. We stay by the dock, sweep the area. Everybody stops inventing murder scenarios. I didn't invent anything, I said. You absolutely did, Nina said. But she was already following him onto the porch. That's the thing about groups at night. Nobody wants to be the coward, but nobody wants to be the idiot either. And somehow those two instincts never cancel each other out cleanly. They just grind together until everybody is outside in damp clothes, doing something they would have rejected in daylight as unnecessary. The air had cooled while we were in the cabin. It hit my wet skin with a sharp like night bite, enough to raise goose flesh along my arms. Ben carried the spotlight under one arm and a boat key in the other. Tyler snagged 2 life jackets off pegs by the door and tossed one at me. I'm not getting in the boat, I said. Then hold this for dramatic effect. He hung it over my shoulder anyway. Out at the fire ring, people looked up as we crossed the gravel. Lacey called, "You're actually doing it." Science expedition, Tyler said. Idiots, she said cheerfully. Ben ignored her and headed for the dock. The boards gave under our feet with that damp, hollow flex old docks have. The metal brackets whining quietly whenever the water lifted one side a fraction of an inch. The nearest aluminum fishing boat rocked against the bumpers. It was a 16-foot lund with a faded green stripe, and the smell of old bait permanently embedded in the carpeted floor. Nothing about it suggested danger beyond tetanus and bad beer decisions. That helped. A little. Ben stepped into the stern, set the spotlight down, and crouched by the outboard. "Only 3 people," he said. "No point loading it up." "I'll stay," Nina said instantly. Tyler pointed at me. "No, witness comes. I hate that you called me that. You're the one who got touched." Ben looked from one to the other. "Mara, you want to go or not?" The honest answer was no. The more honest answer was that I knew if I stayed on the dock while they went out without me, I would spend the next hour imagining them finding something terrible and calling my name in that changed voice people get when a night stops being casual. Curiosity is one thing. Control is another. What I wanted, and always wanted once fear had me by the throat, was control. So I climbed in. The metal was cold under my feet. Tyler followed and took the bow seat with the easy confidence of someone who had never once pictured a lake turning against him in any specific way. Ben untied the bow line, shoved us off with one hand, and turned the key. The outboard coughed, caught, and settled into a grumbling idle that sounded offensively normal. On shore, Nina stood with her arms folded, watching us go. In the alternating light from the fire and the porch, her face looked flatter, more severe. 5 minutes, she called. "Mother," Tyler said, "wear the life jackets." Nobody wears life jackets in a boat that moves 6 feet. Nina didn't answer. She just kept looking at me. I slid my arms into the vest. Tyler made a face, but pulled his on too. Ben, after a brief theatrical sigh, shrugged into the third. Then he pushed the throttle just enough to move us away from the dock. The lake received the boat with a quiet slap under the aluminum hull. Not dramatic waves, just that repetitive hollow sound of water on metal. We eased past the edge of the dock lights into deeper dark. Behind us, the bonfire shrank, and the cabin windows turned warm and far away. Ben stood at the console. Tyler braced one hand on the gunnel and swept the spotlight back and forth across the surface. The beam carved a bright tunnel through moths and mist and reflected off every ripple hard enough to make my eyes ache. Near shore, the light caught floating leaves, bubbles, drifting pine needles. Farther out, it found nothing but water folding over itself in slabs of black and silver. "Where were you?" Ben asked. I pointed. "Somewhere there, maybe." "That's not helpful." "I know." Tyler played the beam over the spot. The water flashed up pale green for an instant where the angle cut through it, then went opaque again. "You'd think debris would show." "Not if it's below the surface," Ben said. "Very reassuring," I muttered. Idled in a loose arc 10 or 15 yards off the beach. Every few seconds the boat drifted, and Ben corrected. The outboard smell mixed with wet weeds and something older, the mineral smell of cold freshwater disturbed from below. I kept expecting to see a shape materialize under the beam, a stump, a broken platform, a length of rope, and because I expected it, every little distortion in the water looked like the beginning of one. Tyler leaned over the side, spotlight angled steeply down. "I see weeds, maybe an old branch. Can you hook it?" Ben asked. "With what, my hands?" "There's a net under the seat." Tyler grinned. "Now we're talking." He dug around until he found a long-handled landing net with a bent rim and a tear in the mesh. He started probing at the water like a child poking a puddle. "This is incredibly stupid," I said. Ben kept his eyes on the water. "Yes, just making sure that's a shared understanding." Tyler dragged the net back up with a strand of weed hanging from it like hair. Behold the attacker. I didn't laugh. Something about the weed bothered me. It was rooted in dark muck somewhere deeper than I wanted to picture, and the stem was stronger than it looked, ropey between Tyler's fingers. Could have been that, Ben said. No, I said too quickly. They both looked at me. It was smoother, I said. Faster. Tyler opened his mouth, probably to joke again, then didn't. The beam wobbled slightly in his hand. Okay. The boat rotated with a slow drift. The dock lights slid to our left. We were farther out now than I thought we'd gone, though maybe that was just the dark playing tricks with distance. Ben glanced toward shore. We should head back. Agreed, I said, then Tyler froze. Not in a movie way. Just that subtle, unmistakable stilling when the body gets information a fraction before the face does. What? I said. He lowered the spotlight beam to one point off the starboard side. There's something under us. My stomach tightened so hard it felt like a pulled muscle. Ben cut the throttle to idle. The boat rocked gently. What kind of something? Long, straight. He handed the spotlight to me. Hold it there. My fingers felt clumsy around the grip. I aimed the beam where he pointed, and after a second I saw it too, not clearly, not all at once, just enough to know it was real. A pale line below the surface, maybe a foot down, maybe more, running diagonally away from the boat. Too uniform for a branch, too taut looking for weeds. Cable, Tyler said. Ben swore softly. The line vanished as the boat drifted, then reappeared. I moved the beam with it. My shoulders had gone stiff and high around my neck. That's a cable, or rope, Tyler said. No, Ben said, too thin for dock line. He looked toward shore again, but not casually this time, measuring. What's it attached to? Asked. Could be an old mooring anchor, could be junk someone dumped. Could be the thing I hit, I said. Touched, Tyler said automatically, then winced. Sorry. Ben reached under the console and pulled out a short boat hook, extending it with a metallic click. He leaned out and tapped the line. The hook caught. The line gave, but only slightly, then hummed back into place with a vibration that traveled visibly through the water. Every tiny hair on my arms rose. That is attached to something, Tyler said. No kidding. Ben drew the hook back slowly. It wasn't supposed to be here. That, I said very carefully, is not the sort of sentence you say out loud when people are in the boat. He ignored me. If that runs toward the beach, somebody could hit it swimming or with the prop. If it's under tension, then what? Tyler asked. Ben's jaw shifted. Then it could snap. Nobody said anything for a moment. The boat drifted again, and the line slid off into darkness beyond the edge of the beam. This was the first moment the night stopped being about me. Until then, it had still been possible to frame the whole thing as embarrassment, jumpiness, my stupid overreaction to lake weeds in the dark. Now, there was an actual hazard in the water near a beach full of people who had been drinking and swimming without a clue. The problem had edges. That should have been a relief. Instead, it made everything worse. Tell them not to go back in, I said. Ben nodded once. Yeah. He reached for his phone. The screen lit his face from below, blue and tired looking. One bar. He jabbed at it anyway, then frowned. No signal. Seriously, Tyler said. Welcome to the Northwoods. I checked my own phone. Searching. Then one bar, then none. The cabin Wi-Fi barely reached the porch, and we were past that. The dark around us seemed to enlarge slightly, as if the failed signal had confirmed something about how separate we were from ordinary help. Go in, I said. Tell them in person. Ben took hold of the tiller and turned us slowly. The outboard revved, then sputtered. All three of us felt it. The engine didn't die. It caught again, but rougher. Ben frowned and eased the throttle back. "Come on, what was that?" I asked. Probably bad angle on the fuel line. Probably had become my least favorite word of the night. He gave it a little more throttle. The boat moved, then jerked sideways hard enough that the gunnel slapped water. Tyler grabbed the seat. I caught myself on the console. Something scraped under the hull, metallic, dragging, then gone. Ben yanked the throttle back to neutral. "What the hell?" Tyler said. The boat spun halfway around and stopped. For one awful second, nobody moved. The only sounds were water tapping the aluminum and the outboard's rough idle, low and uneven like it was choking on something. Then Ben killed the engine. The silence after that was not silence. It was the soft clink of a loose lure somewhere under a seat, the distant crackle of the fire on shore, a dog barking from another property, water sloshing under us in thick little pushes. "We caught it," Ben said. "Caught what?" I asked, though I knew. "The prop." He looked over the stern. "Cable or rope?" Tyler twisted around in his seat. "Can you lift the motor?" Ben already had one hand on it. He tilted the outboard up with a grunt. In the spotlight beam, the lower unit came partway clear of the water, and with it, unmistakably, a length of pale line looped around the propeller housing, angling down into the lake. "Jesus," Tyler said. I stopped breathing for a second. The line wasn't rope. It was thinner, darker where wet, with frayed metal whiskers catching the light near one twist. Wire. Not new, but not disintegrated either. It had wound tight around the prop and was still under some degree of tension, enough to keep the stern canted oddly. Ben said a word I won't repeat. "Can you cut it?" Tyler asked. "With what?" "There's got to be tools." Ben rummaged in a side compartment and came up with pliers, a screwdriver, and a rusted knife that looked better suited to spreading bait than cutting wire. "Great," I said. "Perfect little maritime surgery kit." He didn't answer. He was staring down the line into the black water. "It goes farther than I thought." "How far?" "Can't tell." Tyler looked toward shore. "Can Nina hear us if we yell?" We tried, all three of us. The words carried, but not clearly. One of the people at the fire looked over and waved like they thought we were being idiots on purpose. No one started toward the dock. Ben said, "If I cut this under tension and it whips, then don't," I said. "If I don't, we're not running the motor." "We have oars, right?" His expression answered for him before his mouth did. "Ben," Tyler said. "We usually do." I laughed once, a quick ugly sound. "Of course we usually do." We searched anyway. Under seats, in compartments, beneath an old tarp, around tackle boxes and a gas can. No oars, no bolt cutters, just fishing junk, a first aid kit with 2 expired antiseptic wipes, and a pair of jumper cables that felt like a personal insult. Tyler crouched and shone the light over the stern again. "Can you unwind it?" "Maybe," Ben said, "if I get my hand in there." "You are not putting your hand next to a prop wrapped in live wire in the middle of a lake at midnight," I said. "It's not live. That is not what I meant, and you know it." He ran a hand over his beard, thinking. It was the first time I'd seen him look genuinely rattled, not panicked, just aware of consequences in a real way now. "We drift if we do nothing. Winds pushing us north." I looked. He was right. The dock lights had shifted behind us and to the left. Slowly, almost politely, the boat was being nudged toward the darker stretch of shoreline Lacey had pointed out earlier, near the missing swim raft and the neighboring property line. Nina, still on shore, had become a smaller shape by the fire. Even from here, I could tell she had moved closer to the water, watching, waiting. "We need to warn them," I said. "They need to keep people out of the water." "I know." "Then yell again." We did. This time Tyler cupped his hands and shouted, "Stay out of the lake." The words broke apart over the water. Someone on shore shouted something back we couldn't make out. Then laughter again. Maybe nervous, maybe not understanding. The fire popped. The world went on being stupidly normal. Ben crouched lower, spotlight wedged against his shoulder, and tested the wire with the pliers. It gave a millimeter and sprang back. No chance. "Can we pull it up by hand?" Tyler asked. Ben shook his head. "If it's anchored or tangled into something heavy, no." I watched the line disappear into the black. My skin crawled with the same helplessness I get in empty houses when a locked door won't open. And there's some mechanical reason for it that I can't yet name. A reasonable obstacle becomes bigger than it is, not because it's supernatural, but because it won't explain itself, because it makes you feel stupid and trapped at the same time. My private fear, the one I never said out loud because it sounded too childish for my age, wasn't exactly of the dark, or of drowning, or of dead things in water. It was of hidden systems, of stepping into places where something dangerous already existed, quietly, long before I arrived, and everybody else somehow knew the rules except me. I heard myself say, "We need to follow the wire." Both men looked at me. "To what?" Tyler asked. "To whatever it's attached to." "That is insane," Ben said. "No, what's insane is sitting here drifting while you guess whether this thing runs across the swim area." My voice had gotten sharper than I intended. "If it's tied to an old anchor near shore, maybe we can free it there. If it's wrapped around that raft, or another boat, or some junk pile, at least we know what we're dealing with. Or we just drift farther into it," Tyler said. Ben stared at the black water, weighing options he clearly hated. "There's a second line in the bow locker. We could use it to tie off and trace this carefully." "With what? The spotlight and your bait knife? Better than nothing." "No," I said, then immediately, "Yes, maybe. I don't know." My pulse was pounding in the sides of my throat. I could see Nina now at the very edge of the dock, one hand lifted to shade her eyes from the beam. Too far away to help. Too far away for us to pretend this wasn't turning into a real problem. Ben made the decision the way people do when all available choices are bad, and one at least involves movement. He opened the bow locker, pulled out a coil of nylon line, and tossed Tyler one end. "Tie us off to that cleat. If this wire drops or shifts, I don't want to lose where we are." Tyler obeyed without joking. I looked toward shore one more time and shouted Nina's name. This time I thought I saw her wave both arms, signaling something urgent back at us, but the firelight behind her made it hard to tell. The boat rotated again, farther north now, toward the dark patch of water beyond the dock lights. Somewhere out there, under the surface, the wire ran on into whatever it belonged to. Ben handed me the spotlight. "Hold steady," he said. "We're going to see where this thing leads." And that was when the cabin lights went out. Not dimmed, not flickered. One second the windows glowed warm through the trees, the next they vanished, and the beach dropped into firelight and moonlight only. A few voices on shore rose at once, confused, then sharper. The little path lights died too, leaving the dock, and the people on it cut out of the dark in broken orange flashes from the fire. "Power S out," Tyler said, as if we needed the announcement. In the sudden black beyond the fire, Nina's voice carried clearly for the first time all night. "Ben, Not a question, a warning. Then, from somewhere nearer the shoreline than any of us had realized, came a sound like metal striking wood underwater. Once, then again. The sound came again from near shore. Metal on wood, hollow, irregular. Not rhythmic enough to be machinery, not loud enough to be anything huge. Just wrong in a way that made every person with a pulse stop and listen for the third strike. It didn't come. Ben stood half crouched in the stern, one hand on the tilted outboard, the other lifted for quiet like we were hunting. The cabin behind the trees was dark now, except for a flashlight beam moving inside one of the windows. On the beach, voices overlapped in sharp bursts. The bonfire threw low orange light across the sand, which made people look like they were flickering in and out of existence when they moved. "Mara," Nina shouted from the dock. "Stay where you are." "Great plan," I shouted back. "We're attached to the lake." Tyler snorted, but it came out thin. Ben took the spotlight from me and aimed it toward shore. The beam found the dock, the path, Nina at the edge with both hands cupped around her mouth. Lacey was beside her. Two of the other party people had wandered halfway down the beach with their phones out, using the flashlights as if that made them useful. Farther left, near the property line where the reeds thickened and the shoreline curved away, the light hit something pale knocking against a post just above the waterline. "There," Nina yelled. "That's what I heard." Ben held the beam steady. It took me a second to make sense of the shape. Not a hand, not a face, not anything alive. Just a white plastic chair, one of those cheap stackable patio ones, half submerged and drifting in the reeds, one leg tapping a dock support every time a wave turned it. For one hot second, my whole body had gone cold and rigid. Now it just felt stupid and wrung out. Tyler exhaled loudly. "Christ." "Okay," I said. "Good, great. Lawn furniture, love that." "That's from the Carlson place," Ben muttered. Storm probably carried it down. The relief was real, but it didn't fix anything. The boat was still snagged. The power was still out. The wire still ran under us toward something we couldn't see. On shore, Nina pointed at the boat, then at the beach, then mimed pulling. "Can you tow in?" Ben shouted back. "Need a line." "We have a line," Tyler said, already untangling the nylon rope Ben had tossed him earlier. "Not long enough from here," Ben said. He swept the spotlight between the boat and the dock, judging the distance. "Maybe if we drift closer." "But we're drifting north," I said. He nodded toward the shoreline to our right. "If we can get around the wire." There it was again. If. The small word that kept pretending to be a plan. Ben looked at the stern, then at the line disappearing into the water. "First try. We see how much movement we've got without making this worse." He handed Tyler the rope. "Bow cleat, tie a loop. If they can throw from the dock, maybe we make the gap." "And if the wire snags tighter?" I asked. "Then we stop." It wasn't reassuring, but it was specific. Tyler moved to the bow and knelt, his life jacket riding up around his ears. I sat low in the middle bench seat and tried to keep my balance as the boat rolled under our combined shifting weight. Ben used the spotlight one-handed and the boat hook with the other, nudging the visible section of wire away from the hull, while Tyler swung the nylon line overhead and shouted to shore. "Nina." She backed up, then trotted to the end of the dock where the distance was shortest. Lacey came with her, one of the guys from the fire mark. I remembered suddenly, 20-something, baseball cap, had spent most of the evening explaining local beer to people who hadn't asked, appeared carrying another rope from somewhere near the boats. Good. At least somebody else had found his adult brain. Tyler threw. The loop fell short by maybe 6 feet and splashed into the water between us and the dock. Again, Ben said. Tyler hauled it back in. The movement made the bow yaw left. Somewhere under the stern, the wire scraped faintly against metal. Not a hard noise. Worse than that. A tiny complaint. Easy, Ben said. Tyler threw again. This time, Nina lunged out flat on the end of the dock and caught the line with both hands before it slid back. Got it. A rush of relief went through me so quickly it made me dizzy. For the first time in 20 minutes, shore felt reachable. Mark and Nina hauled the line taut and wrapped it around a dock cleat. Ben angled the spotlight down, studying the water between us. On 3, he shouted, just enough to bring us bow first. Nice and slow. I braced my shoes against the bench support. 1, 2, 3, they pulled. The bow moved maybe a foot, then another. The boat rotated slightly toward shore. My whole body leaned with it. The dock looked closer already, absurdly close. I could see the silver reflective strip on Nina's life jacket, the wet boards under her bare feet, the little tremor in the spotlight beam from Ben's hand. Then the stern jerked hard right. Not enough to throw us, but enough to tear the line from Mark's grip for a second and make the bow rope groan. Stop, Ben shouted. Too late. The wire under the prop snapped tight with a sound like a piano string struck underwater. Stern dropped abruptly. The bow swung sideways, and Tyler slammed chest first into the forward seat. The rope across the water went slack, then whipped, burning through Nina's palms before she let go. I pitched sideways into the gunnel. My left hip hit aluminum hard enough to light my vision white. The boat rocked so far I felt cold lake water slap over the side onto my knee. Everybody froze. On shore, Nina was swearing in Spanish and shaking her hands. Mark stood uselessly holding the loose rope. Lacey shouted, "Is anybody in the water?" "No," Tyler yelled back. Ben had gone gray around the mouth. He pointed the spotlight over the stern. The wire now sat tighter than before, angling not only down but north, as if whatever it was connected to had shifted, or we had pulled ourselves into a worse position relative to it. That didn't work, I said, because the obvious needed saying apparently. No, Ben said. It did not. My hip throbbed deep and mean. When I pressed it, I could already feel swelling under the wet shorts. Tyler sat up slowly, rubbing his ribs. "I'm good," he said before anyone asked, which meant he wasn't fully good. Nina shouted, "What happened?" Ben shouted back, "It's under tension. Can't tow straight. Then come off the back." How? Nobody had a better answer. The failed tow did reveal one useful thing, though. The wire wasn't just lying loose in the swim area. It was anchored or tangled in a way that let it pull back, fixed somewhere, which meant the note on the chart wasn't a dead old warning about some buried relic. Something in the lake still had structure. Ben saw the same thought move through me. "It's running north," he said. "Toward the Carlson's line," I said. "Maybe beyond." Tyler was looking that way too now. Past the dock lights, past the reeds and the floating chair, toward the darker shoreline where the land tucked inward and the neighboring dock sat unlit and empty. In daytime, it probably wasn't far, 50 yards, 60. At night across water, it looked like a separate country. Nina called, "What are you thinking?" Ben didn't answer her right away. He was already opening compartments again, more violently this time. Metal lids banged. tackle boxes slid. Finally, he came up with a second flashlight, weaker than the spotlight but workable, and an old anchor with 50 feet of chain and rope attached. Tyler understood before I did. You want to set an anchor? No, I want to pull ourselves sideways. With what? Ben held up the anchor. We row by throwing. I stared at him. That is not rowing. That is medieval. Do you have a more nautical idea? I didn't. Neither did Tyler. Ben explained it to shore in short, angry bursts. They didn't like it. Neither did I, but the basic geometry made sense. We were stuck north of the dock, wires cinched around the prop, and pulling our stern toward deeper water. If Ben threw the anchor ahead and left, toward the shallower strip between our position and the beach, maybe Tyler, and I could haul the boat diagonally by hand in short increments. Not enough to free the wire entirely, maybe, but enough to shift us closer to the dock, or at least into shallower water, where the wire's path was visible. Attempt 2. Ben swung the anchor out and tossed it with a grunt. It splashed 10 yards off the bow, a dull iron sound followed by chain rattling through his hands. Set? Tyler asked. Ben tugged. Maybe. Confidence inspiring as always. We pulled together, Tyler on the line first, me behind him, hand over hand, braced low. Nylon bit into my palms and slid wet through my grip. The boat edged forward a foot, another. The movement was ugly but real. The stern resisted, then came grudgingly. On shore, Nina shouted encouragement and directions that blurred together in the dark. Little left, stop, okay again. We hauled. The rope stretched my shoulders until they burned. My hip sent a sharp complaint every time I planted my left foot. Tyler was breathing through his teeth now. Ben kept the spotlight on the water and the weaker flashlight on the rope, trying to read both at once. We gained maybe 6 feet total before the anchor suddenly gave way and skated free with a scraping vibration transmitted straight up the line. All the resistance vanished. Tyler fell backward into me, hit the bench edge with my already bruised hip, and nearly vomited from the pain. The freed rope whipped over the bow and slapped into the lake. God damn it, Ben shouted. The anchor had dragged over something hard, not bottom mud, something with edges. Did you feel that? Tyler asked. Yes, Ben said. Rock. Ben shook his head. Not a rock. What then? He did not answer immediately. He was pointing the spotlight toward where the anchor had slipped. The beam cut through the water at a shallower angle now. For just an instant, I saw straight lines below the surface. Not one wire this time, planks or slats. Something rectangular lying canted in the dark. The missing raft, I thought. Then the beam shifted and the shape disappeared again. Did you see that? I said. Yeah, Tyler said quietly. Ben swallowed. That could be the raft. Could be, I snapped. It could be dock sections, pallets, any floating platform junk. Don't start. But he sounded like he had started already. Point was no longer just that a wire existed. The point was that it might be tied into something broad and half, submerged near the neighboring shoreline, something our boat was slowly drifting toward while wrapped to it like an insect in webbing. On shore, Nina's voice sharpened. Ben talked to me. He shouted back, maybe found the raft. That changed the beach instantly. The loose party noise disappeared. Even across the water, I could hear the tone shift. People began moving with purpose now. Flashlights multiplied. Someone ran toward the house. Someone else toward the docked boats. Lacey yelled, "Carlsons aren't there this week." "Doesn't matter," Nina yelled back. "Nobody goes near that side on foot. Stay on the dock." "Good." At least one person was thinking clearly. Ben turned to me. Mara, I need you to hold the light on the stern. Tyler, you're with me. For what? I asked, though I knew before he said it. We unwind what we can by hand. No, we don't have another option. Yes, we do. We wait for morning. He gave me a look that was not angry, just brutally practical. And drift into that mess all night. I looked north. We were closer now, undeniably. The empty Carlson dock was a long, dark finger off the neighboring shoreline, maybe 20 yards away. Reeds feathered around it. Something broad and low rode just beyond it, barely visible when the moon found it. No good options, again. Tyler came aft and crouched beside Ben. Both men leaned over the tilted outboard, shoulders almost touching. I held the weak flashlight first, then switched to the spotlight when Ben told me he needed the stronger beam. The light reflected harshly off the propeller blades, and the wire looped around them, each twist beaded with water. Ben used the pliers to worry at one loop, while Tyler steadied the motor housing. The boat rocked with every movement. I hated the angle they were leaning at, hated the way their life jackets bunched against their necks, hated the black water inches below their wrists. Easy, Ben muttered. Easy. A strand came loose. Then another. Good, Tyler said. Don't say good yet. I aimed the beam lower. The wire vanished into black under the stern. Something pale moved below it, and my whole body locked. There, I said. There's something under you. Both men jerked back so fast the boat lurched. Tyler nearly lost his balance. Ben slammed a hand to the transom. The spotlight beam shook wildly across water, metal, sky. What? Ben barked. I pointed, unable to say it for a second. The pale thing rose again, just under the surface, oblong and smooth, and impossibly close to the stern. For one dumb, prehistoric beat, my brain supplied every terrible answer before the real one resolved in the light. A buoy. An old white mooring float, scraped and algae slick, attached to the wire assembly below. Nobody spoke. Then Tyler laughed once, too hard. I am going to have a heart attack and sue this entire lake. I started laughing too, not because it was funny, but because my body needed somewhere to put the adrenaline. It turned sharp halfway out and became a cough instead. Ben didn't laugh. He just stared at the float like he wanted to personally charge it rent for existing. That explains part of it, he said finally. Old mooring line or cable. Float must have sunk and come loose partway. Part of it, I repeated. Not all of it. Because the buoy explained the shape under the stern, not the broader rectangular shadow farther north. It explained a system, not the whole trap. They went back to work. This time, they made real progress. 2 loops off the prop, then a third. Ben's knuckles split on a blade edge, and blood ran in thin, diluted streaks over the aluminum housing before washing away. Tyler's right forearm got scored by a frayed bit of wire, not deep, but enough to make him hiss and suck in breath. How bad? I asked. Nothing, he said, which meant stinging and annoying. Tell me if you get numbness. He looked over his shoulder. What are you, OSHA? I clean houses for a living. I'm weirdly good at workplace injury. That is the saddest flex I've ever heard. For a second, absurdly, that helped. The boat felt almost human again. Then Ben got the last visible loop loose. He eased the wire away from the propeller and said, Okay, maybe, Tyler echoed, exhausted. Ben lowered the outboard carefully. The wire slid off the housing and vanished into the lake. He turned the prop by hand. It moved. Relief hit so suddenly my eyes stung. Start it, Tyler said. Ben reached for the key. The engine turned over once, twice, coughed, then caught. We all made the same involuntary sound at once, half laugh, half prayer. Ben kept it in neutral and listened. Rough, but running. Back to the dock, I said. Yes, he said. He eased the throttle. The boat moved forward 3 feet, then stopped dead. Not a stall, not engine failure. A violent, absolute stop, like we had reached the end of a leash. Tyler was thrown against the console. I hit the bench with both knees. The engine shrieked once as Ben killed it. Behind us came a heavy grinding pull, not on the prop this time, but lower, deeper, transmitted through the whole hull. What now? I shouted. Ben turned white. The bow line, the nylon line we had tied off earlier to mark our position, had gone taut in the dark, but not toward the dock, toward the north. It had slipped under the boat at some point in the chaos, fouled around the submerged structure, and when we surged forward, it cinched us broadside to whatever lay under the surface. Tyler twisted around, breathing hard. No, 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 no. Ben grabbed the line and followed it with the spotlight. There, unmistakable now in the water just ahead and to our right, was the edge of the submerged raft, or dock section, or platform, listing a foot below the surface, its frame half visible in the beam. The nylon rope had threaded under a rusted corner bracket and drawn tight as wire. We were no longer just attached to the original lake cable. We were tied into the sunken structure itself. Unsure, Nina must have understood from our faces before any of us spoke, because her voice came over the water raw and loud. Ben, what happened? He didn't answer right away. He was staring at the rope, then at the platform, then at the narrow strip of dark water between us and the Carlson dock. The drift had brought us right to the outer edge of the debris field. Reeds hissed nearby. The old dock loomed 10, maybe 12 feet away. Too close to turn cleanly. Too entangled to motor out. Too far for anyone on shore to reach with a throw. And then the point of no return arrived quietly, with no music and no thunder. Just a small practical fact spoken in Ben's exhausted voice. We can't get back to the beach from here, he said. Not by boat, nobody argued, because the lake, piece by piece, had taken that option away. For about 10 seconds, nobody moved. The boat sat broadside to the submerged platform, its hull ticking lightly against something below every time a small wave lifted us. The reeds near the Carlson shoreline made a dry whispering sound. The old dock stood off our right side, dark and close, a shape more than a structure now. Behind us, farther across the bay, Ben's cabin and beach were reduced to the bonfire and a scatter of flashlight beams. We can get to that dock, Tyler said first, breathing hard. Ben didn't answer. We can, Tyler said again, louder, like volume could make it true. It's right there. Maybe, Ben said. Maybe, I snapped. There's no maybe. We are tied to a dead raft in the dark. We get to the dock. Ben swung the spotlight over the water between us and the Carlson dock. The beam cut across black surface, reeds, then the edge of the submerged structure. Seeing it clearly made my stomach drop in a whole new way. It was the missing swim raft, or what was left of it. The square wooden deck had sunk at an angle, one side deeper than the other. The old white flotation, barrels barely visible under the water like swollen ribs. A mooring frame extended off one corner, rusted and bent, and from that frame ran the cable we'd found. There were other things tangled around it, too: old dock rope, a cracked buoy, a length of chain green with slime. The platform wasn't far below the surface, maybe a foot under at its shallowest edge, more at the far side. A trap made out of junk and time. My ankle pulsed with remembered sensation. "That's what touched me," I said. Nobody argued, because now it made sense. Weeds caught on the brackets, the cable, the buoy, anything sliding upward under a kick. Nothing supernatural, worse somehow for being so stupid and physical. Ben leaned forward, scanning the gap to the dock. Too many hazards in the water. "There are hazards in the boat too," Tyler said. "What's your plan, genius?" "Grow wings." On shore, Nina shouted, "Talk to me." Ben yelled back, "We found the raft." Boats tied into it. A delay. Then Nina, "Can you get onto the dock?" "Maybe. Do not jump blind," she shouted. "Check the water first." "Useful. Always, Nina." Ben looked at me. "Spotlight. Hold on the frame." I did. My hands were shaking enough that the beam jittered until I locked my elbows. The rusted corner bracket where our nylon line had fouled sat just below the surface. The rope stretched around it, so tight it looked carved into the water. The line ran from our bow under the boat and down, which meant our hull was pinned not just laterally, but low. "If we cut the rope," Tyler said, "do we drift free?" Ben shook his head immediately. "Not unless the cable's also clear. Otherwise, stern stays trapped. And if we leave it, we stay tied broadside. Waves keep slamming us into the frame." He wasn't exaggerating. The impact was small now, but steady. Tap, lift, tap. Not enough to hold the aluminum immediately. Enough to scare me. I said, "Can we get onto the raft, then the dock?" Ben swept the light again. The distance from our starboard side to the shallow edge of the sunken raft was maybe 2 feet. From the higher side of the raft to the dock ladder, maybe 6 or 7 more. Manageable if it were daytime and dry, and none of it were trying to kill us. At night, with slime, wires, and one good light between us, it felt obscene. Tyler was already nodding. "That's the move," Ben pointed. "You step wrong, you go through. Those deck boards could be rotten. We don't have a better move." I hated that he was right. Nina shouted, "What are you doing?" Ben answered. "Might have to cross the raft." "No," she shouted back immediately. "No one goes in the water unless you absolutely have to." I almost laughed. That ship had sailed an hour ago. We were already in the water in every way that counted, just not fully submerged yet. Ben made us all stop and think, which I will give him credit for forever, because panic was starting to push at the edges of everything. "Listen," he said. "We do this clean. Mara with the light. Tyler first, because he's got the best balance. He checks the shallow edge of the raft with the boat hook, not his feet. Holds, he gets to the dock, secures a line from there. Then we move one at a time. And you," I said, "I stay with the boat." "Why?" "Because if this line shifts while you're crossing, somebody needs to keep the hull off the frame." It was sensible. It was also the kind of sentence that makes you realize no one is getting out of this without choosing which risk belongs to them. Tyler stripped off his life jacket. Nina saw and screamed, "Leave it on." "It'll snag," he shouted back. "It'll float," she yelled. "Leave it on." He hesitated, then left it on, muttering, "Everybody's got opinions." Ben handed him the boat hook and tied the loose end of another short rope around his waist in a quick knot. Not enough to rescue him from deep water. Enough to grab if he slipped within arm's reach. Tyler climbed onto the starboard gunwale. The boat dipped sickeningly. I got the spotlight on the raft edge. Water sheeted over warped gray boards. One white barrel rolled dimly under the surface. Tyler reached with the hook, prodding the first plank. It flexed. He moved slightly left, probed again. Firmer there. Corner frame solid, he said. Wood, Ben asked. Question mark. He lowered one foot onto the metal frame first, then shifted weight slowly. The raft sank another inch under him, water washing over his shoe. He grabbed a dock post with the hook and steadied. Every muscle in his body looked separate under the wet t-shirt. Okay, he said through clenched teeth. Okay. Then he took another step. The board under his left foot cracked straight through. Not catastrophically. Just a brutal sudden drop to shin depth with a rotten wood snap and a rush of black water. Tyler yelled, lurched sideways, and barely kept himself from going all the way in by slamming both hands onto the frame. The boat yanked against the rope tied to his waist. Ben caught it and held. I think I stopped making any sound at all. Tyler hung there half on the raft, half through it, breathing in animal grunts. I'm good, he said. He was not good. His left leg came back up scraped and bleeding along the shin where it had punched through splintered wood and hit some metal edge below. The water around the hole clouded darker for a second before the lake took the blood away. Back in the boat, Ben said. No, Tyler snapped. No, it's one board. You can't see what's under there. Exactly. So I'm not doing that same step again. He shifted to the metal frame instead of the boards, moving like a man on ice. One hand on the hook, one hand on the dock post. He worked himself around the collapsed corner toward the ladder bolted to the Carlson dock. The ladder was old aluminum, half out of the water, green at the joints. 3 more shuffling steps. A grunt. Then his hand closed on the ladder rail. Got it, he said. He hauled himself up, shin leaving a black trail of water on the metal rung. A moment later, he was on the dock, crouched and breathing hard, one hand pressed to the cut leg. The release of tension in my body was so intense it almost made me cry. Tyler looked back at us. Okay, this part works. On shore, across the bay, people cheered faintly. It sounded unreal. Secure a line, Ben shouted. Tyler nodded and limped down the dock, disappearing briefly into darkness before coming back with a dock line tied to a cleat. He threw the free end toward us. It landed short, drifting against the raft frame. Ben stretched with the boat hook, caught it, and hauled it in. Good. Can you pull us in? Tyler asked. Ben looked at the angles. The dock line would bring our starboard side snug to the Carlson dock if we hauled, but the stern was still pinned by the cable field, and the bow still partly tied to the sunken raft by the fouled nylon rope. Pull too hard, and we might roll the boat, or drag the stern deeper into the structure. Not all at once, Ben said. Just enough to hold position. He tied off the dock line. The boat shifted maybe a foot toward the dock and held. Better, not safe. Better. Mara next, he said. My mouth went dry. Why me? Because if I send the light with Tyler, and then you go blind halfway over, that's worse. He was right again. I hated it. I moved to the gunwale on legs that suddenly didn't feel trustworthy. My bruised hip was stiffening fast, and both knees hurt where I'd slammed them earlier. The spotlight made everything flatter and harsher. The raft edge looked close until I leaned toward it. Then it looked like a bad dream of distance and slick angles. Tyler crouched on the Carlson dock with both hands out. Don't look at the water, he said. Fantastic advice. Look at me then. Less fantastic, despite everything that got a breath of a laugh out of both of us. I stepped onto the raft frame where he had. The metal was slick with algae. The life jacket rode up under my chin. wanted it off. I wanted it welded to me. I kept the light in one hand and used the other to brace on the boat hook Ben handed across. "Slow," Ben said. I moved my right foot, then my left, feeling for solid frame and refusing to test any board. Cold water surged over my shoe with each shift. The raft moved under me in small, nauseating settles. Halfway across, I caught the spotlight beam on something below the surface near the broken board Tyler had gone through. A shape, pale, long, vertical. I made a sound before I understood what I was seeing. Tyler's head snapped toward the beam. Ben shouted, "What?" The thing below me wavered in the water. For one impossible second, it looked like a forearm reaching up out of the raft cavity. Then the beam steadied. Not an arm, a broken section of white PVC pipe or conduit, trapped upright between slats and moving with the wave action. My knees nearly folded with relief and rage. "Pipe," I said hoarsely. "Just pipe." "Keep moving," Ben said, voice tight in a way that told me he'd believed it too for a second. I kept moving. The last step to the dock was the worst because there was no graceful way to do it. Too wide to step cleanly, too narrow to jump safely. Tyler lay flat on his stomach on the dock, extended both arms and said, "Give me the light first." I handed it over. The second I lost it, the dark swelled around me. Then he grabbed my wrist and hauled as I pushed off the raft frame. My bruised hip screamed. My right knee cracked against the dock edge. But I was up, on wood, on something fixed to land. I rolled onto my back and stared up at the sky while my heart beat itself stupid. "Good?" Tyler asked. "No," I said, "but I'm here." The lull lasted maybe 5 seconds. Then Ben swore from the boat. I sat up. The stern had shifted lower. With our weight off it, the hull had rotated slightly, and one rear corner was now rubbing harder against the metal frame under the water. Not a leak yet, but every slap sounded sharper. "Ben, come on," I shouted. He was already untying the dock line from his side. "I need to free the bow rope or she swings wrong. Leave it. If I leave it, the boat twists when I step off." The annoying thing was that I knew enough by now to understand he wasn't being dramatic. A panicked exit could roll the boat against the submerged frame and dump him straight into the worst part of the debris field. He took the rusted knife and leaned over the bow, sawing at the nylon line where it disappeared under the gunnel. The blade was awful. The rope was wet and under load. It took too long. On shore, Nina had figured out what was happening and was shouting nonstop now. Instructions and curses fused together. "Ben, cut it. Cut the goddamn line." "I'm trying." Tyler rose to his feet on the dock despite the bleeding leg and moved to the ladder. "Jump for the frame if you have to." "That's a terrible plan," I said. "It's the only one that isn't waiting around for the boat to sink." Ben sawed harder. The knife slipped. He nearly went over the bow and caught himself at the last instant with his split knuckles against the aluminum. I heard him hiss from where I stood. "Ben," I said, quieter. "Stop trying to save the boat." He looked up at me. Maybe that was the real thing at the center of all this. Not the lake, not the raft, not even the cable. It was the stupid human insistence on not losing more than we already had. "It's gone if it's gone," I said. "You're not." He stared for 1 second longer, then nodded once like he hated me for being right. He dropped the knife, grabbed the bow line with both hands, and put one boot on the gunnel. Tyler was already on the ladder, one hand down toward him. The boat shifted as Ben committed his weight toward the raft frame. His right foot hit metal, held, His left followed. Then the hull swung away a few inches, tugged by the cable field under the stern. Ben lunged for the ladder, and the line around the bow snapped loose with a crack. It should have helped. Instead, it made everything happen at once. Freed at the front, but still snagged aft, the boat slewed sideways. Ben lost his footing and dropped chest first onto the half-submerged frame. Tyler caught one of his wrists, but not enough to lift him. Ben's lower body slid off into the water between the raft and the boat with a splash that sounded enormous in the night. He did not disappear entirely. Thank God. But he went in up to the ribs, jammed in the narrow gap among frame, ladder, and hull. He shouted not words, just pain and shock. "Ben," Tyler screamed. I was already dropping flat to the dock beside him. Ben's face surfaced in the gap, eyes wide and blank, with cold panic. One arm flailed once, then found the ladder. The other was trapped lower, pinned somewhere. "What's stuck?" Tyler shouted. "My leg," Ben gasped. "Something got my leg." The boat banged against the frame. Once, twice. Harder now because no one was inside to steady it. Each impact shoved a wave into Ben's chest and face. Water splashed over his mouth. He coughed and tried to pull up, but whatever held his leg kept him low. Central threat had narrowed to one human body pinned by all the junk we'd been discovering piece by piece all night. Tyler hooked an arm under Ben's shoulder and pulled. Nothing. "I need light," he shouted. I grabbed the spotlight and shoved the beam down into the gap. There. Ben's left leg was wedged below the knee between the raft's bent mooring frame and a loop of the original cable. Not a clean snare. A crush point. The more the boat moved, the tighter it threatened to pinch. "Don't yank," I said. "You'll break it." "What do we do then?" Tyler shouted. My eyes found the buoy line, the cable, the bracket. All the stupid objects we'd been cataloging. Hidden system. Rules nobody knew. Except now I knew enough. "The boat," I said. "Push the boat off him first." Tyler looked at me, understood instantly, and shifted. We both planted hands against the Carlson dock ladder and the raft frame, using our bodies to shove the drifting hull away from the gap each time it swung in. It bought inches. Not much. Enough. Again, I shouted. We shoved. The hull slid outward on a wave, straining against the stern cable. In that brief opening, I saw the angle of the loop around Ben's leg. "Ben," I said, forcing my voice steady. "When I say now, you twist your knee in toward the ladder and pull back, not up, back." He was shaking so hard I didn't know if he heard. "Okay," he said anyway. Tyler braced harder, blood from his shin dripping off the dock boards into the water. "Ready," I said. Another wave pushed the boat back toward us. Now we shoved with everything. The hull swung out. Ben twisted sideways with a raw animal sound. For one horrible instant, nothing changed. Then his leg ripped free and he came up with a splash, and a cry so sharp it cut across the whole bay. Tyler and I hauled him onto the ladder together. His jeans were ripped from knee to calf. Blood ran black in the spotlight. His left boot stayed behind, sucked off in the gap below. But he was out. We got him onto the dock on hands and knees. He curled around the injured leg and made a sound through his teeth I will hear for a long time. Then the boat, finally abandoned, drifted half free. Stern still hung on the cable field, about turning slowly away from us into the dark. Nobody looked at it for more than a second. Nina was screaming from across the water. "Is he alive?" "Yes," I shouted back. "But he's hurt." "Stay put," she yelled. "We're coming around by land." That snapped the geography back into place in my head. The Carlson dock wasn't accessible by straight beach from Ben's place. The shoreline curved and thickened with reeds. But there was a road behind the properties. To reach us, they'd have to run up from Ben's cabin, out to the gravel lane, then down the Carlson drive or yard on foot with lights. It would take time, not rescue from the sky time. Human time, too long and still possible. We had a lull then, a ragged, ugly one. Tyler used his belt as a crude compression strap above Ben's calf while I held the spotlight, and then tore strips from a beach towel Tyler found in a plastic deck box to pad the wound once we located the box by feel. The Carlson property wasn't fully abandoned, just dark and empty for the week. Old furniture under tarps, a propane grill, a storage bin, little evidence of ordinary life, which made the whole scene feel even worse. Ben's leg wasn't severed, not broken open. The calf had been gashed and crushed, the skin peeled back in one place from metal or cable abrasion. He could move his toes. That mattered. He kept trying to say he could stand. He absolutely could not. Tyler sat back on his heels finally, chest heaving. His shin cut looked ugly now, his forearms shaking from effort. I realized my hands were slippery and looked down to find they were cut in 3 places from the ladder and rusted frame. Nothing deep, enough to sting once the adrenaline began to ebb. Out on the water, the boat gave one final metallic scrape and settled. Not sunk, just out there, caught in the dark with the raft and cable that had made a whole blind mechanism of the bay. The conflict was over in the way conflicts usually are in real life, not because anyone won cleanly, but because the worst thing that could happen in that exact moment had been stopped. Ben was alive. We were on wood, not in water. The lake had stopped taking pieces for now. Then, from the road beyond the Carlson cabin, we saw the first flashlight beams bouncing through the trees. By the time Nina reached us, Ben had stopped trying to pretend he could stand. That was how I knew things had settled into the serious kind of bad. Up until then, he'd still been talking through his teeth about walking it off, about getting to the road, about how if somebody could just bring his truck around, he'd be fine. Men like Ben always seemed to believe the right vehicle could fix a surprising amount of human damage. But when Nina came down the Carlson side path with Lacey, Mark, and 2 other people carrying flashlights, and a first aid kit that looked like it had last been opened during the Obama administration, Ben took one look at her face and let his head fall back against the dock boards. "Okay," he said. "Maybe not." Nina knelt beside him immediately. She had shoes on now, jeans, one of Ben's cabin sweatshirts over her swimsuit, and her hair was still wet at the ends from the lake. Her hands moved fast, but not frantically. She checked the improvised pressure wrap Tyler had made with his belt and the towel strips, peeled one layer back enough to look, then put it right down again. "No one take this off again unless EMS tells you to," she said. "How bad?" Ben asked. "Bad enough that you shut up and stay still." He gave a weak laugh at that, then sucked air between his teeth when she adjusted the padding. The Carlson property looked different with people in it. Smaller, less haunted by absence. The dock was old cedar silvered by weather. The yard behind it, a patch of scrub grass sloping up to a dark cabin with the shutters closed. Somebody found an outdoor spigot and an extension cord reel. Somebody else found 2 folding chairs under a tarp and brought them down without asking if we wanted to sit. It was all very ordinary, all that rummaging and making do, and because of that, it nearly undid me. The emergency call had gone through from the driveway, apparently. Lacey had enough signal up by the road. EMS was on the way from town, and the sheriff's department too, because anything involving a lake at night and injuries meant uniforms, whether you wanted them or not. That should have been the point where I calmed down. Instead, I started shaking. Not dramatic shaking, just a fine, stupid tremor in my forearms that got worse when I tried to hide it. Tyler noticed first. He was sitting with his back against one of the dock posts, one leg out straight because of the cut on his shin. He looked gray from pain and exertion, the skin around his mouth gone pale under the lake tan. "You need to sit," he said. "I am sitting. You need to sit less aggressively." Nina looked up from Ben and fixed on me with those sharp, practical eyes. "Mara, I'm fine." That's not what I asked, which was annoying because she hadn't technically asked anything. I sat down on the other folding chair. The minute I stopped moving, everything started to register. My right knee had split open more than I'd thought when it hit the dock edge. Not deep, but bloody and full of grit. My palms were cut in 3 places, shallow enough to ignore until air touched them. My left hip had stiffened into one solid block of ache from waist to thigh. And under all of it, less tangible and somehow worse, my whole body had not yet accepted that it was done being needed. From the bay, we could still see Ben's boat. The flashlights reached only so far. The bonfire across the water had burned lower, but it was enough to mark the line of the opposite shore. Between that shore and us sat the boat, dark and slight, one corner still angled wrong. Every now and then, it gave a faint metallic knock as it shifted against the submerged raft field. Not sinking, just there. The ruined raft itself had vanished back into blackness the moment I stopped pointing a light directly at it. That bothered me more than I could explain. A sheriff's deputy reached us first in an SUV, tires crunching down the Carlson Drive 5 minutes before the ambulance. He came down the path with a flashlight at chest height, and that measured, alert walk cops use when they're trying to assess a scene before committing to any one version of it. Mid-30s maybe, broad through the vest, name tag that said Dionanilo. "Who's the injured party?" he called. Ben raised 2 fingers without lifting his head. Donnelly took in the scene fast, the blood-dark towel, Tyler's leg, my hands and knee, the wet clothes on all 3 of us, the boat out in the bay. He did not overreact, which I appreciated. He crouched by Ben, asked a few crisp questions: name, age, allergies, whether he'd hit his head, then stood and looked at the water. What happened out there? Nobody answered immediately because there wasn't a clean version. Just hours of bad choices and local neglect woven together into a machine. Finally, Ben said, "Old raft sank. Mooring cables still live in the bay. We got tangled. Donnelly's beam moved over the water. That your boat?" "Yeah." "Anybody else out there?" "No," Tyler said. "Anyone go under?" Ben did, briefly. Donnelly nodded once, not pleased. "EMS is 2 minutes out." Then, after another look at the bay, "Nobody goes back on that dock edge until daylight and marine recovery." Understood. That got universal agreement. The ambulance crew came fast and tired looking, as if we were not the first bad decision they'd met that night. 2 EMTs and a paramedic, bright portable lights, hard case, questions, scissors through denim, a real pressure dressing replacing the towel, Ben gritting his teeth until one of them told him to stop being brave and take the fentanyl they were offering. He took it. 5 minutes later, the sharpness began to leave his face. Tyler's shin got cleaned and wrapped. My knee got flushed with bottled saline that felt like fire. One EMT young guy, Freckles, hands gentler than his voice, picked a splinter out of my palm and said, "You going in?" I looked at Nina. She said, "Yes." I said, "Probably not." The EMT raised his eyebrows. Nina crossed her arms. Tyler, already sporting a wrap that made his lower leg look absurdly bulky, said, "I vote yes, because if she gets tetanus and dies, after all this, I'll be pissed." "Very moving," I said. In the end, they let me decline transport because I was weight-bearing, oriented, not actively leaking. And apparently adults are allowed to make stupid low-stakes choices after surviving bigger stupid high-stakes ones. Nina did not approve. She rode with Ben to the small hospital in Woodruff because he needed someone there who could answer coherent questions once the medication fully hit. Before she left, she crouched in front of me with the ambulance lights throwing blue and red over her face and said very quietly, "You are not getting into any body of water of any kind for at least a month." That seems arbitrary. It's generous. Then she touched my shoulder once. Not a hug, just pressure. Enough to say she knew exactly how close it had gone. Tyler went with his cousin in the ambulance because family outranks self-inflicted shin laceration in triage and in life. That left me on the Carlson lawn at nearly 3 a.m. with Lacey, Deputy Donnelly, and a handful of party people who had become something else over the course of the night. Quieter, useful, sober in the important ways. Donnelly took statements separately, which I deserved and hated. I told the truth as exactly as I could. The swim, the touch at my ankle, the chart note in Ben's cabin kitchen, the boat trip, the cable, the failed tow, the submerged raft, Ben getting trapped. Every time I reached a place in the story where I sounded ridiculous, Donnelly didn't react. He just asked for sequence and distance, and who had done what. That helped more than sympathy would have. When I was done, he looked out at the water again and said, "The DNR'll have opinions about that. About the raft, about the cable, about the whole setup. Do people just leave that stuff in lakes?" He gave me a look that wasn't cynical so much as tired. People leave all kinds of things in lakes. After that, there was waiting. That was the true aftermath, more than the blood or reports or ambulance doors. Waiting on a damp folding chair while the eastern sky slowly admitted it was going to become morning. Waiting while a tow and recovery team got called for first light because nobody with a functioning brain was sending divers into that debris field in the dark. Waiting while Lacey brought me stale crackers from the Carlson kitchen and coffee from a machine she found inside that somehow still worked once the power came back. The power had come back around 2:15, by the way. Just blinked on across the bay as if nothing had happened. Porch lights, path lights, cabin windows. Donnelly later said the utility company reported a line fault a few roads over. Weather damage, likely. Pure coincidence. I believed him. Mostly. At dawn, the bay lost its mystery in layers. First, the shoreline came back. Reeds, low brush, the angle of the two docks, the neat distinction between Ben's beach and the Carlsons, rougher frontage. Then the water changed from black to slate to a brown-green so clear in the shallows, it made me sick to think what had been under us all night. Visible, if only there had been enough light. The raft lay there exactly where the night had promised it would. Not mythic, not monstrous, just ruin. Half the deck had rotted through. One flotation barrel was missing entirely. The steel mooring frame had twisted and sunk one corner lower, and the old cable ran from it toward a concrete anchor block maybe 20 feet farther out. The white buoy that had terrified us bobbed in weeds near the stern path of Ben's boat, its lines snarled with old rope and one bent lawn chair leg. In full morning, it all looked cheap and stupid and criminally negligent. The DNR officer, who arrived mid-morning, said something close to that, though in more professional language. He was a narrow man in polarized sunglasses and chest waders, and he walked the shoreline with Ben's laminated chart in one hand and a tablet in the other while the recovery crew worked. The chart had come over with Donnelly after somebody fetched it from the cabin. The officer tapped the faded check cable note with one finger. "Whose handwriting?" "Ben's dad's, we think," I said. He made a face. Then he knew it existed. "Knew what existed?" Lacey asked. The officer looked at the water. Likely an old private swim raft mooring system. Maybe older than the current owners. Looks like it was never fully removed when the raft broke loose and sank. Then debris collected. Once that starts, every season adds more. "You're saying this has been there for years?" I asked. "I'm saying parts of it may have been." That should have felt like closure, a mechanical explanation, a timeline. Instead, it made the whole thing feel meaner. Not a freak accident, an unattended one. Ben was still at the hospital by then. Nina texted updates in short, practical bursts. No arterial damage. No surgery that morning, but maybe a procedure later to clean the wound more thoroughly. He'd need stitches. Possibly imaging again because of the crush injury. He was embarrassed about losing the boot. Tyler had 6 stitches in the shin and a tetanus shot, and was milking the pain meds like a born performer. Her texts were so Nina that I laughed the first time I read them, and then, unexpectedly, cried hard enough that Lacey pretended not to notice. By noon, the boat had been recovered too. Watching it come free in daylight was almost worse than the rescue had been. You could see every stupid thing clearly. The props scored and wrapped with remnants of wire. The bow line knotted under the sunken frame bracket. The aluminum along the stern scratched and dented. Nothing cinematic, just damaged equipment hauled out of murky water by men in work gloves who looked mildly annoyed on our behalf. One of them found Ben's boot still wedged in the frame and held it up by 2 fingers. Everyone laughed because of course they did, because the alternative was acknowledging too directly what had occupied that same gap hours earlier. By late afternoon, the cabin had returned to its original shape. People had gone home or to town. The fire pit was a circle of white ash, empty cans clustered by the coolers. Wet towels hung off the porch rail. If you ignored the sheriff's card on the counter, the missing boat at the dock, and the pressure-clean arc of dried blood on the Carlson planks, it almost looked like any Sunday after a lake party. I was still there because Nina told me not to drive back to Minneapolis until I had slept, showered, and eaten something more substantial than crackers. She was right, which was irritating. She and Tyler stayed in Woodruff that night with Ben rotating between the hospital room and a motel, because apparently none of us could let a single member of the group suffer alone, even when doing so would have been emotionally cleaner. I took a shower in the cabin bathroom just before dusk. That, more than anything, brought the night back. Not the sight of my bruises, though those were spectacular in a slow, blooming way. Not the cuts, not even the streak of lake mud I found behind one knee. It was the feeling of water moving around my ankles in a white fiberglass tub under bright, normal lighting. I froze with one hand on the shower wall. The water was warm, clear, shallow, entirely under my control. But my body didn't know that yet. For 1 second, I was back in the black lake, with my feet kicking through things I couldn't name. I turned the water off, stood there dripping, then turned it back on because I was furious at myself, and because Nina would have mocked me correctly for letting a bathroom win. Still, when I washed my legs, I kept my eyes on the drain the entire time. I went home the next day. Minneapolis in late August felt offensively urban after the Northwoods. Sirens, buses, a man yelling cheerfully at a parking meter. All the good solid noise of a city reminding you that most dangers announce themselves with paperwork and engines. I cleaned a duplex on Wednesday and an estate sale property on Thursday, and spent too long staring at a coil of extension cord in a garage, because from the corner of my eye, it looked like wet rope. Life resumed. Mostly. Ben ended up needing a surgical washout and a lot of stitches, but he kept the leg. Tyler's shin healed ugly and proud. Nina, who had not been physically hurt at all, started researching lake property liability with a level of vindictive concentration I found deeply comforting. There were calls, insurance forms, questions from the county. The raft was removed. The cable system too, as far as anyone told us. I still don't swim in lakes at night. That part is easy to explain to people, so I let them think it's the whole story. They nod and say, yeah, fair, after something like that I wouldn't either. What I don't usually explain is the smaller change, the one that followed me home. I notice hidden things now with a precision that feels less like fear and more like a trade skill. The little lip where flooring changes height between rooms. The way an old chain link gate holds tension after it's unlatched. The dark stripe on a basement ceiling that means a pipe has been sweating for longer than anyone admits. Systems, load, neglect. What sits quietly in place until one bad angle turns it live. A month after the lake, Ben mailed me something in a padded envelope. The lost boot, recovered, hosed off, and somehow still worse than if it had stayed down there forever. He wrote on a sticky note attached to it, "So you can remember I took one for the team." I laughed when I opened it. Then I put the boot in the back of my closet and shut the door on it too fast. A few weeks later, Nina and I met for coffee. Real city coffee, bitter and expensive, with traffic moving past the window and no water anywhere in sight. She asked if I was sleeping. Mostly, I said. She nodded as if I'd answered some more precise question. Do you still think about what touched you first? I looked out at the street. People crossing on the light. A bike messenger clipping past a bus. Somebody carrying flowers in a paper sleeve. Sometimes, I said, and it was probably the cable. I stirred my coffee, though it didn't need stirring. Or the buoy line, or weeds caught on the frame, probably. There was that word again. I smiled without meaning to. You hate it too now. I've always hated it. We sat with that for a second. Then she said, Ben swears the raft edge was farther north than where you all were swimming. He also swore he could walk on that leg. Fair, but she looked at me over the rim of her cup. The DNR report said the mooring cable angled wider than expected, and there was secondary debris drift closer to the beach. So who knows? That should have settled it. More or less it did. Still, once in a while, usually in the shower, or when I'm half asleep, or when I step into dark water anywhere and feel the bottom vanish under my foot, I remember the first touch exactly as it happened. Not a snag, not a wrap, not the tug of weed. A smooth, brief brush across the inside of my ankle, like something in the lake was already there, waiting for anybody careless enough to pass over it. That is not a supernatural thought, just an honest one. And honesty, I've learned, can leave its own kind of stain. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming.